Chapter 1947 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. 1 in the Sky. The invisible clash of spiritual power surged forth, and even the onlookers felt the intense waves it generated. The shock waves produced by the collision of these two spiritual forces continued to ripple through the surrounding space. The space couldn't withstand the pressure and finally cracked. Boom! Finally, at the epicenter of their spiritual power clash, it seemed that the spiritual forces had reached a certain limit. With a deafening roar, they erupted into an explosion. Two figures were sent hurtling through the air, propelled by the impact of their spiritual power confrontation, traveling several thousand meters before they could manage to halt their momentum. Tang Qing stared at Wang Ting grimly. A look of disbelief still lingered in his eyes as they remained firmly fixed on the golden 9-level pagoda floating above Wang Ting's head. A thought flashed through his mind. Buddha's Sutra. He squeezed the words out of his mouth in disbelief. As a divine spirit master, he was familiar with the renowned Buddha's Sutra. The mystique of the Buddha's Sutra lies in its origin and cultivation techniques, and its reputation is quite remarkable. Especially among divine spirit masters, it held an even more exalted status that was hard to imagine. Many divine spirit masters were aware of the existence of the Buddha's Sutra, and even self-proclaimed talents who considered themselves powerful were eager to try and practice it. Everyone knew how powerful the Buddha's Sutra was. It was said that by cultivating it, one could refine their spiritual power to an extraordinary level. Furthermore, it offers immense potential. The only problem was that the Buddha's Sutra was a little mysterious. Ordinary people cannot easily find this extraordinary scripture. But, at this moment, the legendary 9 Treasures Pagoda appeared right in front of Tang Qing. He suppressed the tempest of emotions inside and observed carefully. Finally, he confirmed that the appearance of this golden pagoda matched the legendary description precisely. How could he not be astounded? It was even more astonishing than discovering that Wang Ting was a divine spirit master. Who was this snakeman? This snakeman wasn't just a formidable martial warrior, but also a divine spirit master who had practiced the legendary Buddha's Sutra. All of this had shrouded him in a layer of profound mystery, making it difficult for anyone to see the complete picture. Behind this shroud of uncertainty, what kind of being was he? At this moment, Tang Cheng's mind was filled with countless questions, and his expression was one of incredulity. The members of the Swift Wing team in the distance were equally astounded. This snakeman was also a divine spirit master. Frightening. This was horrifying. How many more hidden abilities did this snakeman have? They felt a sense of despair. They were already at a disadvantage, so when they saw Wang Ting releasing such powerful spiritual power, they felt even more hopeless. Song Yu and Little Qinger swapped glances with each other, growing more suspicious by the moment. How could Zeal possess such powerful spiritual power? While rare, the Snake Hurry did have divine spirit masters, so they knew about them. Hence, they were well conscious of what being a divine spirit master entailed. Each divine spirit master was exceptionally strong, and if a divine spirit master appeared among the snakemen, they would receive special training and a high position. However, Zeal had never displayed this talent. It was almost inconceivable. How could someone who has lived among them for so many years hide so deeply? Wang Ting stood in the air with the 9 Treasures Pagoda floating above his head. He looked at Tang Qing with a serious expression. He looked at Tang Qing in the distance, his expression growing slightly serious. Heaven Realm divine spirit masters were indeed incredibly powerful. If he hadn't directly utilized the 9 Treasures Pagoda earlier, he probably wouldn't have been able to easily withstand the spiritual pressure from Tang Qing. The 9 Treasures Pagoda had condensed his spiritual power to an extreme level, and combined with Wang Ting's already robust spiritual power, it barely allowed him to withstand the spiritual pressure of a Heaven Realm divine spirit master. What Buddha's Sutra? Why don't I know what you're saying? Wang Ting looked at the other party and asked curiously, Actually, to be honest, I cultivate the pagoda demon suppression scripture. Tang Cheng was evidently stupefied. To hell with the pagoda demon suppression skill. Did he think he was blind? How could he not know what the 9 treasures pagoda formed from the Buddha's sutra looked like? Wait, could it be that this snakeman didn't know about the Buddha's sutra and mistook it for some kind of pagoda demon suppression skill? In an instant, Tang Cheng's mind raced with assumptions, and a trace of disdain curled his lips. As expected of a native. They didn't even know what the Buddha's sutra was. He had a treasure but he didn't know it. What a joke. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. The other party didn't know what Buddha's sutra was. Did that mean that he didn't know how substantial this scripture was? If that were the case, Tang Cheng saw an opportunity to manipulate the situation and make the Buddha's sutra his own. Greed flickered in Tang Cheng's eyes. His covetousness overshadowed even the life-threatening situation he was in. At a subconscious level, he might believed that he was still more substantial than this snakeman divine spirit master, and he wouldn't lose. In the next moment, the fire of determination blazed in Tang Cheng's eyes, and his spiritual power began to permeate the surrounding sky. Swoosh! Simultaneously, a subtle sonic boom resonated in the void. Wang Ting's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly evaded. Chapter 1948 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade 2. A golden ray of light pierced through the space where he was originally standing. It was the same one that had previously ambushed him. Wang Ting immediately activated his real eye to identify the source of the golden light. He finally saw its true form. This was a weapon resembling the feathers of a bird. The weapon was entirely golden, with a sharp-pointed head and surrounded by bird-like barbs. This spiritual kinesis weapon was quite special. Before he could think further, the golden ray of light made a sharp turn in midair and swiftly followed Wang Ting, closing in at lightning speed. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual power surged forth, emitting a series of icy flashes. Clang! Clang! Clang in a few crisp sounds, Wang Ting's flying daggers were directly severed by the golden ray of light, which left him quite surprised. While his flying daggers were not particularly special spiritual weapons, their quality reached the heaven level. Yet they were destroyed so easily. This was beyond his expectations. Spiritual weapons were generally quite rare, especially those that weren't mass-produced. Otherwise, Anlan wouldn't have gone to great lengths to employ him, a Grandmaster blacksmith, to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel. The 1,000 armaments vessel was a powerful heaven-level spiritual weapon. Conventional and mass-produced heaven-level spiritual weapons wouldn't possess the same level of power as the 1,000 armaments vessel. What is that weapon? Wang Ting was astounded. Suddenly, he remembered that the golden crescent blade was destroyed by a golden light. Could this be the same item? An ordinary spiritual weapon can't stand against my Phoenix golden feather blade. Tang Cheng, seeing Wang Ting's astonishment, gloated. Phoenix golden feather blade. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, so this weapon is called the Phoenix golden feather blade. Quite an imposing name, I must say. Swoosh. The sound of breaking air echoed again. Guided by Tang Cheng, the golden light shot towards Wang Ting's vital points with a cunning angle. As a heaven-realm divine spirit master, he had impeccable control over spiritual weapons. Wang Ting squinted when he saw the power of the Phoenix golden feather blade. He didn't dare to confront it head-on and immediately activated his light bolt skill. His body transformed into a white light as he evaded the golden light's pursuit. However, under Tang Cheng's control, even though Wang Ting used light bolt to move at a tremendous speed, the golden light closely followed him, not giving up. This won't work. Wang Ting's expression became more serious. He hadn't expected that his opponent possessed such a powerful weapon, and it put him in a difficult situation. But he wasn't one to passively accept his fate. His eyes gleamed with determination as he considered a counter-strategy. "Oh right, void mayflies." He couldn't get close to the other party, so he could only use his void mayflies. In an instant, numerous dots of light floated out from his forehead, accompanied by his spiritual power. Amid Tang Cheng's golden spiritual energy, they remained incredibly concealed. These dots of light silently dispersed into the sky. They appeared briefly and then vanished. Wang Ting had imbued them with space force, and they instantly disappeared into the spaces between dimensions, stealthily moving closer to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng's spiritual power was spread all around, forming something akin to absolute perception in the space surrounding him. However, Wang Ting's void had completely slipped into the crevices of space, so they were beyond his detection. That was why the other party didn't notice anything amiss. At this moment, Tang Cheng seemed to be growing impatient. Wang Ting's speed had taken him by surprise. His Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was extremely fast. The average warrior wouldn't be able to keep up with its speed. However, Wang Ting's speed was so fast that even the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was unbelievable. Humph! A snort came out of his mouth. Suddenly, 2 more streaks of golden light shot out from the right and left of Wang Ting, aiming for his head and heart. The 3 golden streaks formed a triangular pattern, blocking the 3 most critical points on Wang Ting's body. Getting hit by these golden streaks would, at the very least, result in severe injury if not death. Wang Ting was shocked. He didn't think that there would be more than 1 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. However, he reacted quickly and released his spiritual power, forming 2 spiritual shields in front of him. Spiritual shield. He had already become highly proficient in this skill and was capable of invoking it instantly. In the next moment, those 2 streaks of golden light fiercely struck the spiritual shields, causing them to ripple and crack. The Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was so sharp that even the shield formed from supernatural power couldn't block it. Wang Ting, however, remained unfazed and simply passed through the gap between the 2 shields. Bang! Bang! The 2 shields behind him shattered instantly. As it turned out, Wang Ting had not used too much spiritual power to condense the 2 shields. He only needed to block the 2 golden lights for a moment. This way, he could conserve his supernatural power to the maximum extent. Tang Cheng's expression changed. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to kill the snakeman even after using 3 of his Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. Moreover, 2 of his attacks were blocked. The opponent's tenacity far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the 3rd streak of golden glow was still closely following behind. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a purple light flew from his hand to intercept the 3rd streak of gilded light. Clang! A metallic vibration resounded. The streak of gilded glow solidly landed on the purple light and surprisingly did not slash through it but was intercepted and stopped. Chapter 1949 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade 3. Oh my God! Tang Cheng's eyes filled with an incredulous look, as if he had realized something extraordinary. The familiar feeling of that purple light finally clicked. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Tang Cheng finally remembered where this sense of familiarity came from. He recalled when they had just arrived on this planet and encountered a terrifying atmospheric disturbance. Back then, he was forced to drag someone down with him into the predicament. At that time, the other party used a purple light to block his Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. During that peculiar situation, he didn't have the luxury to think much, but afterward, he still found it incredibly puzzling. The fact that the purple light could block his Phoenix Golden Feather Blade meant it was definitely no ordinary weapon. He even secretly investigated the surroundings later, but didn't find any matching purple light. Eventually, he gave up. Now, in this very place, he saw a highly similar streak of purple light. At this moment, Tang Cheng couldn't help but widen his eyes as he gazed at the snakeman in front of him. What was going on? Could it be that this person is the unfortunate individual they had pulled into that predicament? But wait, he was a native snakeman. How could he be the same person? Countless questions swirled in his mind, making him utterly perplexed. Just then, Wang Ting turned his gaze toward Tang Qing, his eyes icy and a golden gleam flashing in his eyes. Experience the anger of the void mayflies. Tang Cheng's expression changed slightly as he felt the looming crisis. He didn't know what the anger of the void mayflies was, but he knew that it wasn't a good thing. In a hurry, he attempted to retreat. But it was already too late. Countless tiny dots of light suddenly appeared all around him, then exploded with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. An intense spiritual power surged forth. The spiritual attacks hidden in the void mayflies exploded. They included spiritual spikes, the spiritual illusion skill, and the spiritual missile skill. All of them swept towards Tang Qing. This complex and numerous array of attack methods left Tang Qing in a state of panic. He had to continuously mobilize his spiritual power to create protective barriers around him to defend against the countless spiritual assault. However, ordinary spiritual defenses could block spiritual spikes and spiritual missiles, but were ineffective against spiritual illusions. Spiritual illusion directly affected his mind, creating illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. What's more, this illusion was too interesting. Numerous naked beauties appeared in front of him, enticing and beguiling. However, every one of them had their backs turned to him. They were covered in semi-transparent garments that added an aura of mystery, making them utterly irresistible. It was a well-known fact that the more elusive something appeared, the more difficult it was to resist. This scene was enough to make even someone as strong-willed as Tang Cheng's blood boil. It wasn't a matter of his willpower. His body reacted naturally. However, in the next moment, all those alluring women turned around, revealing unattractive and muscular men with distinct male features. The contrast between the front and back was stark. In reality, this might be impossible, but within the illusion, everything was possible. So what if it was beautiful women from behind and burly men in the front? Even if they're monsters in the front, it shouldn't be an issue. Anything could happen. Tang Qing, upon seeing this, widened his eyes and almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. He was left utterly flabbergasted. Oh no! Finally, he realized that he was in an illusion. With a sense of urgency, he immediately activated his spiritual power, forcefully breaking through the illusion. But when he regained his senses, Wang Ting's attack was already upon him. Tang Qing gazed up, and his pupils constricted intensely. He saw the 9-level pagoda pressing down from above his head, and his expression turned extremely horrified. At this moment, he had no time to evade and could only watch as the 9-story pagoda came crashing down. Overwhelmed with shock, Tang Qing unleashed his spiritual power with all his might, surging toward the sky. Boom! The spiritual power turned into a beam of golden light and fired towards the pagoda. The two of them collided violently in midair. The golden pillar of light trembled continuously as if it couldn't withstand the impact of the 9 treasures pagoda. Wang Ting's 9 treasures pagoda was forged with 2 divine hammers and refined hundreds of times, and it contained spiritual power far beyond what an ordinary cosmos real divine spirit master could wield. Thus, even if he was facing a heaven realm divine spirit master, he still had the ability to fight with him. However, under Tang Cheng's intense control, his spiritual power surged continuously from within, merging into the golden pillar, supporting it in its battle against the 9 treasures pagoda. The strength of heaven realm's spiritual power became evident in its exceptional endurance. The two of them found themselves at a standstill. One continued to control the descending pagoda, while the other guided the golden pillar of spiritual power, forcefully pushing it into the sky. Wang Ting had anticipated this situation, and his body had already vanished into the void. He used his skill ability. Space ripples spread, and he reappeared instantly behind Tang Qing, letting out a furious roar. Divine Sonic Wave. Soundwave Spirit Battle Technique. The spiritual power shock waves entered Tang Cheng's ears, inducing his expression to change drastically. Under the influence of the divine sonic wave, his consciousness instantly entered a slow state, and the spiritual power he had been gathering into a pillar became instantly unstable. Chapter 1950 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. 4 Boom. The next moment, the golden light pillar collapsed and shattered into countless golden specks. The 9 Treasures Pagoda descended without giving the other party a chance to react. Boom. The massive pagoda pressed down fiercely on top of Tang Cheng's head, resulting in a resounding crash. In the presence of the enormous 9 Treasures Pagoda, Tang Cheng's body appeared exceedingly feeble and crashed into the sandy ground below. The sand around them soared into the sky, obscuring everything at the center. Only the colossal golden pagoda remained standing within, with its top still visible. Far away, the remaining 3 members of the Swift Wing team gazed in shock at the scene. This snakeman possessed such powerful divine spirit master skills. Even Tang Cheng was suppressed. In 3 different battles, this snakeman displayed various incredible abilities, eliminating one powerful member of their team after another. He seemed like an endless well of power, constantly surprising and surpassing their expectations. Song Yu and Little Qinger had incredibly complex expressions on their faces, unsure of how to describe their emotions. They couldn't be certain if the person before them was truly Zeal. There were too many mysteries surrounding this individual. Wang Ting descended from the sky. The metal armor flaming scorpion flew over, allowing Wang Ting to land on it. It smiled and flattered him. "Master, you're so impressive. This Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master is no match for you. You're amazing." Wang Ting paid no heed to this flattery and instead looked at the suppressed Tang Cheng in front of him, his brows furrowing deeply. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. All the dust in the surroundings was forcefully pushed aside, and from the center of it all, a golden sphere burst out from beneath the tower. The 9 Treasures Pagoda was pushed up continuously. The golden sphere grew larger and gradually transformed into a massive sphere, completely lifting the 9 Treasures Pagoda. In fact, the size of this golden sphere surpassed that of the 9 Treasures Pagoda, covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. "Oh no!" The metal armor flaming scorpion cried out. Wang Ting's expression also changed slightly, and without much thought, he immediately retracted the 9 Treasures Pagoda. With a flash of golden light, the 9 Treasures Pagoda shrank to a much smaller size and penetrated his forehead. Boom! Meanwhile, an explosion occurred as a terrifying energy exploded out from the golden sphere, radiating in all directions. Within that energy there was a formidable domain power spreading. This golden sphere was the domain created by Tang Cheng, and it was a spiritual domain. Wang Ting's expression became grave. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Cheng would be this formidable and tricky to deal with. Even his 9 Treasures Pagoda couldn't completely suppress him. The power of the 9 Treasures Pagoda shouldn't be underestimated, but the vast difference in their strengths might be the reason he couldn't fully suppress Tang Cheng. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden domain expanded rapidly, pulling Wang Ting and the metal armor flaming scorpion inside. Wang Ting didn't resist. He wanted to see what Tang Cheng's spiritual domain looked like. If he could gain something from it, that would be the best outcome. It had been a while since Wang Ting had improved his spiritual domain. His black metal domain was only at the 4th rank. If he didn't raise it, it wouldn't be able to catch up with the other domains. He was not concerned about his safety. No matter how strong Tang Cheng's domain was, he could easily break through it using his most powerful techniques to ensure his safety. As they penetrated the golden domain, the environment changed dramatically. Inside the sphere, golden light filled the area and golden mist wafted about, creating a peculiar and mystical atmosphere. "You're very confident. You penetrated my domain voluntarily." A cold voice came from within the mist. Wang Ting turned toward the source of the voice and saw Tang Qing slowly materializing before him, gazing down at him from a higher vantage point. It's just a domain. Why won't I dare to enter? Wang Ting replied calmly. Arrogant! Tang Qing snorted. Whether it's arrogance or not, you'll find out soon enough, Wang Ting said calmly. Tang Qing was confused. He stared at Wang Ting intently and asked the biggest question in his heart. Tell me, who are you? Why don't you take a guess? Wang Ting suddenly wore a somewhat mischievous smile and chuckled at his opponent. Tang Qing, guess your head. He never expected that in such a tense and serious situation, his opponent would still have the spirit to joke around. However, his expression seemed a little out of place when compared to his snakeman appearance. This snakeman wasn't who he seemed to be. It was as though there was another person hidden beneath that exterior. Tang Qing coldly stared at Wang Ting and finally voiced his speculation. You're the unlucky guy we dragged into this mess. Unlucky guy? Wang Ting couldn't help but exploded into hearty laughter, but as he laughed, his expression turned cold. You guys are quite audacious, but soon enough, it'll make you realize who the real unlucky one is. It's really you. Tang Qing, upon hearing Wang Ting's words, was now certain of his suspicion and exclaimed in astonishment. Whether it's me or not, what does it matter? In the end, all of you will die, Wang Ting replied with his usual calm demeanor. Chapter 1951 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade 5. Tang Qing's inner turmoil continued. Now he finally understood why this snakeman wanted them to die. He realized that their leader must have known this astonishing information, which was why he had shown that peculiar look in the end, as if he had something to say but couldn't. Gasp! As these memories rushed through his mind, Tang Qing's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Everything suddenly made sense. He didn't know what kind of person they provoked. The snakeman in front of him was utterly terrifying. He had gradually driven his team to this point, and now, their entire swift-wing team was on the verge of destruction. The three martial warriors outside couldn't possibly stand against this snakeman. If anyone had a chance, it was likely only himself. If he could capture the snakeman, perhaps they might have a slim chance of escape. However, he had his doubts. His earlier speculations had poured cold water on his desires. He didn't have the time to think about the Buddha's Sutra anymore. At this moment, his sole focus was on escaping the clutches of this snakeman. Knowing that he had concealed his identity and pushed him into this dire situation, he had no doubt this snakeman wouldn't let him escape easily. Therefore, he needed to prepare for the worst. Tang Qing took a deep breath and made a concerted effort to calm himself. He looked intently at Wang Ting. Oh, it seems you've already accepted reality, Wang Ting uttered in surprise. Just a moment ago, this guy had seemed overwhelmed by the Buddha's Sutra, but now he appeared to be back to his senses. It was quite interesting. It appeared that underestimating any genius martial warrior from the stellar academies was a mistake. They might be arrogant and even blinded by their self-interest, but they weren't foolish. Tang Qing didn't say anything else. His expression was extremely grave. His spiritual power surged furiously as he activated his domain power to its maximum. He would no longer underestimate the snakeman in front of him. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill this guy at all costs. Boom! The golden mist around them churned vigorously, and streaks of golden lights darted rapidly within the mist. Only their afterimages were visible. However, when Wang Ting activated his real IM, he discovered that those golden streaks were actually the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. He couldn't help but be amazed. At one glance, he saw a few hundred Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. Before activating his domain, Wang Ting found it challenging to deal with 3 Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. Yet, there were a few hundred of them now. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his mouth felt slightly dry. Good Lord! There were so many Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. He couldn't help but wonder where Tang Qing had obtained these powerful treasures. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his self-confidence. As Tang Qing activated his domain, he felt the increasing pressure. This domain is at least at the 5th rank. With the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade, its power will be terrifying. Regular 5th rank domains won't be able to match this combination. His thoughts raced, and he finally settled on his flaming magnetic meteor domain. Only this domain might be capable of contending with Tang Qing's power. He had already utilized his frost domain, and the consumption was significant. He couldn't execute it again. Therefore, he had no choice but to unleash this immensely powerful mixed domain, as it was his only hope. Wang Ting's gaze sharpened, and without further hesitation, he unleashed the domain energy within him, causing it to spread in all directions. Boom! Strange ripples surged and instantly transformed into a red domain, opposing the golden domain of Tang Qing. Huh! Tang Qing squinted. His gaze landed on Wang Ting's domain, and he was astounded. Condense! At this moment, a resounding shout came from Wang Ting's mouth. Within the red domain, massive stone spheres congregated towards the center, forming a colossal sphere resembling a small asteroid. Boom! Flames erupted from the sphere and an intense heat spread throughout the domain. Tang Qing was increasingly horrified. With a determined look, he bit his lip and slammed his palm onto his forehead, releasing the last of his spiritual power. It merged with the golden mist around him. Clang! Suddenly, a clear and resonant chirping sound echoed within the golden mist. The hundreds of Phoenix Golden Feather Blade had merged into a magnificent and mystical golden phoenix, soaring high within the golden mist. As the divine golden phoenix appeared, blood commenced to flow from Tang Qing's 7 orifices on his face. His face contorted with anger as he locked his gaze on Wang Ting. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He immediately pointed a finger toward the massive sphere above him, infusing it with a thread of energy of laws of origin. Die! Tang Qing no longer hesitated and shouted madly. Clang! The divine golden phoenix behind Tang Qing let out a resounding cry and flapped its enormous wings, charging straight toward Wang Ting. Go! Wang Ting shouted and extended his hand, pointing downwards. Boom! The massive sphere, like a shooting star with a long trail of flames, plummeted down. Chapter 1952 Complete Victory. Gains. 1 in the domain. A spectacular scene unfolded. On one side, a massive fireball resembling an asteroid descended from the heavens with a terrifying momentum. On the other side, a gigantic divine golden phoenix, surrounded by an endless shower of golden mist, created long, feathery tails behind it. Clang! Amidst a clear and melodious chirping, the two finally collided in midair. Boom! The divine golden phoenix seemed to transform into a golden arrow, colliding with the massive fireball. Golden light continuously radiated from it, attempting to disintegrate the enormous fireball bit by bit. However, the flames on the stone sphere were no ordinary flames. They were the condensation of Wang Ting's unique divine flames. Suddenly, they transformed into an endless sea of fire, almost filling the entire sky of the domain. Due to the flames, the golden mist couldn't harm the core of the stone sphere at all. At the same time, the power of magnetic force erupted, causing the massive fireball to carry an unparalleled force of descent, relentlessly pressing down on the divine golden phoenix. Clang! The giant divine golden phoenix emitted a mournful cry from its mouth, flapping its wings continuously, trying to halt its downward momentum. Batches of golden light scattered down, as if it was struggling in its dying moment. Tang Qing bellowed, and from his 7 orifices, more and more blood flowed, making him appear extremely fierce and terrifying. The divine golden phoenix soared into the sky, but its efforts were in vain. Boom! 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 The asteroid-like fireball continued to press down, meter by meter, slowly descending. If it weren't within the domain, the space would likely have been crushed by this terrifying force. Such a terrifying attack, if directed at a true celestial body in space, would be enough to destroy it outright. Even a supergiant star would be unable to withstand such an assault. Fortunately, the Scorpion King star was created by a powerful being, so it was sturdy and extraordinary. The inner structure of the planet was even engraved with the patterns of heaven and earth, making it resilient and resistant to collapse. Of course, this was not information accessible to outsiders. Most martial artists only knew that this planet could withstand attacks from Heaven Stage and even Universe Stage martial warriors, but the specific details remained unknown. At this moment, the divine golden phoenix could no longer hold on, emitting a series of mournful cries from its mouth as its body began to disintegrate. Streaks of golden light burst from the divine golden phoenix, transforming into the true form of the phoenix golden feather blade. Pft! Tang Qing spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening with an expression of unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept this reality, and his eyes brimmed with determination. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Phoenix Golden Feather Blade!" As his roar echoed, the massive divine golden phoenix instantly exploded into countless golden lights. These lights interwove in midair, forming what seemed like a golden web that enveloped the enormous fireball. Boom! 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 A deafening roar filled the air, and this time, it was the massive fireball that couldn't hold on any longer. Under the relentless assault of the golden web, explosions erupted around the fireball, and its enormous core began to disintegrate. Large chunks of rock with flames fell from the sky. Wang Ting's expression couldn't help but tighten. He hadn't expected that this person's final outburst would have such terrifying power. Without further hesitation, he directly triggered the power of origin within the enormous fireball. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force of the law erupted from inside the fireball, creating an unimaginable impact. Boom! 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 The golden web instantly shattered, and streaks of golden light shot out, landing on the sandy ground below. Splat! Tang Qing ejected out a mouthful of blood once again, his face turning ashen. His spirit had completely withered, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He could only watch in horror as the massive fireball thundered toward him, his entire face shrouded in fear. Boom! The fireball finally smashed into his body, exploding with a deafening roar. No! A piercing scream erupted from the center of the explosion, but it was quickly drowned out by the thunderous noise and ceased to exist. Sigh! Wang Ting, watching this scene, finally let out a long sigh. The metal armor flaming scorpion was floating below him, acting as a bystander the entire time. Its eyes filled with astonishment. Was this the true force of its master? Scary. This was too scary. It couldn't help but gulp, its heart overwhelmed with shock. It was unable to utter a word, and could only stare blankly at everything. People outside the domain couldn't see what was happening inside, but they quickly realized that the golden domain was crumbling inch by inch, eventually disintegrating into numerous golden particles that scattered into the air. On the contrary, the crimson domain still stood high above the desert, radiating scorching heat. The domain floated in the sky and, from a distance, resembled a small sun. The result was obvious. As the crimson domain dissipated on its own, an enormous figure emerged, and it was none other than the metal armor flaming scorpion. A figure stood on the back of the metal armor flaming scorpion. It was Wang Ting. He was holding someone in his hand. That individual hung lifelessly, with his head drooping and his body devoid of vitality, as if he had lost all life. Song Yu and little Qinger were astounded. He won. He really won. One individual single-handedly defeated 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. It was unbelievable. In their eyes, each of those 3 extraterrestrial humans was extremely formidable, but not one of them could lose zeal. In the beginning they had feared the worst. Song-yu was even prepared to sacrifice herself to hold back the 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors so that little Chinger and Zeal could leave first. Chapter 1953 Complete Victory. Gains. 2. While she claimed she could eventually break free from the 6 extraterrestrial humans, she had her doubt. The strength of the extraterrestrial Heaven Stage humans was simply overwhelming. Even she would find it extremely difficult to come out unscathed when facing 6 of them simultaneously. With the slightest misstep, she might fall here. But then, unexpectedly, Zeal unleashed a burst of power and single-handedly dealt with 3 of them. The situation was suddenly reversed. They, who were supposed to be in a disadvantaged position, had become the ultimate winners. Little Chinger was even more stunned than Song-yu. Although her awakening had endowed her with unparalleled talent, surpassing most individuals even within the 7 stellar academies. But her power was still at the planetary stage, and she had only recently reached that level. Her horizons had yet to expand fully. Heaven Stage martial warriors were still beyond her reach. So, in her eyes, those 6 extraterrestrial Heaven Stage humans were truly terrifying, akin to gods. That's right, gods. In the eyes of many native martial warriors, Heaven Stage martial warriors were considered godlike beings of a planet. Yet, her daddy had the power to defeat the gods. This was something she found hard to accept. No matter whether she doubted Wang Ting's true identity, at this moment, he was fighting in the guise of Zeal, and this was the reason for her profound shock. The remaining 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Swift Wing team had fallen silent. They were filled with despair. They were in dire straits by now and had taken quite a beating even under the combined assault of Elizabeth, Song-yu, and the others. If not for the last glimmer of hope in their hearts, they would have given up long ago. But now, even that last glimmer of hope had been completely extinguished. Run! We must escape! The 3 of them exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination as if they had made a very difficult decision. They had already attempted to escape multiple times, but under the siege of Elizabeth, Song-yu, and the others they couldn't break free. With the last glimmer of hope in mind, they had decided to continue fighting. However, at this moment, they had lost all wish to fight. The snakeman holding Tang Ching was looking at them serenely from afar. They couldn't help but feel a chill, wanting nothing more than to leave this place. At any cost. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 of them exploded simultaneously. They were making a final, desperate effort, willing to deplete their origin of life if necessary. Otherwise, they were doomed to die today. They unleashed their respective domains at the cost of their origin of life, forcibly increasing their power. They aimed to break through the siege of Elizabeth and Song-yu using this last-ditch effort. Trying to escape. Elizabeth's lips curled into a faint smile. Seeing that Wang Ting had decisively emerged victorious, she no longer needed to hold back. She could finally act without restraint. A brilliant yellow light converged on her body, forming layers of yellow dragon scale-like armor that covered her form, creating a frightening defense. Simultaneously, an even more formidable yellow light pillar coalesced atop her 2 massive dragon horns, gathering the power of the origin, and then fiercely struck forward. Boom! The yellow light pillar swept through, exploding upon the domains of the 3 men. Intense reverberations echoed all around, and their domains were instantly shattered, with the yellow light pillar ruthlessly striking their bodies. Screams of torment filled the air, and the 3 men widened their eyes in disbelief, instantly engulfed by the yellow light pillar. Song-yu, who was standing nearby, also widened her eyes, her face filled with confusion. After fighting for a long time, she thought that this ultimate stage Imperial-level spiritual pet only had this little ability and couldn't deal with the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. However, she had underestimated it. This ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast hadn't even used its full strength. It was merely restraining the 3 of them, and had no intention of defeating them. Even his spiritual pets are so powerful? Song Yu looked at Zeal in the distance and sighed. As a peak heaven stage martial warrior, she felt that she was too weak. At this moment, Wang Ting flew over from a distance and, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but complain. Elizabeth, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've resolved them all in one swoop. Master, I thought you didn't want to play anymore. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment and said sheepishly, They have a breath left. Would you like to continue? Wang Ting, Song Yu, little Qing'er, what kind of words was this? Continuing when they have only a breath left? This spiritual pet was a devil. Song Yu and little Qing'er looked at it strangely. They felt that if the heart of this spiritual pet with a young lattice face was cut open, it would probably be black. Elizabeth, you seem to have turned evil. Wang Ting was speechless too. Cough, master, you're complimenting me. I learned it all from you, Elizabeth coughed and said. Wang Ting gave her an exasperated look, indicating that he wouldn't take the blame for this. Who praised you anyway? You're accusing me without reason. Song Yu and little Qing'er's expressions turned strange. There was something off about this master and servant. While they were speaking, the yellow light pillar slowly dissipated, and the 3 heaven stage martial warriors reappeared, falling to the ground with their battle armor shattered and drenched in blood. They struggled to stand up, their bodies swaying, almost unable to support themselves. They coughed up blood in large amounts, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Elizabeth. Chapter 1954 Complete Victory. Gains. 3. The 3 of them didn't expect the ultimate stage Imperial-level spiritual pet to be so terrifying. Wang Ting slowly descended from the sky and then floated over to the 3 of them. Honestly, it was hard to get used to this snakeman body in a short time. Fortunately, he could just hover in the air without needing to touch the ground. Song Yu and the others didn't know what he was planning, so they flew over as well. What do you want? The young man named Wright looked at Wang Ting in fear, wanting to step back but stumbled and fell to the ground. Hey, weren't you just raving about how much you liked the snakewomen beauties? Why are you acting so weak now? Can't you even stand up? Wang Ting teased, looking at him with a smile. Wright's face turned green, and he wished he could give himself a couple of slaps. B0XO. Calm. If he had known from the start that these snake men were so tough, he would never have said those things. It was too late now. Words spoken cannot be taken back. It was clear that this snakeman held grudges. He remembered what was said. On the other hand, Song Yu and little Qing'er were surprised. Was he seeking revenge for them? Was this fellow really Zeal? If he was, how could he be so powerful? But if he wasn't, why would he seek revenge for them? At this moment, the 2 women found themselves caught in the whirlpool of doubt. Brother, I actually don't like snake men. Do you believe me? I was just making a joke. Wright made a final struggle, speaking somewhat sheepishly. Oh. Wang Ting looked at him with a somewhat amused expression. You don't like such beautiful snake women? Are your eyes blind, or do you think mine are? Right. It seemed like there was no right answer. Saying that he didn't like them wasn't right, but saying that he liked them was wrong too. What should he do? He was filled with bitterness, his gaze trembling, and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Song Yu and little Qing'er looked at each other's expression as if they had eaten a bitter gourd. They were having a hard time controlling the corners of their lip. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. After all, this wasn't a good time to laugh. Can I like them? Wright probed. What? You do have improper intentions after all. Wang Ting's face changed, his gaze becoming extremely dangerous. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. Right. Song Yu and little Qing'er were stunned too. They hadn't fully recovered from Wang Ting's antics. They felt that he was quite shameless. The extraterrestrial human was completely played with by him. However, this shamelessness didn't make them dislike him. Elizabeth and the others were long used to his antics. They knew their master better than anyone else. They were currently floating in the air, watching the spectacle. All that was left was a few plates of fruits, and they could enjoy the show. The three massive beasts surrounded the three people, emitting a subtle but potent pressure that was far from ordinary. The other two heaven-stage martial warriors glanced at the three ferocious beasts above them and swallowed their saliva. But they still tried to maintain composure. They could tell that the snakeman had no intention of letting them go. He was just toying with them now. If you want to kill or torture us, do as you wish. Don't think you can toy with us, the pig-human race martial warriors suddenly snorted. Huh? You're quite tough. Wang Ting looked at the other person in surprise, then suddenly turned and approached him. The lightning slap in his hand was now emitting dazzling lightning. Come on, let me see if your forehead is as tough as your mouth. Cold sweat appeared on the pig-human race martial warrior's forehead. The other combat warrior from the Swift Wing team wanted to speak, but seeing this scene, he immediately closed his lips and took a step back. The pig-human race martial warriors wanted to say something, but Wang Ting didn't give them any chance. The lightning slap in his hand suddenly struck down. Bang bang bang. Swoop. Boom. The pig-human race martial warrior was just putting on a strong front. He couldn't resist Wang Ting's attack at all. The force he had just activated was instantly shattered by the lightning slap, which then solidly landed on the warrior's head. The pig-human race combat warrior let out a horrifying scream. His pig head expanded at a visible speed, making it impossible to look at. Wright and the other combat warrior felt their hair standing. Their hair stood on their ends. When they witnessed this up close, they realized how terrifying and gruesome this method of attack was. Under the thunderous assault, the pig-human race martial warrior's body trembled uncontrollably. His gaze rolled back, and his head became charred and swollen. This torture wasn't just physical. It was psychological too. This was inhumane. In no time, the pig-human race combat warrior convulsed and dropped to the ground. He had started with a single pig head, but now he had two large ones. Song Yu and Little Chinger couldn't bear to watch. While this method was satisfying, they found it inhumane. It's your turn. Wang Ting turned to the other two and grinned. The two combat warriors shuddered. They took 3 steps back in unplanned unison and shouted, "Don't come over! Don't be nervous. It'll be over in a moment. Who wants to go first?" Wang Ting asked. Chapter 1955 Complete Victory. Gains. 4. Silence. The two of them turned silent. Then, they pointed at each other. Him. The same tone and words came out of their mouths at the same time. Song Yu. Little Chinger. Look at what he had done to them. B0XO. Calm. Even Elizabeth and the others were speechless. They were turning against each other. Never mind, you two don't need to fight. You'll both get your turn. Wang Ting shook his head with a wry smile and swung the lightning slap at the young man named Wright, who had caught his displeasure. Ah! Another piercing scream filled the air. Bang bang bang. Swoop. Boom. Soon, Wright collapsed, turning into another pig-headed young man, convulsing all over. The last martial warrior couldn't help but swallow hard, trembling uncontrollably. This person was too scary. He was a devil, right? He must be. Wang Ting didn't show any mercy, striking swiftly with his lightning slap and creating a graceful purple lightning arc that landed on the other man's head. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. After a series of brutal beatings, he turned into a pig's head too. Finally, the last warrior fell as well. 3 pig heads lay on the ground, convulsing, moving in unison, as if they had fallen ill. Wang Ting looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. No, he was looking around at the attribute bubbles and nodded silently. He didn't work so hard for nothing. All these attribute bubbles were his rewards. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting lost interest in tormenting them and sent them on their way. A few more attribute bubbles popped up. When you shear a sheep, make sure to shear it clean. Wang Ting silently swept them over with his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force, Earth. Asterisk 12500 Divine Level Earth Talent Asterisk 1800 Cosmos Realm Spirit Asterisk 6400 Universe Realm Enlightenment Asterisk 5900 Earth Domain Asterisk 3500 Origin of Life Asterisk 800 Constellation Force, Metal Asterisk 13800 Divine Level Metal Talent Asterisk 2200 Cosmos Realm Spirit Asterisk 5200 Universe Realm Enlightenment Asterisk 5500 Metal Domain Asterisk 4200 Origin of Life Asterisk 950 Water Constellation Force Asterisk 15,000 Divine Level Water Talent Asterisk 2400 Cosmos Realm Spirit Asterisk 4500 Universe Realm Enlightenment Asterisk 4800 Water Domain Asterisk 4600 Origin of Life Asterisk 760 A series of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and mind, instantly boosting various aspects of his attribute. First, there was the Constellation Force. 3 constellation forces: Earth, Metal, and Water. These were the attributes of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly emanated from within Wang Ting, indicating that he had broken through in one of these elemental attribute. Metal. Wang Ting felt the surging constellation metal force within him, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Constellation Metal Force. 10300/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th Level. He needed more than 3,000 points of the Constellation Metal Force to break through. Now that he had 13,800 points of the Constellation Metal Force, he was able to reach the 5th level of the Cosmos Stage without any obstacles. On the other hand, the Earth and Water elements hadn't reached the requirements for a breakthrough. Constellation Earth Force. 22700/30,000 Cosmos Stage 3rd Level. Constellation Water Force. 15300/40,000 Cosmos Stage 4th Level. Wang Ting looked at the attributes board and was satisfied. The increase was significant. While there was no immediate breakthrough, these attribute bubbles would prepare him for future advancements. Next were the 3 talent attribute. It was undeniable that the students of the Swift Wing team were every talented individuals. Despite not being the strongest in the Swift Wing team, all 3 of these Heaven Stage martial warriors had reached the divine level for their talents, which was quite surprising. However, Wang Ting's water talent had reached an unprecedented immortal level. This divine level water talent was useless to him. Wang Ting sighed uncontrollably. His progress had been too fast, making these divine-level talent attribute bubbles somewhat of a waste. Nonetheless, the other 2 talent attributes hadn't gone to waste. Fortunately, the other 2 talents weren't wasted. Divine-level Metal Talent. 9,500/50,000 Divine-level Earth Talent. 10500/50,000. Then, there was the Universe Realm Spirit attribute. He received 16,100 points in total. It was a sizable amount. Wang Ting suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his mind, as his greatly expended spiritual power was now showing signs of recovery. Spirit. 42600/200000 Cosmos Realm. In this wave, Wang Ting's spiritual power had surged significantly. It went from more than 20,000 points to more than 40,000 points. He could only blame himself for raising the limit of his spiritual energy so much that he needed 200,000 attribute points to reach the perfected stage. If it was a normal Cosmos Realm Holy Spirit Master, his spiritual energy would have reached the 4th level of the Cosmos Realm. Now, he was only at the 2nd level of the Universe Realm. However, it was important to note that Wang Ting's 2nd-level Universe Realm was stronger than an average 2nd level. Besides that, his Universe Realm Enlightenment increased too. There were 16,200 points of it, which was very close to the increase in his spirit attribute values. Of course, the level of his enlightenment was much higher. Wang Ting realized that most of these talented martial warriors had universe realm enlightenment. It was impressive. At the very least, he had yet to encounter a talent from the stellar academies who didn't possess universe realm enlightenment. Enlightenment 119400/300000 Universe Realm. After the enlightenment attribute, there was the domain attribute. The three heaven stage martial warriors had mastered powerful domains, and they had 3 different domains. During the final outburst, a considerable number of attributes were dropped. The domains of these 3 martial warriors had reached the 6th rank. Hence, they were of great help to Wang Ting's enlightenment. Chapter 1956 Complete Victory. Gains. 5. Wang Ting merged the Earth domain into his flaming magnetic meteor domain. His 5th rank domain rose rapidly and reached the 6th rank. It became Wang Ting's first domain to reach the 6th rank. Before this encounter, Wang Ting's domains reached a maximum of the 5th rank. They were at the actualization phase, so they were more powerful than normal 6th rank domains. However, they were still in the 5th rank. They still had some distance to cover in terms of insight compared to the 6th rank. The gradual progression of Wang Ting's domain strength was essential, and it could not be achieved all at once. Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain 200/6000 6th rank. The metal domain used to be at the 5th rank, but now it reached the 6th rank too. B0XO. Com metal domain 120/6000 6th rank. Actually, Wang Ting's 5-element domains could all be considered to have reached the 5th stage. This was because his 5-element sword domain had already reached the 5th rank, and it contained the insight of the 5th stage for each of the 5 elements. His water domain rose too. It went from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, which was a huge leap. However, the water domain was mainly merged into the netherworld domain, so it was Wang Ting's netherworld domain that rose. Netherworld domain 350/6000 6th rank. While the domain has been elevated to the 6th rank, the focus has shifted, resulting in a deeper insight into the water domain within the netherworld domain. The insights of other aspects such as the sea gravity domain, water lunar domain, and water cloud domain may be slightly less profound. Of course, with the water domain insight reaching the 6th rank, the enhancement of other domains becomes a natural consequence. It just required some time for Wang Ting to comprehend, and he will naturally elevate them to the 6th rank. After all, his water talent had already reached the immortal level, making his insights into domains and even the power of laws much easier compared to regular warriors. After reviewing all these attribute bubbles, Wang Ting turned his attention to the last one. Origin of Life. The fact that those 3 martial warriors unexpectedly released Origin of Life attributes was a pleasant surprise for Wang Ting. Wang Ting suddenly thought about their final outbursts and couldn't help but peek at the 3 of them, his expression becoming rather strange. These 3 guys probably didn't expect that their outbursts would benefit him, right? Origin of Life attributes were not something you would typically stumble upon. Typically, respectable individuals would not drop Origin of Life attributes easily. It is only when you push your Origin of Life to a certain extent that it might surface. Wang Ting certainly lucked out this time. It seemed that in the future when he encountered enemies, he should exert some pressure. If you don't push them a bit, how would you know if they have hidden potential? There were 2,510 points of Origin of Life attributes in total. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. For Wang Ting, increasing his Origin of Life was always a good thing. After absorbing these attribute bubbles, he couldn't help but close his eyes contentedly, feeling his entire body trembling. Only one word, satisfying. He looked at his attributes board. Origin of Life 102510. The last time he broke through the cosmos stage, His origin of life attribute had just reached 100,000 points. Now it had increased further. In reality, every increase in origin of life was a tremendous stroke of luck for a martial warrior. Sometimes, 1 point of origin of life could be a matter of life or death, let alone these 2,000 or more points of origin of life. Finally, Wang Ting looked towards the distant attribute bubbles. When he defeated the silver-horned man, the lady with long wavy hair, and the divine spirit master, they also released numerous attribute bubbles. In his view, the attribute bubbles from these 3 martial warriors must be better than the ones from the previous 3. That was why he saved them for last. After all, good things needed to be enjoyed slowly. The best rewards were meant to be enjoyed at the end. These attribute bubbles were like blind boxes, and nobody knew what was inside. But based on his experience, Wang Ting could make some educated guesses. This sense of anticipation only increased his excitement. Without further hesitation, he swiftly collected all the attribute bubbles with his spiritual power. The battle had just ended and the bubbles wouldn't disappear so quickly, which was why he waited until now to collect them. One by one, the attribute bubbles, under the influence of his spiritual power, soared towards Wang Ting and merged into his body. Fire Constellation Force *18500 Divine Level Fire Talent *5000 Cosmos Realm Spirit *8500 Universe Realm Enlightenment *9100 Fire Silk Finger *5800 Crimson Snake Spear *7000 Fire Domain *5600 Origin of Flame *1300 These attribute bubbles came from the Silver-Horned Man, and as Wang Ting had guessed, they contained more attributes than the previous 3 warriors. Most importantly, the Silver-Horned Man was a genuine fire element warrior. Among the various attributes, one of Wang Ting's preferred attributes to use was the fire attribute. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, they transformed into pure constellation fire force. Some circulated through his body, some entered his inner cosmos, and some entered his spiritual body, increasing his spiritual power. Some dissolved into his comprehension, boosting his understanding. 3 of the attribute bubbles gave rise to different insights in Wang Ting's mind. Almost simultaneously, in his mind, several human-shaped figures emerged. One figure was practicing a finger technique. As the figure pointed, flames condensed and turned into fiery columns bursting forth, accompanied by the presence of a mystical fire silkworm. Another figure demonstrated a spear technique, brandishing a battle spear that swirled into serpentine fire patterns, releasing incredible power. The last figure sat in a lotus position, exuding a strong fire domain power, creating a mystical and intense aura. Chapter 1957 Second Wood Spirit Body Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Departure 1. In Wang Ting's mind, 3 human-shaped light figures appeared, and 3 different insights were integrated into his memory. Fire Silk Finger, Crimson Snake Spear. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed, and he quickly absorbed the insights related to 2 martial arts techniques. The Fire Silk Finger was a universe stage battle technique. It was on par with the Tyrant's Finger. The reason the Silver-Horned Man's Fire Silk Finger seemed to be at a disadvantage when clashing with Wang Ting's Tyrant's Finger was mainly because the man underestimated Wang Ting, not because Fire Silk Finger was weak. If Wang Ting executed it, the Fire Silk Finger wouldn't be weaker than the Tyrant's Finger. B0XO. Obtaining another battle technique delighted Wang Ting. Fire Silk Finger, Universe Stage 4800/5000 Well-versed. 5,800 points of attributes allowed Wang Ting's Fire Silk Finger to skip the Foundation stage and reach the well-versed stage. He was just 200 points short of reaching the specialized level, which left Wang Ting somewhat frustrated. Without dwelling on it, he looked at the other battle technique, the Crimson Snake Spear. Undoubtedly, this was a spear-type battle technique, and it was also at the Heaven stage. It was even slightly stronger than Fire Silk Finger, at least approaching the Eternal Stage battle technique. Spear-type battle techniques were rare. Even Wang Ting had only encountered a few of them. Those previous spear techniques didn't even reach the universe stage, so he wasn't interested in practicing them. However, this Crimson Snake Spear had reached the pinnacle of the universe stage, so Wang Ting reluctantly took a look, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Moreover, he had acquired a spear from the Silver-Horned Man, which he had just examined and found to be a high-quality, universe-level weapon. He then looked at the attributes board. Crimson Snake Spear, Universe Stage 1000/8000 Specialized, with 7000 attribute points. Wang Ting's Crimson Snake Spear directly reached the Specialized stage, which was a bit better than Fire Silk Finger. Then came the insights into the Fire Domain. The Silver-Horned Man's domain power had reached the 6th level, which provided significant assistance to Wang Ting's understanding of the Fire Domain. Wang Ting's Fire Domain merged into the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain. When he absorbed insights into the Earth Domain earlier, the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain had already reached the 6th level, with the Earth Domain holding more weight. The Fire Domain was at most at the 5th level. Now that the Fire Domain had been elevated, the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain also increased in rank. Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain 3100/6000 6th rank, gaining 5,600 points in the Fire Domain didn't directly raise the attributes of the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain by 5,600 points. Instead, it increased by 2,900 points. This wasn't surprising, considering that the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain was a fusion of multiple domains, and an increase in one aspect wasn't enough to cover the entire domain. Nonetheless, the Fire Domain's advancement to the 6th level was helpful for Wang Ting's subsequent improvement of the 5-element Sword Domain. With these 3 insights boosted, another type of insight emerged in Wang Ting's mind: the enlightenment of the laws of origin. Insights into the laws of origin undoubtedly held a higher position than understandings into domains. Hence, they appeared only after the previous 3 insights had been absorbed. In Wang Ting's mind, a silhouette sat cross-legged. A peculiar insight into the laws of fire origin formed a series of runic symbols around him, resembling runic chains. The power of these runic symbols swept through Wang Ting's entire mind and gradually melded into his memory. It was as though these runic symbols had been etched into his memory. Origin of Flame 1700/20,000 2nd rank. Wang Ting's Origin of Flame had already reached the 2nd rank. He gained 1,300 points of it, allowing his comprehension of his origin of flame to rise. It was worth noting that the Silver-Horned Man's insight into the laws of fire origin was indeed substantial, having reached the 2nd level. Otherwise, Wang Ting's insight wouldn't have progressed. Aside from that, there were some relatively ordinary attributes. In terms of force, Wang Ting's Constellation Fire Force rose, but it wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Constellation Fire Force 33,000/50,000 Cosmos level 5th level. His talent remained at the Divine level. 5,000 points of Divine level Fire talent allowed Wang Ting's talent to rise. Divine level Fire talent 11400/50,000. His spirit and enlightenment features increased as well. Then, he turned his attention to the attribute bubbles left behind by the woman with wavy long hair. He had his eyes on her wood element talent. Without any hesitation, he picked them up. Water Constellation Force *15500 Divine Level Water Talent *4600 Water Domain *4200 Wood Constellation Force *17600 Second Wood Spirit Body *3500 Wood Domain *6200 Cosmos Realm Spirit *7800 Universe Realm Enlightenment *1200 Second Wood Spirit Body. Wang Ting's eyes lit up with amazement as he felt a change in his body. This transformation was rapid and incredibly peculiar. In just a short time, Wang Ting's body underwent a complete metamorphosis. Suddenly, he had a sense that he could control all plant life. His gaze swept over the surroundings, and he immediately sensed the presence of some withered plants beneath the desert's surface. It seemed that even these lifeless plants could be revived and controlled by him through the second wood spirit body. It's a physique. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He was excited. What a rare find! He had collected a special body structure that he had never possessed before, and it was a wood physique. Chapter 1958 Second Wood Spirit Body Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold Departure 2 Second Wood Spirit Body 3500/10,000 First Rank. Currently, Wang Ting's second wood spirit body was only at the first rank. When Wang Ting acquired the second wood spirit body earlier, he gained some insight into this physique. He realized that a first-rank physique could control plant life at the planetary stage. To control more powerful plant life, he would need to advance the second wood spirit body to a higher level. It seemed that the long-haired woman had a limited understanding of the second wood spirit body. Otherwise, if she could control plant life at the cosmos stage, Wang Ting would have faced a significant challenge. With the second wood spirit body, the number of plant life forms he could control wasn't limited to just a few. As long as he had enough force in his body, he could control a continuous number of plant life forms. Just thinking about being surrounded by a bunch of cosmos realm plant life forms was enough to send shivers down one's spine. B0XO. Fortunately, he had eliminated the long-haired woman, and he had obtained this unique wood physique. Even if he encountered someone with similar or identical physiques in the future, he wouldn't need to fear. He was confident that his mastery of this physique would surpass others. This second wood spirit body is a very rare physique. It seems I'm quite lucky, Wang Ting thought with a slight smile. Next, Wang Ting directed his attention to two kinds of domain power. The water domain fused into the netherworld domain, raising the domain to the 6th rank. Netherworld domain, 1350/6000 6th rank. The increase wasn't substantial, adding only 1,000 attribute points to the netherworld domain from the opponent's 4,200 water domain attribute. Then, there was the wood domain. He received 6,200 points of it. It was quite a lot. The woman with the long wavy hair had a high level of comprehension in her wood domain, higher than her water domain. It was clear that her wood element abilities were her hidden trump card. She was forced to use them by Wang Ting. Wang Ting's wood domain had reached the 4th level actualization phase and the 5th level normal domain. Currently, the only attribute he received was the normal domain attribute. 6,200 points of attributes allowed his wood domain to reach the 6th rank of a normal domain. Wang Ting was only at the early stages of comprehending the actualization phase of domains, and he wasn't yet able to convert every type of domain into the actualized version. This would take time and practice. However, even achieving a regular 6th rank domain was rather remarkable. Most ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors couldn't comprehend their domains to such an extent. Even prodigies found it challenging. If Wang Ting were to return to the Stellar Academies now, his strength would likely surpass most of the talents in the current cohort. The divine level water talent he received from the long-haired lady was wasted again. Wang Ting felt helpless. Lastly, there were the attribute bubbles left behind by the Divine Spirit Master. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The previous two hadn't disappointed him, and he hoped this last one wouldn't either. Without hesitation, he immediately collected all the attribute bubbles. Metal Constellation Force *16500 Divine Level Metal Talent *4300 Cosmos Realm Spirit *14500 Universe Realm Enlightenment *21000 Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture *3500 Phoenix Golden Feather Domain *6500 The Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Without much thought, a scene began to play out in his mind. In an instant, his mind was filled with golden lights, weaving and converging into a mystical golden bird. This bird had long feathers and was bathed in golden light, with a golden mist surrounding it, giving it an aura of mystery. Moreover, it gazed exactly like the mystical golden phoenix displayed by the Divine Spirit Master earlier. Chirp! The mystical golden phoenix danced in mid-air, and its melodious chirping resonated, followed by countless golden light spots that disappeared into Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting's comprehension also came to an end. I didn't think that I would be able to get a secret spirit cultivation scripture. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He was elated. This was a secret spiritual scripture. Every spiritual secret scripture was rare. What's more, the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture had reached the universe stage, and it wasn't even complete. The Divine Spirit Master only learned up to the universe stage. If it was complete, it could reach the eternal stage. An eternal stage, spiritual secret scripture, was an extremely precious and rare treasure. Moreover, this secret scripture combined cultivation methods and battle technique. It even contained a method for forging a soul weapon. The soul weapon was none other than the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade that the Divine Spirit Master used before. Thinking of this weapon, a glint of determination flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. His soul power swept across the desert. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of golden light swept through the sand, emerging from the desert, converging towards Wang Ting, and arriving by his side, flying around him. Song Yu and little Qinger gazed over in surprise. Especially Tsang Yu. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Wasn't this golden light the weapon used by the Divine Spirit Master? Oh right, this Zeal is a Divine Spirit Master too? Wang Ting didn't pay attention to the expressions of the two of them. He extended a hand and a golden light slowly descended into his palm. Chapter 1959 Second Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Departure. 3. It was the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was a special spiritual weapon that looked like the feather of a bird. This was the first time Wang Ting saw a spiritual weapon like this. He found it interesting, so he observed it carefully. The Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was forged using the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. It could be used with the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Also, based on the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture, there were a total of 33,333 blades. When his spiritual power reached the cosmos realm, he could only 3,333 of them. Once his spiritual power reached the heaven realm, he could use 9,999 of them. B0XO. In short, the stronger his spiritual power, the more blades of the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade he could use, and the more powerful his attacks would be. However, the corresponding secret scripture needed to be used with the power of origin and domain. For instance, at the heaven realm, one needed to integrate the power of domain. At the universe realm, one needed to integrate the power of laws of origin. Otherwise, the attacks would only be superficial and easily broken through. However, without the support of the power of domain and even power of laws of origin, it would be impossible to use such a large number of Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. Casually manipulating thousands or even tens of thousands of Phoenix Golden Feather Blades wasn't a problem, but to form a significant attack, a corresponding technique was required. This was the importance of spiritual secret skills. At this point, Wang Ting recovered a total of 4,999 pieces of phoenix golden feather blades from the desert around him, which was a considerable quantity. This was the maximum limit that Tang Qing could control. If there were more feathers, it would be beyond his control. With only these 4,999 feathers, Wang Ting had already witnessed their power. If it weren't for his powerful mixed domain and the support of his power of origin, he would likely have a hard time defeating his opponent. It can only be said that Tang Qing was rather unlucky to run into Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with surprise when he discovered that all these phoenix golden feather blades were undamaged, without a single one missing. After enduring the bombardment of his flaming magnetic meteor domain, these phoenix golden feather blades were still perfectly intact, which was truly surprising. A universe-level spiritual weapon. Wang Ting activated his real eye, examining the internal structure and forging substances of the phoenix golden feather blades. He muttered to himself thoughtfully, "These materials are very special. It seems to be phoenix blood crimson gold." As he observed the internal structure of these materials, he was shocked. He couldn't help but curse. Phoenix blood crimson gold. It was the phoenix blood crimson gold. Wang Ting carefully examined it, using his real eye to see the intricate patterns inside. He was now absolutely certain. Phoenix blood crimson gold had distinctive gold-colored patterns on its surface and inside, reminiscent of blood. Even when forged into weapons, these internal patterns remained. Normally, a Grandmaster blacksmith might be able to recognize it by various external signs, but it would require broad experience. However, Wang Ting, through his real eye, could directly see the internal structure, making it incredibly easy for him to identify the material. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Phoenix blood crimson gold. It was truly unbelievable that such material was used for forging. Wang Ting even felt like scolding Tang Qing as a wastrel for using phoenix blood crimson gold to forge a universal-level spiritual weapon. What phoenix blood crimson gold? Round Ball's voice was heard too. It asked curiously, "Wang Ting, where's the phoenix blood crimson gold?" "See, it's right here." Wang Ting raised his hand and showed it the phoenix golden feather blade in his palm. "Really?" Round Ball was puzzled. "Of course. Don't you believe my judgment?" Wang Ting replied. "Phoenix blood crimson gold." Round Ball still found it inconceivable and couldn't calm down. It excitedly said, "Wang Ting, quickly, take one piece and let me examine it." Wang Ting nodded and stored one piece inside his space fragment for Round Ball to study. After a short while, the amazed voice of the Round Ball echoed out. "It's really the phoenix blood crimson gold. You're right. This is unbelievable." It's said that this material evolves in a unique environment after being bathed in the blood of the universe behemoth, Phoenix, making it incredibly rare and scarce. I never expected to see it here today. Wastrel. This is too luxurious. That guy used phoenix blood crimson gold to craft a universal-level spiritual weapon. With such an exceedingly rare material like phoenix blood crimson gold, he could easily craft eternal-level or even divine-level weapons, and there'd be plenty to spare. The voice of Round Ball continued to echo with a series of exclamations, revealing its excitement. It shared Wang Ting's perspective, deeming the Divine Spirit Master as extremely extravagant for crafting a universal-level spiritual weapon with phoenix blood crimson gold, considering the preciousness of the material. Both of them were Grandmaster blacksmiths, and they valued such an exceedingly rare material more than a peerless beauty. Seeing someone wasting it in such a manner naturally upset them. Fortunately, phoenix blood crimson gold is relatively malleable. Even if it's been used this way, you can still remove it, Wang Ting replied wryly. You're right, Round Ball responded, nodding. With your divine flames, even such a challenging material can be extracted. Chapter 1962 Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix blood crimson gold. Departure. 4. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The important thing was that they could refine the material. Otherwise, such precious material would have gone to waste. Even if they were to resurrect Tang Qing and kill him 100 times, it still wouldn't make up for wasting this phoenix blood-red gold. If Tang Qing knew that he was considered inferior to a piece of material in Wang Ting and Round Ball's eyes, he would probably collapse on the spot. Wang Ting immediately kept the phoenix golden feather blades. These were treasures. Such valuable items couldn't be left behind. He even swept his spiritual power once again, carefully searching to make sure no phoenix golden feather blades were overlooked before feeling at ease. B0XO. Calm once Wang Ting's mood had settled, he couldn't help but shake his head with some regret. It's a shame that guy only learned up to the universe stage. This secret scripture was good, but unfortunately, it could only be cultivated up to the cosmos stage. Well, I should be content. Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized he had been too greedy, trying to get everything at once. Obtaining this spiritual secret scripture was already a stroke of luck. Tang Qing wanted to get the Buddha Sutra from Wang Ting, but he didn't succeed. Not only did he fail, he also lost his own life in the process. In the end, Wang Ting took his spiritual secret scripture. It was quite a pitiful outcome for Tang Qing. Wang Ting didn't think too much. He looked at the attributes board. Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture, Universe Level Incomplete 500/8000 Well-Versed. 3,500 points can only be raised to the well-versed stage? Wang Ting was somewhat astonished, but not overly so. Since the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture was an eternal stage secret scripture, it was normal for it to require a higher amount of attribute points. After comprehending this secret scripture, another revelation surfaced in Wang Ting's mind. Phoenix Golden Feather Domain. This was a domain enlightenment. What's more, it was a domain compatible with the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Wang Ting closed his eyes and quickly absorbed and digested this realization. His eyes seemed to radiate an odd golden light, as if a golden divine phoenix was soaring within. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain was a domain formed by the fusion of metal and spiritual power. It was similar to Wang Ting's Black Metal Domain. However, there were essential differences between the two. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain needed to be used with the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. When activated, the domain's power would manifest as a divine gold phoenix, possessing formidable might. The Black Metal Domain was a domain enlightened by Enlon, a divine spirit master from the Mecha race. It was extremely powerful. However, from Wang Ting's point of view, the Phoenix Golden Feather Domain was stronger. While Enlon was undoubtedly talented, when compared to the genius martial artists of the Stellar Academies, he did have some shortcomings in terms of overall strength. Furthermore, this secret scripture seemed to excel in certain aspects. Wang Ting wondered if the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture was obtained by Tang Qing through the Academy's exchange system. He hadn't forgotten that the Academy's treasure pavilion contained a vast array of martial arts and battle technique scriptures, which could be exchanged using Academy points. In this regard, the Academy's resources and accumulated knowledge were unparalleled compared to most external forces. As for Enlon, who was financially dependent on Wang Ting, it was clear that he couldn't compare to the Academy's elite students. Phoenix Golden Feather Domain. 500 for 4,000 4th rank, with a total of 6,500 feature points, Wang Ting successfully acquired the 4th rank of the Phoenix Golden Feather Domain, which was a significant accomplishment. Tang Cheng's domain was at least at the 6th rank, so it wasn't surprising that Wang Ting's domain rose to the 4th rank with its help. Unfortunately, there were no additional benefits to be gained. The Divine Spirit Master was dead. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain feature was destined to be a special attribute. Normal Divine Spirit Masters wouldn't have this attribute. Besides these, the spiritual spirit master also dropped a lot of constellation metal force. There were 16,500 points of it in total. Constellation metal force 26800/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th level. Wang Ting's constellation metal force had already reached the 5th level of the Cosmos stage, but he didn't achieve another breakthrough this time. However, he did gain a significant increase in his power. In addition to that, Wang Ting acquired a divine level metal talent with a total of 4,300 points, greatly boosting his divine level metal talent. Divine level metal talent 13800/50,000. The increase in talent allowed Wang Ting to have a more sensitive perception of his constellation metal force. He could even touch the power of laws of metal origin faintly. The closer he was to the immortal level, the clearer this feeling was. This was one of the benefits of talent enhancement. Then, there was the spirit attribute. As a divine spirit master, Tang Cheng's spirit feature was much higher than the other martial warriors. He dropped 14,500 points of it. Adding the spirit attributes of the silver-horned man and the lady with long wavy hair, he had a total of 30,800 points. Spirit 73400/200000. Cosmos Realm. Wang Ting's spirit feature surged by over 30,000 points, and he could instantly feel his spiritual power increasing at a visible rate. A sense of spiritual fullness welled up in his mind, causing a slight throbbing sensation between his eyebrows as if his spiritual power was about to burst forth. However, this was merely an illusion during the enhancement process. With his current level of spiritual power, he had not reached the pinnacle of the Cosmos realm, so there was no way for it to overflow. Finally, there was the enlightenment attribute. As the Divine Spirit Master had strong spirit attributes, his enlightenment was also higher than others. He released a total of 21,000 points of enlightenment attributes, and with the addition of the other two individuals' enlightenment attributes, the total was 38,300 points. Chapter 1961 Second Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Departure. 5. Wang Ting's enlightenment attribute increased exponentially. Enlightenment. 191000/300000. Universe Realm. Upon seeing the change in his enlightenment attribute, Wang Ting couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Unknowingly, his Heaven Realm enlightenment attribute had almost reached 200,000 points. When he had just reached the Heaven Realm, he had found the 300,000 points upper limit quite troublesome. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, he would increase his enlightenment attribute to nearly 200,000 points. He was only 100,000 points away from the next stage. Wang Ting suddenly felt that he had been too naive. He had underestimated the geniuses in the universe. The universe was vast, and there were many talented martial artists. Various rare attributes naturally wouldn't be scarce, not to mention the enlightenment attribute that everyone possessed. B0XO. Calm looking at these geniuses, all of them had Heaven Realm enlightenment. As long as he could knock points out of them, those points were practically guaranteed. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about attribute points at all. He just had to exploit these geniuses to his heart's content. Wang Ting nodded inwardly. His goal became even clearer. He had to exploit these geniuses for all they were worth. After collecting the attribute bubbles dropped by the enemies, there were also the bubbles dropped by his side. There was nothing much to say about Little White and Elizabeth's attribute bubbles. Wang Ting had them already. However, Songyu dropped several useful poison element attribute bubbles. She dropped 18,500 points of constellation poison force, significantly boosting Wang Ting's constellation poison force. Poison constellation force. 34300/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th level. Not bad. At this rate, my constellation poison force will soon break through the 6th level. Wang Ting's eyes brightened, and he felt a pleasant surprise. In addition to the star power, Song Yu also dropped a considerable number of poison domain attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's poison domain had already reached the 4th rank. Song Yes' poison domain was much higher than his, so it was of great help to him. Poison domain 4350/5000 5th rank, 5th rank. After absorbing Song Yes' domain attribute bubbles, Wang Ting's poison domain directly advanced from the 4th level to the 5th level. Apart from this, there were no other attribute bubbles worth noting. As he reviewed all his property values, Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief and felt completely satisfied with his gains. This sense of fulfillment was incredibly refreshing. Gathering these attributes led to an incredible transformation of his strength, significantly improving his power. The members of the Swift Wing team couldn't possibly have imagined that they had become the source of Wang Ting's attribute enhancement. To put it in perspective, it had only taken a moment for Wang Ting to increase his strength with their attribute. Song Yu and Little Qinger had just seen Wang Ting pick up the scattered phoenix golden feather blades in the desert, and after hesitating for a moment as if quietly communicating with each other, it seemed they had reached a decision. They were about to speak when they noticed Wang Ting looking over at them. He approached them. "Wait!" Song Yes' slightly cold voice came from behind her veil. Her expression was concealed, but her complicated emotions were evident in her beautiful eyes. Wang Ting was momentarily surprised and couldn't help but glance at the two of them. He noticed that not only Song Yu but Little Qinger also wore similar complex expressions. He couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. "Wang Ting, you're suspected." Round Ball gloated. "Well, it's not surprising," Wang Ting sighed, recognizing that he had displayed too much to go unnoticed. Unless the other person was blind. "You're not Zeal." Song Yu stared at Wang Ting and stated slowly. "If I'm not Zeal, who am I?" Wang Ting opened his arms as if to let the other party see his face clearly. He was making one last effort to convince them. "While we can't see any issues with you, there's no way Zeal could possess the level of power you do," Song Yu spoke with a serious tone. At this moment, Elizabeth, Little White, and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion noticed the tense atmosphere and flew over. "Master?" Elizabeth descended from the sky and asked softly. Song Yu turned serious. She had just witnessed the strength of these spiritual pets up close. If the other party made a move, she might not be able to stop them. "It's fine, you all can go back for now." Wang Ting waved his hand and stored these 3 colossal creatures in his space fragment. Song Yu was surprised. She hadn't expected him to put away the 3 spiritual pets. After the previous battles, he should be in a less than optimal condition. She couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't worried about her suddenly attacking. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to what Song Yu was thinking and asked, "If I told you that I mean no harm, would you believe me?" A sharp glint flashed past Song Yes' eyes. He admitted it. Indeed, this person wasn't Zeal. For some reason, when he confessed, she felt a tinge of disappointment. "Where's my daddy?" Little Qinger heard Wang Ting's words and stared at him intently. Her face was a little pale as she asked hesitantly. Wang Ting glanced at Little Qinger and waved his hand. He took Zeal out of his space fragment. "I'm sorry. Your father suffered a little because of the special circumstances, but his life isn't in danger." Zeal's body landed on the ground. He was still unconscious. "Daddy!" Little Qinger immediately rushed over, initially worried, but upon seeing that Zeal wasn't seriously hurt, she breathed a sigh of relief. "He's fine." Song Yu walked over to take a look and said to Little Qinger, "Well then, I should take my leave." Wang Ting's form gradually changed back into a human appearance. "Extraterrestrial human!" Song Yu exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at the black-haired young man in front of her. "My apologies, it wasn't intentional. I had some matters to attend to in the Rue Snake City. Also, I haven't killed any members of the snake race." Wang Ting felt it was necessary to explain. He didn't want to be wrongly accused. You! Song Ye's expression became even more complex. She was disposed to believe the man's words. The black-haired young man had just saved their lives, and he had also assisted little Qinger in awakening her bloodline. Without all this, she wouldn't have chosen to trust Wang Ting. All of this left a silent and unspoken trust between them. But that was it. When it came to the alien humans, Song Yu couldn't completely eradicate her vigilance. I've said all I need to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm leaving. We might meet again in the future. Wang Ting looked at the two of them intently, then ascended into the air, instantly turning into a streak of dazzling light, disappearing on the horizon. Song Yu and little Qinger were left standing there, looking at each other in silence. Little Qinger opened her mouth, intending to say something, but eventually kept it to herself. Let's go, Song Yu said calmly. Master, do you think he? Little Qinger began to speak but then stopped. There was a complicated expression in her eyes. The scenes from their previous interactions kept flashing through her mind, making it impossible for her to forget. Song Yu shook her head and didn't say anything more. She led little Qinger into the sky, and they too transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the desert. Chapter 1962 Attack of the Poison Tide 1. After parting with Song Yu and little Qinger, Wang Ting changed his direction and flew towards Rue Snake City. Landon was still in Rue Shi City. He needed to go there. As for Song Yu and little Qinger, he didn't think too much. He had already received the benefits. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was undoubtedly the greatest gain this time. He had unexpectedly obtained more than he had anticipated. Since he couldn't use Zeal's identity to enter Rue Snake City, Wang Ting could only hide and sneak in. However, it wouldn't be as convenient as before. B0XO. Calm Landon was acting quite strange. When he went out with Song Yu and the others, he didn't move at all and stayed in the city. Wang Ting decided to go back and take a closer look. If all else failed, he would resort to using his enchantment ability. He would make Landon his slave, and at that time, he would know everything. However, this method was more effective on people with weaker spiritual power. It carried more risk when used on geniuses like Landon. That was why he hesitated to use enchantment thus far. Wang Ting arrived at Rue Snake City before Song Yu and the others. He hid himself and sneaked into the city. Then, he casually assumed the appearance of a snakeman and walked around the city. He stationed himself outside the central castle's prison and decided to wait for another 3 days. If Landon didn't take any action by then, Wang Ting would intervene himself. He had no time to waste. This fellow was good at waiting. He was so patient. Wang Ting felt frustrated. Wang Ting, those two snake ladies are probably back. Why don't you go take a look? Round Ball piped up. Why should I? We met briefly, and from now on, we're just strangers, Wang Ting replied casually. TSK, come on. The way those two snakewomen looked at you back then was definitely different, Round Ball teased. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a serious person. I don't fool around with anyone, Wang Ting said solemnly. Yes, you're a serious person, extremely serious when you're fooling around, Round Ball quipped. Wang Ting. This fellow was getting more and more sarcastic. Even he wasn't its match. On the other side, little Qinger and Song Yu had returned to the Rue Shi City. Song Yu sent little Qinger and Zeal back to their house. Little Qinger had just settled Zeal in his room when she heard a soft moan. Zeal rubbed his head and gradually regained consciousness, still looking a bit confused. Daddy, you're awake. Little Qinger flew over, grabbed his hand, and excitedly called out. Little Qinger. Zeal was shocked when he saw his daughter. His eyes regained some clarity and he quickly asked, Little Qinger, did any strangers come to our house? Did anything happen to you? Song Yu and little Qinger's gaze turned strange. Daddy, I'm fine. Do you remember who knocked you out? Little Chinger asked. Zeal paused for a moment, then he felt a sudden headache, especially at the back of his head. It seemed like there were a few big bumps. He touched it and sucked in a cold breath. Ouch, it hurts. Song Yes' expression became even more peculiar. There was a hint of anger in Little Chinger's eyes. She seemed to be blaming someone for hitting her father so hard. Look at the back of his head. It was swollen. But, when she remembered the fate of the extraterrestrial humans, she felt that this was a light punishment. This fellow was a weirdo. Before I lost consciousness, I only saw a pair of crimson eyes, and then I can't remember what happened. Every time I woke up, I was knocked out by someone, and they did it several times. It hurts so much, Zeal finally remembered, gritting his teeth. However, he had no idea who had knocked him out the whole time. Cough, Daddy, it's better not to comprehend who it is. If someone can knock you out without a sound, they must be very powerful. It's best if we don't know. Little Chinger consoled. Little Chinger, why do I feel that you know something? Zeal looked suspicious, and his expression suddenly changed. Has that jerk done something to you? Have you met him? Well, Daddy, if I say it's a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Little Chinger peeked at Song Yu and said hesitantly. Misunderstanding? Zeal was stunned. He stared at Little Chinger with wide eyes. He felt like he was about to lose his daughter whom he had raised for over a decade. He had suffered so much, getting knocked out multiple times, and now his daughter was saying it was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he felt like crying. Little Chinger observed her father's expression and felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't know how to face him. Your injuries exist, not a problem at all. If he wanted to kill you, he would have done so already. Songyu spoke calmly at this point. Lord Songyu. Zeal finally noticed Song Yes' presence. He was surprised and wanted to get up. No need to get up, Songyu waved her hand. Lord Songyu, have you seen that person too? Zeal sat on the bed and bowed slightly. Songyu nodded and said, the energy in Little Chinger's body has been completely settled, and she has roused the strongest bloodline power in our race. And it was that person who helped resolve it. Without him, not even I could have roused Little Chinger. What? Zeal was both surprised and delighted. Little Chinger's energy has been resolved, and she has roused our race's most powerful bloodline. Chapter 1963 Attack of the Poison Tide. 2. Yes, Songyu nodded patiently. She preferred the previous fellow. This Zeal was seriously. Given that he was Little Chinger's father, she decided to hold back her sarcastic remarks and kept her thoughts to herself. Daddy, look. Little Chinger extended her hands, and a peculiar energy spread out from her, forming a terrifying giant python shadow that coiled around her body. Zeal was astonished. He felt a tremendous bloodline pressure as he witnessed the giant python's phantom. His eyes betrayed a hint of shock. Moreover, he sensed that Little Chinger's aura had reached the planetary stage, specifically the 7th level. This transformation was strikingly different from her previous state. What happened when he was not around? B0XO. Calm Zeal suddenly felt like he had missed one of the most important events in his daughter's life, and it wasn't about getting married. Daddy, are you okay? Little Chinger asked with some concern, afraid that he might be overwhelmed by the revelation. I'm fine. I'm delighted. This is a wonderful thing. Zeal shook his head repeatedly, his words somewhat incoherent. He was genuinely excited. Regardless of his lingering grievances, Little Chinger's issues were resolved. This not only saved her life but also opened the doors to an extraordinary future. At this moment, any lingering resentment he held was insignificant. In that case, I must thank that person. It was he who helped you resolve your energy issue. Zeal continued, anyway, where is he? Has he left? Yes, he left, Little Chinger replied. Why did he leave? You should have asked him to stay and let me thank him properly, Zeal said. Little Chinger was speechless. Daddy, this wasn't what you uttered just now. Little Chinger, put away the illusion. Until you've matured, don't casually reveal your bloodline power, said Sangyu as she waved her hand to seal off the room, speaking with a serious tone. All right. Little Chinger was stunned for a moment before nodding hurriedly. Yes, quickly put it away. You mustn't let too many people know about your bloodline power, Zeal chimed in, realizing the importance of keeping this secret. I understand, Little Chinger replied and promptly retracted the giant python illusion from her body. As the illusion disappeared, the subtle yet palpable pressure that filled the room dissipated. Zeal quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, his cultivation was the weakest, so he felt the pressure most acutely. Even Sangyu felt significant pressure under the looming shadow of the giant python. Little Chinger, who is the person who assisted you to complete your awakening? Is he from our Rue Snake City? Zeal asked curiously. He's an extraterrestrial human. Little Chinger hesitated before replying. Extraterrestrial human. Zeal was shocked. He hadn't expected that it would be someone from the extraterrestrial race. But he was puzzled. Why would an extraterrestrial being help Little Chinger? Little Chinger explained what happened. Is there a reason why this extraterrestrial being came to our Rue Snake City? Zeal frowned. However, he didn't kill anyone from our race. This means that he isn't a bad person. I heard that not all extraterrestrial humans are bad. Some extraterrestrial humans treat us with fairness as well. At the same time, he was enlightened. Little Chinger's issue had been troubling them for a long time, and even peak heaven stage martial warriors like Sangyu couldn't resolve it. It seemed that only the incredibly powerful and mysterious extraterrestrial beings might be able to address it. Getting the help of an extraterrestrial being was an immense stroke of luck for Little Chinger. Sangyu didn't say much but had a contemplative look. She was lost in thought. When Little Chinger heard Zeal's words, a spark of joy crossed her eyes, and her lips curled up slightly, showing her happiness. Now that Little Chinger's bloodline has fully awakened, I hope to have her by my side for guidance, so as not to waste her talent, Sangyu suddenly said. Zeal was momentarily taken aback, and then fell into silence. He hadn't expected that right after Little Chinger's awakening, he would have to face the issue of parting with her. However, he understood that what Sangyu said was true. With Little Chinger's current awakened bloodline, there wasn't much he could teach her, and it would be better for someone like Sangyu, a strong martial warrior, to guide her. Master, Little Chinger looked at her father and then at Sangyu. She wanted to say something but hesitated. You can come back to visit occasionally. We won't be too far away, Sangyu said softly. Little Chinger, what Lord Sangyu said is right. You've awakened your bloodline talent, and it shouldn't go to waste. I, as your father, can't teach you much. Only by staying with Sangyu can your bloodline talent be fully realized. Zeal spoke with a heavy tone. And as Lord Sangyu mentioned, you can always come back for a visit. It's not like you won't be able to return. Daddy. Little Chinger looked at Zeal, her voice choked with emotion. Don't be like this. Your dad is a grown man. Can't he take care of himself? Zeal ruffled her small head and smiled. Your cooking is terrible, Little Chinger chuckled. For some reason, she suddenly believed of another person whose cooking was far better than her dad's. Even his medicinal pills were much better. She had believed that her daddy had improved after years of experience, but in the end, she realized that he wasn't her daddy. Chapter 1964 Attack of the Poison Tide. 3. What a dramatic turn of events! The other person appeared to be a young man, not much older than herself. Thinking about the days when she acted coquettish with him, a blush appeared on Little Chinger's pretty face. You little girl, are you complaining about your daddy? Zeal said with a hint of exasperation. The two of them shared a few laughs, and the earlier somber atmosphere dissipated. Sangyu then bid her farewells, promising to come and pick up little Qinger the next day. On the other side, Wang Ting had waited for 3 days, growing increasingly impatient with the lack of action from Landon. He decided to take matters into his own hands that evening. B0XO. Calm time flew by, and the sky gradually darkened, quickly approaching dusk. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the rooftop of a snakeman's building. The shadows cast in the corners covered his figure. He even executed the shadow-merging secret skill to blend into the shadows, making him invisible to outsiders. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the distant sky, and furrowed his brow. Bang! 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 At the same time, a distant and resonant bell echoed throughout the entire Rue Snake City, spreading across the entire city. 9 tolls of the bell. The sound reverberated continuously, lingering in the air for an extended period. At this moment it was supposed to be the evening, and many snake men were preparing to return home. However, as the bell rang, the entire city became chaotic and agitated. They rushed out of their houses, looking towards the sky. Some of the snake men, martial warriors, even soared into the air, gazing into the distant sky, their expressions turning extremely grim and troubled. Poison tide! It's the poison tide! Panic and alarmed voices echoed throughout the city, spreading instantly. Countless snake men appeared outside buildings, their expressions filled with fear. Even some children seemed to know what the poison tide was. They either clung to the adults or burst into tears. Clearly, the poison tide was a terrifying presence that could frighten children. Poison tide! Wang Ting was astounded. He asked in his heart, "Round ball, do you know what this poison tide is?" It seems to be a peculiar natural disaster from Scorpion King Star, somewhat similar to the earlier vortex of air currents. Round ball immediately responded, her voice grave. But this poison tide seems to be even more horrifying. This toxin tide is more frightening than the air current vortex? Wang Ting exclaimed. Yes, the poison tide is composed of various poisonous substances and forms a fog containing various deadly toxins. Wherever it passes, almost everything is corroded, and nothing can grow for a long time. It's extremely terrifying, Round Ball explained. Why didn't you tell me about something this terrifying earlier? Wang Ting was exasperated. The appearance of the poison tide is completely unpredictable. Some people could stay here for a year and not encounter it, while others might come across it in just a few days. So, what's the use of me telling you? Round Ball replied. I can't help but feel like you're dissing me, Wang Ting murmured. Not only had he encountered the air current vortex, but now he was facing the toxin tide, both within a short span of time. What kind of luck was this? Wang Ting was beginning to wonder if his recent run of luck attributes was running low. Unfortunately, luck attributes were something you couldn't seek out. They were rare and happened by chance. Now what should we do? Should we try to escape quickly? Round Ball asked. Looking at these snake men. They seem extremely anxious, but they don't appear to be planning to escape. They might have some means of defense. Let's wait and see, Wang Ting said as he gazed at the castle ahead. Groups of snake men, martial warriors, were seen appearing, maintaining order and organizing the snake men to evacuate towards the northwest of the Rue Snake City. The snake men were highly cooperative, moving in an orderly fashion towards the northwest of the city. However, due to the large number of people in the city, it still seemed somewhat chaotic. At this moment, the poison tide in the distance was getting closer and closer. Swaths of dark green mist spread across the sky like waves, expanding rapidly. Its range was so vast that it covered the entire sky, with no end in sight. No wonder the snake men had not abandoned the city. With such a wide-ranging toxin tide, there was nowhere to escape. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and along with it, various rustling and hissing noises emanated from within the dark green toxin tide, as if countless venomous creatures and toxins were crawling and flying within it, making it extremely eerie. Along the way, wherever the toxin tide passed, almost all vegetation withered and died, even though many of these plants themselves contained deadly toxins. For some unknown reason, they couldn't withstand the poison tide's corrosive power. Some of the wild animals in the jungle were even more pitiful. They were corroded and reduced to skeletal remains. The scene was truly terrifying, and it was no wonder the snake men were in such a panic. Wang Ting gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing. He felt an indescribable sense of oppression sweeping in from the horizon, about to envelop the city. This toxin tide is frightening. Round Ball remained silent for a while, her voice sounding somewhat dry. Let's see if the snake men can withstand it, Wang Ting said. As he spoke, powerful figures within the city soared into the sky, flying towards the palace. Before long, they were hovering above the palace, transforming into several snake men. Wang Ting recognized one of them. It was the Heaven Stage martial warrior from the snake race who caught Zagu and Landon. His name was Marong. Boom! Just at that moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from within the palace, and a graceful figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 1965 Attack of the Poison Tide. 4. The figure was dressed in lavish snake men attire, a unique costume that fell somewhere between armor and a long gown, exuding an air of nobility and beauty. She wore a golden crown atop her head, adding a touch of majesty. The crown was exceptionally unique, taking the form of a serpent as if multiple pythons converged to form it. At the front, a peculiar-looking serpent opened its mouth, within which was embedded a gemstone. Your Majesty! The Heaven Stage martial warriors from the snake race lowered their heads and bowed respectfully when they saw this lady. So this is the queen of the snake race. Wang Ting was surprised. He gazed up at the palace with a surprised expression. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Song Yu?" Wang Ting suddenly widened his eyes, and another figure emerged in his mind. Even though Tsang Yu was dressed very modestly while the Snake Men Queen appeared in luxurious attire, Wang Ting still detected a hint of familiarity from the back of both figures. Moreover, both of them wore veils that covered most of their faces, leaving only a pair of mesmerizing eyes exposed. Those eyes were equally captivating, not like those of an ordinary woman. But it was precisely when he saw those eyes that Wang Ting's brow furrowed even deeper. They're different. The eyes of the two individuals, the expressions are completely different. Wang Ting's speculations were instantly shattered. One's eyes couldn't deceive, and it was clear that the Snake Men Queen was not Tsang Yu. I almost thought it was Tsang Yu too, Round Ball said, but there are some differences between the two. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. At this moment, the Snake Men Queen's voice was heard. It echoed in the air. Activate the array. Yes. The Heaven Stage martial warriors replied in unison. As soon as she gave the command, they transformed into streaks of colorful light and rushed towards the surroundings of the Rue Snake City, evidently going to activate the formation. Boom! Before long, a luminous screen rose around the Rue Snake City, forming a greenish inverted bowl-shaped light barrier that enveloped the entire city. The light barrier was adorned with countless ancient runes, appearing highly intricate and mysterious, interweaving like chains of runic symbols to form the complete formation. This is an ancient runic formation. Wang Ting's eyes widened in surprise. The Snake Men gave him many surprises. He hadn't expected to find an ancient runic formation inscribed within this city. It was a genuine and unexpected revelation. Wang Ting scanned the array and saw attribute bubbles popping out. There are attribute bubbles, Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient Poison Runes *150 Ancient Poison Runes *120 Ancient Poison Runes. It's a special ancient runes. It looks like I'm quite lucky. Wang Ting was astounded. One by one, the attribute bubbles of the ancient poison runes merged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into enlightenment. In an instant, in his mind, strange greenish runes appeared one after another, exuding an eerie power that permeated his consciousness. Wang Ting was enlightened. He instilled the ancient poison runes into his memory. At the same time, his ancient runes attribute started rising. Ancient runes, 2650/3000 well-versed. Wang Ting had gathered a considerable number of ancient poison runes attribute bubbles this time, directly increasing his ancient runes attribute by over 1,000 points. He was just a step away from breaking through the well-versed stage and reaching the specialized stage. Not bad. Wang Ting was extremely satisfied. For him, these attribute values were a free gain, a pleasant surprise. In reality, compared to the increase in his ancient runes attribute, Wang Ting was more concerned about acquiring another type of ancient runic symbol. Including the ancient lightning runes and the ancient ice runes, he had 3 special ancient runes now. This was a considerable achievement. For a rune grandmaster, this kind of accomplishment would undoubtedly bring immense satisfaction. Most rune grandmasters would consider it a great fortune to master one type of unique ancient runic symbol. Now, Wang Ting had 3, showcasing his profound foundation. However, he didn't have much time to dwell on this. The poison tide in the distance was approaching relentlessly, the sky darkening completely, creating a feeling of being shrouded in perpetual darkness. Boom! Shortly after the array was activated, the horrifying poison tide had approached, crashing directly against the array. Slap! Sounds of impact resounded from the array, and Wang Ting looked up, feeling his scalp tingle. Countless venomous creatures had landed on the formation, including ferocious venomous scorpions, giant poisonous centipedes the size of an arm, pustule-covered poisonous toads, and various unidentified toxic creatures. With just one glance, it was impossible to count them all. In such a situation, it was no wonder that the snake men, who regularly dealt with venomous creatures, found it extremely terrifying. Sizzle, various venoms sprayed onto the formation, making a hissing sound and corroding it. The formation's radiance continued to flicker, creating a sense of trepidation. Some distance away, the queen of the Snakemen race and the other Heaven Stage martial warriors stared at the array above them grimly. This formation was their only means of defense. In the past, it had repelled several poison tide. This time, would it still be able to hold? Chapter 1966 Attack of the Poison Tide. 5. Time slowly passed, and the poison tide in the sky had not dissipated. It continued to sweep over the Rue Snake City from above. Its target was not solely the Rue Snake City. It was merely passing through from this location. However, this poison tide seemed unusually massive, and even after such a long time, it had not completely passed. Your Majesty! The faces of the Snake Men Heaven Stage martial warriors turned pale as they sensed the danger. Their eyes turned solemn as they looked at their queen. The poison tide is more ferocious than before. The Snake Men Queen opened her mouth. There was a hint of seriousness in her voice as she said, "Go to the nodes of the array and instill your force into it. Maintain the operation of the array until the poison tide ends." Yes. The Heaven Stage martial warriors rushed towards the nodes of the arrays around the city again. At first, they thought that the array could withstand the attacks, but now it seemed they had to take action as well. Boom! 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 A few explosions occurred, and beams of light erupted around the array. The array, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized as these light beams rose, as if infused with a powerful force. Wang Ting watched this scene with increasing amazement. This array can be powered by the force of martial warriors. The person who inscribed this formation must have a very high level of skill. He mused to himself with a glint in his eyes. Ordinary formations could only be sustained by energy stones because the force within energy stones was sufficiently pure and did not lead to repulsion. The forces within martial warriors' bodies were different for each individual. If the array were powered by the forces of multiple martial warriors, their forces would clash, and the array would inevitably collapse. However, this formation did not experience such issues. It could only mean that the person who inscribed the array had a high level of skill. They had likely inscribed runes that converted the type of forces used by martial warriors, allowing their forces to be refined and become the fuel for the formation. This process may seem simple but wasn't easy. Without a certain level of expertise, it was impossible to integrate it into a mature formation. However, even with the input of the force from several heaven-stage martial warriors, the array could not hold on for long. Soon, the formation began to emit cracking sounds as cracks appeared under the corrosion of countless toxic creatures. The Snake-Men Queen's expression changed slightly. She turned and immediately entered the palace. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a massive beam of light, several times thicker than the ones generated by the heaven-stage martial warriors, soared from the top of a building in the center of the royal palace. The beam of light merged with the protective screen above, intensifying its brilliance and sealing the newly formed crack. However, despite witnessing this, Wang Ting did not relax. This poison tide was too terrifying, and it didn't seem like it was ending anytime soon. Now, even the queen of the Snake-Men race had acted personally. The Snake-Men might have exhausted their options. If they couldn't hold it back, at that moment, Wang Ting's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked toward the castle prison in the distance. Landon moved. After waiting for so long, that guy had finally taken action. But this guy has been inactive for so long, and now he decides to move. Wang Ting's expression wasn't favorable. The threat of the poison tide had even made him feel uneasy. If they couldn't withstand it, even if Landon found something valuable, they might not be able to take it with them. Wait! Wang Ting was astounded. Did he know that the poison tide is coming? That's impossible. No one can predict the poison tide. Even if he knew it was coming, how would he know that it would pass through the city? That's impossible, Round Ball said. That's true. If he could predict something like this, he'd be a real genius, and he wouldn't be in this situation. Wang Ting nodded. Round Ball was speechless. Well, he's not doing that badly. This is not bad enough? A Stellar Academy student is reduced to sneaking around like this. That's pretty miserable. Wang Ting argued. You make a good point. Round Ball couldn't refute. In no time, there were sounds of explosions from the prison and the pitiful cries and shouts of the Snake-Men inside. Boom! A surge of energy emanated from the entrance of the prison. Wang Ting looked in that direction and saw the prison gate explode, followed by several figures flying out of it. Amid the dust and smoke, a figure walked out calmly, with a cold and indifferent expression. His bald head glistened brightly in the smoke. This was Landon. He's out. Wang Ting muttered to himself but didn't stand up. He continued to sit cross-legged and watched from a distance. The Snake-Men martial warriors around the prison had their attention drawn to the poison tide in the sky and hadn't anticipated a jailbreak. When they saw Landon appearing, they were taken aback. Catch him. Don't let him escape. However, they quickly reacted and rushed towards Landon, launching various attacks at him. Humph! Landon snorted coldly, his eyes radiating an icy aura. He pointed his spear in hand. A few Snake-Men martial warriors who were only at the celestial stage started bleeding from their chests. They perished instantly without even being able to scream. The Snake-Men martial warriors further away were surprised by his strength and hesitated to approach. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura surged from a distance. It was a Cosmos Stage Snake-Man martial warrior. Landon squinted. He glanced at the poison tide in the sky with a grave expression. He didn't plan to waste any time and dashed into the palace. He was going into the Snakeman's palace. Wang Ting wasn't surprised by this. After lurking for so long, Landon definitely had a plan in mind. The object of his interest couldn't be found anywhere else. It had to be within the palace. Stop him. The Cosmos stage Snakeman martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted hurriedly. Their queen was inside the palace, maintaining the protective formation, and they couldn't allow anyone to disturb her. Moreover, the intruder was an escaped prisoner, and letting him enter the palace could lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite their fear, the other Snakemen martial warriors recognized the urgency of the situation and rushed out to intercept Landon. However, the power difference between them and Landon was immense. With a single exchange, several celestial stage Snakemen were killed. Landon turned into a ray of light and smashed open the palace's gate, charging inside. At that moment, most of the palace guards had gone to help with the evacuation of the citizens, leaving only a few inside, making it a perfect opportunity for Landon. The Cosmos stage Snakeman behind roared in anger but realized that he couldn't catch up with the escaped prisoner. He was furious. Wang Ting watched this scene and looked up at the poison tide in the sky, cursing his bad luck. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and chase after Landon. Chapter 1967 Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting strikes. 1. Landon is troublesome. Wang Ting maintained a low profile and trailed behind Landon and the Cosmos stage Snakeman, staying hidden. He was making his way toward the palace while complaining to himself. The poison tide outside worried him greatly, and yet, this guy had chosen to escape during this crisis. That was troublesome. Even he didn't dare to do this. But now, there was no choice but to follow Landon. The guy had made his move, and Wang Ting had to keep up. If things got dire, he could always attempt to blend in with the Snakemen. He had heard about an underground refuge in the northwest area. It should be able to withstand the poison tide. The Snakemen were probably more accustomed to dealing with the poison tide than outsiders like him. Wang Ting didn't know how Landon would deal with the poison tide. Landon sped through the palace and Snakemen martial warriors occasionally rushed out to stop him, but he eliminated them all. Boom! The Cosmos stage Snakeman was infuriated. He waved his curved blade and slashed wildly. He no longer cared about potentially damaging the palace. If that prisoner managed to break into the restricted areas of the palace, the queen wouldn't forgive him. Landon's expression changed slightly. He maneuvered within the palace's buildings to evade the attacks, refusing to engage with the Snakemen. Bastard! The Snakeman martial warrior roared in anger. You coward, fight with me! Humph! Landon snorted in disdain. He viewed a native Snakeman as insignificant, deeming a battle with the martial warrior meaningless. The Snakeman was infuriated by Landon's response, shaking with anger, and he continued attacking recklessly. Did the Snakeman go crazy from anger? Wang Ting trailed behind, pondering this in amusement. Landon is also incredibly bold to charge in so brazenly, Round Ball said. He must have known that no one has the time to deal with him right now, Wang Ting replied. I suspect that he knows that the poison tide is coming. This guy seems to have come well prepared. It does seem that way. Round Ball didn't argue with Wang Ting this time, acknowledging that something was indeed amiss. Landon navigated through a complex path within the palace, breaking through numerous Snakemen's defenses. He showed no mercy toward the surrounding structures, directly destroying them and charging forward. Watching this, the pursuing Snakeman was trembling with fear, veins popping on his forehead. Huh, do you see what's in his hand? Round Ball suddenly exclaimed. It seems like a bug. Wang Ting furrowed his brow and used his real eye ability, a bug-like star beast with Earth attributes, probably of Emperor-level strength. I can't see anything special about it. Why do I feel that Landon seems to be purposefully searching for something inside the palace? Round Ball asked. Are you saying it's related to that bug? Wang Ting pondered. Maybe. I'll check what kind of bug it is. Damn, in this poison erosion world, even looking up information is so inconvenient, Round Ball complained. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to Round Ball's complaints because, at this moment, Landon's figure vanished after entering a large hall. Sir! Many planetary stage and celestial stage snake men martial warriors gathered around him. Find him! You must find him! The Cosmos stage snakemen shouted. Yes! The surrounding snake men quickly spread out, searching for Landon's whereabouts. However, it appeared that Landon had vanished completely, and no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find a trace of him. In the end, the Cosmos stage snakemen could only reluctantly leave a few martial warriors to guard the main hall. He, along with others, wore a grave expression as they hastily scoured elsewhere. He deemed that Landon had already departed and was hiding somewhere else. A prisoner hiding within the palace was no small matter. He felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. If they didn't find the escaped prisoner, he, as the chief guard, would be in deep trouble. Wang Ting didn't leave. He sensed that Landon was hiding in this palace. He didn't disappear. However, Landon's method of concealment was extremely skillful, fooling all the snake men and making them unable to find him. At this moment, they were close to the central area of the snake men palace. Clearly, Landon didn't want to be trailed any longer, so he took this opportunity to shake off the pursuing snake men. Wang Ting glanced at the sky. The poison tide, dark and overwhelming, displayed no signs of dispersing. Countless poisonous creatures fell upon the protective formation, and the endless dark green mist continuously corroded the formation, causing it to tremble incessantly. The sky had completely darkened, giving the scene an apocalyptic feel as if it were the end of the world. The snake men martial warriors all stared at the sky in horror. Compared to the poison tide, the intrusion of a prisoner into the palace appeared less significant. It was precisely because of this situation that Landon had the opportunity to infiltrate the palace. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, with the intervention of the Heaven Stage martial warriors, Landon wouldn't have been able to enter the palace area. Not to mention the fact that the Queen was also inside the palace. At this moment, Landon emerged from a concealed spot within the palace, not alerting the snake men outside. He silently departed, continuing his infiltration deeper into the heart of the palace. Chapter 1968 Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting strikes. 2. Wang Ting closely followed behind. He felt a sense of urgency and believed that the protective formation above them wouldn't hold much longer. The poison tide this time was particularly terrifying, perhaps something that wouldn't be encountered for centuries. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel unlucky. Damn it, why did he have to meet everything? Wang Ting cursed in his heart. He was extremely frustrated and glared at Landon, hoping that this individual could provide some good news, or else he might just end up dealing with him himself. Landon stopped in his tracks and glanced around him with a frown. Something didn't feel right. However, when he scanned the area, he didn't discover anything unusual. Could it just be my imagination? Landon mumbled to himself, and without thinking too much about it, he continued his dash towards the central palace. A pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the palace, sustaining the protective array. The queen of the snakeman race was there too. Landon was aware of all this, but he had no other choice but to proceed. Fortunately, the outbreak of the poison tide presented a rare opportunity for him, the only opportunity he would get. Still, the poison tide above him was deeply unsettling, and he couldn't afford to waste time. He needed to acquire that item as quickly as possible and find a hiding place. Soon, Landon arrived at the central palace and concealed himself in a corner to observe. This was a massive and majestic palace, occupying a vast area, larger than any of the other outside halls. The palace had a pointed roof, and it was intricately carved with serpents. These serpents were depicted coiling around columns and adorning the eaves, almost everywhere you looked. These snake men like to worship serpents. Wang Ting thought to himself. After all, the snake men have half of the serpent bloodline, Round Ball said. However, only those unique and powerful serpent bloodlines can merge with human bloodlines to give rise to the snake men. Wang Ting nodded. He felt that he was learning something new. Standing near the palace, a faint sense of pressure emanated from the central pillar of light, diffusing in all directions. King Ting couldn't help but look up at the central palace with its towering spire. He saw the coiled serpent carved onto the spire, its massive mouth wide open, and the pillar of light seemed to be spewing out from it, creating a surreal sight. This should be the queen's inner palace. Staying hidden in the distance, he activated his real eye and observed. He saw that several Cosmos stage martial warriors were guarding the palace. To his surprise, he noticed a familiar figure, Zagu, the defiant snakeman who had refused to submit to the queen. Wang Ting couldn't help but ponder Zaga's fate, wondering if he had ultimately surrendered to the queen. Speaking of the queen, she was quite beautiful indeed. If it were up to him, he might begrudgingly accept the chance to bask in her presence. However, the notion of becoming a slave to the queen was entirely out of the question. King Ting's sole desire was to experience the queen's majestic authority, with no other ulterior motives in mind. There are so many Cosmos stage martial warriors. Will Landon be able to enter? Wang Ting was puzzled. Landon's concealing skill allowed him to evade the Cosmos stage martial warriors and enter the palace successfully. Compared to the talents from the stellar academies, these snake men martial warriors were still lacking. They were all at the Cosmos stage, so they weren't as powerful as Landon. As for Wang Ting, since Landon managed to enter, he could too. In the palace, a cold aura filled the air, and the surroundings were adorned with numerous snake men sculptures and murals. These statues were crafted from a black stone with emerald gems embedded in their eyes, giving them an eerie, lifelike appearance as though they were watching every intruder. The walls and pillars were also constructed from dark stone or metal materials, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Wang Ting took careful, silent steps, making no noise that might give away his presence. The palace was too spacious, and any sound could be magnified to the extreme. A Cosmos stage or Heaven stage martial warrior could pick up the slightest sound and discover him. Landon was equally cautious, ensuring that he didn't make any noise. He managed to evade the patrols throughout the palace, slowly progressing towards the deeper areas of the palace. The palace's interior was vast and complex, and it was easy to get lost without a guide. However, Landon appeared to know exactly where he was going, navigating through the numerous corridors with a clear purpose. Soon, a faint light emerged at the end of one of the corridors, catching Wang Ting's attention. Landon carefully approached. Surprisingly, there were no guards at the end of the corridor. Walking out of the corridor, Landon entered a spacious hall with a towering throne at its center. A mesmerizing snake woman was coiled upon the throne, her alluring figure reclined in a way that emanated an irresistible charm. A simple movement released a captivating allure that was nothing short of terrifying. Her serpentine lower half swayed slightly, exuding a unique and exotic allure. Undeniably, the queen possessed a charisma that surpassed all other snake women. Even someone as resolute as Landon couldn't help but be momentarily captivated upon seeing her up close. Fortunately, Wang Ting had already seen Little Qing'er and Songyu, two charismatic snake women, and he had developed some immunity. Therefore, the queen didn't affect him as profoundly. Chapter 1969 Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting strikes. 3. However, that strange sense of familiarity surged within him once again. The queen of the snakemen race really looked a lot like Songyu. Wang Ting couldn't help but scrutinize the queen for a moment as the thought continued to occupy his mind. Yet, upon closer observation, the disparity between them grew obvious. There was a huge difference between the queen of the Snake Men race and Song Yu. For some reason, Wang Ting shook his head in disappointment. Wang Ting, take a look. It seems like the core of this formation is that throne. Round Ball suddenly spoke up. B0XO. Calm, I see it, Wang Ting replied silently, having already noticed it. The surface of the throne was covered in intricate runes that now shimmered faintly. The queen's hands were resting on the armrests, and tendrils of force flowed from her hands into the throne. On the back of the throne, there was a stone wall covered in complex runes that were similarly radiating a faint glow. Attribute bubbles dropped from the stone wall and floated in the air. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient Poison Runes *80 Ancient Poison Runes *130 Ancient Poison Runes *100 Azure Potion Serpent Array *1 Ancient Poison Runes *160 As the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's mind, he suddenly paused, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Those attribute bubbles transformed into dark green runes, some of which were the ancient poison runes he had acquired earlier, while others were newly obtained. Regardless of the source, Wang Ting's proficiency in ancient runes had once again improved. Ancient Runes 600/5000 specialized. Within a few seconds, his ancient runes mastery went from well-versed to specialized. Wang Ting suddenly felt that his understanding of ancient runes had become much deeper. The same ancient runes, now in front of him, carried a different level of comprehension. These runes gradually vanished, etching themselves into his mind. Subsequently, a massive formation appeared in his mind, composed of countless complex and mysterious runes, slowly rotating and emanating potent fluctuations. The Azure Poison Serpent Array. This was an immensely powerful array. Based on the insights appearing in his mind, Wang Ting knew that this Azure Poison Serpent Array was a divine-level formation. Divine-level arrays were arrays that only divine-level rune masters could create. They were extremely powerful. Furthermore, this array was an exceptionally rare poison element array. Using the Azure Poison Serpent Array to counter the poison tide was indeed an ingenious idea, effectively fighting poison with poison. The individual who laid out this formation displayed remarkable creativity. In no time, Wang Ting successfully incorporated the insights of this formation into his mind, mastering it. On the other side, it was evident that Landon had observed the current state of the queen. A slight smile curved his lips. The queen couldn't move while maintaining the formation. This was his opportunity. If not, he wouldn't be a match for this heaven-stage martial warrior. As for the massive array, he didn't concern himself with it. To him, it was merely a tool to distract the queen. Landon scanned the hall. Based on the bug senses, the thing he was seeking was here. Where could it be hidden? But after scouring extensively, he found nothing, and his expression turned grim. He frowned. Wang Ting, observing from behind, stroked his chin while also keeping an eye on the sky above. The hall's dome had opened, revealing the sky's condition. Under the relentless assault of the endless poison tide, the Azure Poison Serpent Array showed signs of crumbling. Fine cracks appeared on its surface. The queen wore a serious expression, her eyes gleaming. She seemed to have made a decision and slammed her hands onto the armrests of her throne. The strength within her body swelled out. She was channeling all her internal forces into the formation to sustain it. This was highly perilous. Although she was a heaven-stage martial warrior, the Azure Potion Serpent Array was a divine-level array. The energy it required was enormous. If it kept absorbing forces without restraint, the queen would be drained. However, it was precisely because it was a divine-level array that it could withstand the terrifying poison tide. Otherwise, everyone in the city would have perished. Landon's gaze flickered and landed on the queen. Since he couldn't find it elsewhere, the object he was looking for had to be with the queen. However, she was currently operating the formation, so he didn't dare to make a move. Even if he did, he might not be a match for her. Wang Ting was surprised when he saw Landon stopping his search. Wang Ting, he's waiting for the queen to exhaust her force, Roundball said. Yeah, Wang Ting nodded, quickly deducing the intruder's intentions. This fellow dared to lay his eyes on the queen. He was quite bold. As moment passed, even after the queen had unleashed all her forces into the array, it was still unable to withstand the overwhelming poison tide. This particular poison tide had been persisting for an unusually long duration, and its impact was terrifying, leaving her feeling powerless. In just over 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on the queen's forehead, and her complexion turned pale. She was nearing her limit. Crack. Chapter 1970 Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting strikes. 4. Cracks continued to spread across the formation. The light shield formed by the array couldn't withstand it anymore. The queen's face darkened as she clenched her teeth, and she unleashed another burst of energy. This time, she didn't just release her force. She released her bloodline power too. A gigantic virtual image of a serpent appeared around her. It was the primordial oceanic serpent. However, this primordial oceanic serpent, when compared to the one that had manifested through Little Chinger earlier, appeared somewhat smaller and less substantial. It lacked that overwhelming sense of ancient majesty that was almost unbearable. To Wang Ting, it appeared that this manifestation of the primordial oceanic serpent was only a facade, lacking the formidable bloodline power that Little Chinger possessed. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline had 3 abilities: intimidate, plunder, enslavement, B0XO. Calm, yet the image before them seemed to possess, at best, the power of intimidation. The queen hadn't awakened her bloodline power completely. She had merely managed to stimulate it. It appears that this group of snake men all share the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, Wang Ting murmured to himself. As the phantom of the primordial oceanic serpent manifested, the queen channeled streams of her bloodline's power into her throne. The intricate runes on the throne and the stone wall behind it blazed with dazzling red light. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, thunderous roars filled the air, echoing through the heavens and earth. Above the array in the sky, massive serpentine figures appeared abruptly. These were composed of concentrated energy, coiling in the skies to defend against the poison tide. This might be the ultimate form of the azure poison serpent array, Wang Ting remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he observed the intricate patterns in the sky. With a tinge of hope in his eyes, he wished for the complete unleashing of the array's power to withstand the poison tide, allowing them to overcome this challenging situation. After her outburst, the queen's complexion had turned deathly pale, and she appeared fragile and drained. The array no longer required her to sustain its operation, as she had poured her entire reservoir of energy into it. She sat upon her throne, swallowed a small pill, and closed her slender eyes to recover from her previous exertions. Swoosh! At the same time, Landon finally acted. He knew that he couldn't wait for the Snake Men Queen to recover. If not, all his efforts would be in vain. A cold gleam of light struck towards the queen, and as the attack materialized, Landon revealed his presence and charged directly at her. Who is it? The Snake Men Queen's eyes snapped open, and a cold light radiated from them. She shouted, extending her hand and flicking her fingers towards the approaching intruder. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated within the great hall. The cold radiance had been deflected by the queen with a single flick of her finger. Landon staggered back over 10 steps, his hand trembling slightly while gripping his spear, a look of disbelief on his face. The queen's complexion turned slightly paler. Though her face was veiled and not entirely visible, her cold gaze fixed firmly on Landon. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my palace? Who I am is not important. Give me the Azure Sea Pearl, and I'll leave immediately. Landon responded. How do you know about the Azure Sea Pearl's existence? Who are you? The Queen's eyes widened slightly as she asked with a cold tone. Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting was stunned. He asked, Round Ball, do you know what this Azure Sea Pearl is? I don't know. Round Ball shook its head. As expected, the Azure Sea Pearl is with you. Give it to me. Landon didn't want to waste any more time. He assailed the Queen again, thrusting his long spear towards her. Boom! Grayish-white flames burst forth, forming scorching spear radiance that surged with intense heat in the somewhat chilly great hall. Humph! The Queen snorted and summoned a battle sword into her hand, slashing forward. Boom! Their attacks collided and unleashed an explosive shockwave in all directions. The Queen let out a muffled grunt, her countenance growing slightly pale as she fell against her throne, a trickle of blood staining her lips. It seems you're running out of strength, Landon sneered. Stepping forward, he swiftly positioned himself in front of the Queen, his long spear pointed at her throat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, there was a rush of wind as figures swiftly entered the grand hall. Among them was the snakeman called Zagu. Your Majesty! The snakemen martial warriors were appalled when they saw this scene. Don't come over or I'll kill her, Landon uttered coldly. Bastard! How dare you disrespect the Queen? Release Her Majesty. If not, you won't be able to depart today. The snakemen martial warriors were shocked and furious. Murderous intent seemed in their eyes as they shouted. If it weren't for the Queen being held hostage, they would have already rushed forward to kill this audacious intruder. Wang Ting watched coldly from the sidelines and had no intention of getting involved. He didn't know what the Azure Sea Pearl was, but the fact that Landon had gone to such lengths to acquire it meant it must have significant value. However, getting the Azure Sea Pearl wasn't easy. He preferred to let Landon continue his efforts and wait until he secured the pearl before taking action. In his view, getting the Azure Sea Pearl from Landon would likely be much easier than taking it from the Queen. Chapter 1971 Azure Sea Pearl. Wang Ting strikes. 5. Master. At this moment, an anxious voice echoed from the passage on the left side of the great hall. Wang Ting was taken aback and quickly turned to see a familiar figure rushing in from that direction. Little Qing'er. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He could hardly believe his eyes as he stared in disbelief at the figure rushing towards them. What on earth was happening? Why was little Qing'er here? B0XO. Calm, and she referred to this queen as her master? Wasn't her master Tsang Yu? Countless questions flashed through Wang Ting's mind, and then a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in surprise. Tsang Yu was little Qing'er's master. If little Qing'er called the queen her master, didn't that mean the queen was Tsang Yu? But he had just carefully examined the eyes of both individuals, and they looked different. Moreover, Tsang Yu and this queen had significant differences in their demeanor and aura. Most importantly, Wang Ting used his real eye to look at both Tsang Yu and the queen's appearances, so he knew that their faces were entirely different. How could they be the same person? Wang Ting was left baffled, unable to make sense of the situation. He had a hard time understanding what was happening. Could it be that little Qing'er acknowledged the queen as her second master? That seemed to be the only possibility. After all, little Qing'er had awakened the most powerful ancestral bloodline of the snakemen race, which naturally made her highly regarded. It made sense for her to be trained by the strongest member of the race. Little Qing'er, don't come over. The snakemen queen looked at little Qing'er and calmly cautioned her. She maintained a composed and unwavering demeanor, showing no signs of panic or being under someone's control. Master. Little Qing'er looked at the snakemen queen worriedly. However, she still obediently stopped in her tracks, watching from a distance. Are you an extraterrestrial human? The queen looked at Landon and asked calmly. That's right, Landon didn't deny it. He nodded calmly and continued, "You should know what kind of people we, extraterrestrial humans, are. Don't try to assert your queenly authority. It won't help you. Just give me the azure sea pearl, and I might spare you without causing any harm." Extraterrestrial humans? Humph, what an extraterrestrial human! The Snake Men Queen suddenly chuckled. "Why are you laughing?" Landon frowned. "I'm laughing at how proud you extraterrestrial humans always are," the Queen remarked calmly, her smile fading. "Enough of your nonsense. Your array won't hold much longer." "Hand over the azure sea pearl quickly," Landon said impatiently, detecting the Queen's anger. However, he couldn't be bothered with it and frowned as he spoke impatiently. "What's so great about the extraterrestrial humans? We know another extraterrestrial human too. He's stronger than you, and he's my friend. If you hurt my master, I will ask him to take revenge for me," Little Chinger shouted in anger. "You know an extraterrestrial human." Landon frowned again. He didn't expect these snake men to know someone outside of the stellar academies. This was out of his expectation. "She's probably talking about me, isn't she?" Wang Ting, hidden in the shadows, wore a strangely bemused expression. "I think it's you." Round Ball giggled and said, "This little girl knows how to use her words. She is putting on an act." "That's because she's getting desperate." Wang Ting rolled his eyes, then rubbed his chin, puzzled. "But did she just call me her friend?" "Well, who knows, maybe she just wants to mislead that Landon," Round Ball teased. "Tisk." Wang Ting pouted. "That's right. My companion can defeat 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors alone. Can you do it?" Little Chinger glared at Landon without backing down. "Defeat 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors alone?" Landon was shocked. He wondered if it was a senior from the Stellar Academies. His countenance darkened. Damn it, how could the Snake Men have such a powerful background? Landon was particularly wary of students from the Stellar Academies, especially the older ones. If he offended those seniors now, it would be troublesome when he returned to the academy. "This little girl sure knows how to talk," Wang Ting chuckled. "How does it feel to be praised in front of others?" Round Ball teased him. "Not bad, it feels pretty good." Wang Ting nodded with a smug expression. "Round Ball." Landon's countenance turned gloomy, and he finally stated coldly, "Even if there were other extraterrestrial beings here, today, you won't stop me from taking the azure sea pearl. Hand it over." With that, he forcefully pushed his spear forward, the sharp tip piercing the Queen's fair skin on her slender neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "You!" Little Chinger glared at him in anger. She couldn't believe this guy was unyielding, even after she mentioned other extraterrestrial humans. She was running out of options. "I will never pass the azure sea pearl to you." "Don't even think about it," the Snake Men Queen said calmly. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Landon's gaze turned sharp as he glared at the Snake Men Queen. "If you kill me, you won't be able to leave this place today," the Snake Men Queen said. "Do you think you can stop me with just these people? What a joke." Landon snorted. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" The instant he finished speaking, flames spurted out from the tip of the spear. "Humph!" The Queen's eyes flashed with an unusual glint, and she let out a cold snort. A burst of force erupted from her, blocking Landon's attack. Boom! The Queen was forced back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. During the brief conversation with Landon earlier, she had managed to recover some of her force. However, Landon's attack was too close for her to evade, and she had to withstand it. The sudden eruption of force had also caused her injury. "You're seeking death." Landon, seeing that the Queen still had some resistance left, unleashed a fierce attack without holding back. He had decided to kill this Queen and then seek for the Azure Sea Pearl later. He was convinced that the Azure Sea Pearl was on the Queen. If all else failed, he would trade the Queen's body for the Azure Sea Pearl. He didn't believe that the snake men would not care about the queen's corpse. Boom! The fiery spear glow, carrying the scorching heat of flames, pierced towards the heart of the queen. With no way to retreat, the queen was undoubtedly facing her death. "Your Majesty!" The snake men martial warriors shouted in astonishment. The spear glow erupted at such close range, so they had no time to rescue her. They could only watch as the spear intent pierced towards the queen's heart. "Master!" Little Chinger screamed. Wang Ting sighed and, in the next moment, his shape flickered. He still decided to take action. In the next moment, right beside the queen, the space slightly distorted, and a shape suddenly stepped out. He reached out with his hand and grabbed the long spear. Boom! Green flames erupted from the hand, ruining the gray-white flames on the spear glow. Chapter 1972 What Physique Is This? 1 Boom! A green flame swept out, and a figure appeared next to the queen. The young girl below, upon seeing this figure appear, showed a delighted expression on her pretty face, and was on the verge of shouting out. But she realized she didn't know the person's name. She couldn't possibly call him Daddy, right? That would be embarrassing. The snake men queen squinted slightly when she saw Wang Ting's silhouette. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. B0XO. The other snake men were also surprised, but as they saw their queen being rescued, they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you." Landon was stunned and speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the person who had just appeared. He couldn't have imagined that he would encounter the one person he least wanted to see in this place. He desperately wished this person was an imposter, but the unique green flame made him all too certain that the person before him was indeed the one he least wanted to see. Divine flame. Only a divine flame could destroy his ash flame easily. Bastard! Why was this fellow here? Landon felt like he was about to have a breakdown. His scalp tingled and his head was on the verge of exploding. No one could understand his current state of mind. What the F***? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Wang Ting looked at him with a smile and asked. Landon. Pleasantly surprised? More like surprised my foot. Landon wanted to punch that smiling face when he saw it. He wanted to smash that face that he despised so much. But he couldn't do it. He just couldn't. This was infuriating. Brother Wang. Wang, why are you here? Lan Deng forced a smile with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He felt like he could salvage the situation. Although Wang Ting had intervened suddenly, it didn't necessarily mean he was taking the snakeman's side. Maybe he just thought the queen was attractive and wanted to play the hero? I just happened to be passing by, Wang Ting said with a grin. Well, what a coincidence, Landon replied with a stiff smile. Our fate runs pretty deep, don't you think? Wang Ting said with a meaningful look. Landon. What kind of fate is this? It feels more like a cursed fate. Little Chinger wanted to laugh. The atmosphere was so serious, but that guy had managed to make it both funny and awkward. By the way, Brother Landon, what are you doing here? Wang Ting asked, pretending to be curious. I'm not doing anything, I was just passing by, Landon replied with a straight face. Aren't you here to find the Azure Sea Pearl? Wang Ting cut through his lie, grinning. Landon. He knew, yet he still asked. This jerk was indeed quite devious. At this point, he was well aware that Wang Ting had likely been in the hall the entire time and had overheard his conversation with the Snakeman Queen. But Wang Ting insisted on pretending he had just happened to pass by, which was incredibly infuriating. What drove him to the brink of madness was that he almost believed it. Brother Wang, since you already know, why bother asking as if you didn't? Landon took a deep breath, wiping the smile off his face, and asked in a calm tone. Just wanted to confirm, Wang Ting said with a grin. Landon found that every time he spoke with this guy, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger for no apparent reason. Taking another deep breath, he furrowed his brow and asked, What do you want? Brother Landon, can you tell me what purpose the Azure Sea Pearl has? Wang Ting asked. I can't tell you, Landon replied coldly. This isn't right. Given our relationship, it's heartbreaking that you won't tell me, Wang Ting said, appearing genuinely saddened. Landon felt the corners of his lips twitching. What kind of relationship did they have? It was more like a blood feud. The Parkers family had been at odds with this guy for a long time, and as a member of the Parkers family, Wang Ting was unlikely to let him go. However, for now, they hadn't completely torn each other apart. No. It ought to be said that this guy was exceptionally good at putting on an act. He always had the appearance of harmlessness, yet no one realized if he would strike ruthlessly at any moment. Even he felt pressurized when he was facing Wang Ting. It was the pressure of encountering a formidable opponent. His harmless facade seemed to pale in comparison to Wang Ting. He had to admit that his acting wasn't as good as Wang Ting's. How about we work together to obtain the Azure Sea Pearl first, and then discuss the rest later? Landon quickly changed the topic. Little Chinger's expression tensed up. Was he also here for the Azure Sea Pearl? The other snake men, who were unaware of Wang Ting's identity, thought of him as another extraterrestrial human with hidden intentions, and they watched him like hawks. Even though he had just saved the queen, perhaps it was just a case of one dog biting another. No one realized if this individual was an enemy or a friend. They were extremely vigilant against the extraterrestrial humans. On the other hand, the queen remained calm, giving a subtle signal to the other snake men to wait and see how the situation unfolded. That idea is not a good one, Wang Ting shook his head. Landon remained expressionless, knowing that Wang Ting wouldn't easily agree. I don't even know the aim of the Azure Sea Pearl, so why would I take it? Wang Ting asked. I can only tell you that the Azure Sea Pearl is of great importance, Landon replied. Who knows if you're trying to deceive me and use me as a tool, Wang Ting uttered with a nonchalant smile. In that case, please step aside. I'm taking the queen with me. Brother Wang, you shouldn't be interested in the queen, right? I've heard some people have a thing for this type, could you be one of them? Landon gazed deeply at Wang Ting and suddenly smiled. Chapter 1973 What physique is this? 2. Oh, you've figured it out. Look at how beautiful she is. Of course I'll like her, Wang Ting said, surprised. The queen. Little Chinger. The other snake men. This fellow was daring. Wang Ting's response was somewhat unexpected for Landon. He didn't anticipate that this person would have such a thick skin, openly admitting his intentions in front of the queen. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Landon's expression changed a few times as he prepared to leave. B0XO. Calm, since you're here, why rush to leave? Wang Ting chuckled lightly and took a step, suddenly charging towards Landon. You! Landon's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so quick to resort to violence. This guy was truly unpredictable, a capricious troublemaker. 1 second, he was still smiling. The next, he might attack you. His expression turned cold. Gray-white flames congregated around his spear as he stabbed it out. Since Wang Ting had initiated the attack, there was nothing more to say. It was time for a battle. During this period, he had improved his strength at the Stellar Academies. He believed that even though he might not be on par with the monster before him, he wouldn't be too far behind. He didn't believe that Wang Ting could keep him here. As a genius, he had his self-confidence. Wang Ting manifested an ice-blue long spear in his hand, and a chilling aura swept out, transforming into icy spear lights. What is this? Landon's pupils constricted. He knew that Wang Ting possessed various types of forces, such as the 5 basic elements and lightning, all of which were incredibly powerful. He didn't expect his ice force to be so powerful too. The chill contained in this spear made even a fire-talented martial warrior like him feel the challenge. What was even more unexpected was that this guy was using a spear. Boom! In the next moment, the two clashed in mid-air, their attacks colliding, each unleashing its formidable power. Flames and ice raged within the grand hall. Half fire, half ice. Little Chinger was forced to retreat to a corner of the hall. The other snake men also stepped back, their expressions filled with grave concern. These two extraterrestrial humans were both Cosmos stage martial warriors, so why was their power so overwhelmingly strong? Only Little Chinger knew just how potent Wang Ting was. He could defeat even Heaven stage extraterrestrial humans. How could a Cosmos stage extraterrestrial human be his match? Beat him up. Little Chinger clenched her fist and shouted angrily in her heart. In the clash of these two forces, the fire power was clearly at a disadvantage, with some of the gray-white blaze being frozen. Bang! As the force of their powers clashed, Landon's figure was forcibly pushed back. How is this possible? Landon's eyes displayed disbelief as he immediately retreated, evading the surging ice spear lights. His ash flame, while not on the level of a divine flame, was a highly unique form of flame. Ordinary ice couldn't even withstand it, let alone freeze it. The fact that the ice could freeze his flame meant that it had to be at least twice as powerful as his flame. Did Wang Ting possess some special ice? Landon's thoughts raced, and he was overwhelmed by this sudden idea. Controlling a divine flame was one thing, but if he also controlled some special ice, he didn't know how to describe Wang Ting's monstrous abilities. It seemed like there was nothing that Wang Ting couldn't possess. Two completely opposing unique powers within one body. Wasn't he afraid of conflicts and explosions? What if one day he lost control and his body exploded? He didn't even dare to entertain such thoughts, but Wang Ting appeared to be completely unaffected. Let's take this outside. Wang Ting burst through the grand hall's vault and soared into the sky outside. Landon's gaze flickered for a moment, and he followed him outside. Inside the grand hall, there was a core array, and he didn't dare to recklessly engage in a fight there. If the array were destroyed, the poison tide would flood in, and he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Master! Little Chinger hurriedly rushed to the queen's side when she saw them leaving. She held her up worriedly. Your Majesty! The other snake men martial warriors came over too. Fine. The snake men queen waved her hand. Your Majesty, who is that extraterrestrial human? Do you know him? Zagu asked carefully. He had completely pledged his loyalty and willingly served as a protector on the queen's side. Most importantly, the queen was exceptionally beautiful. That was the only reason. He had initially misunderstood the term, serving the queen. It didn't involve that kind of servitude. Actually, at this point, he would willingly serve her if asked. However, the queen wasn't that kind of person. But it was true that the queen liked handsome men and didn't favor those who were unattractive, so her attendants needed to be good-looking. This gave rise to all sorts of strange rumors. The queen glanced at him with a regal demeanor and didn't respond to his question. Instead, she calmly said, You all can withdraw and guard outside the grand hall. Zagu was taken aback, realizing he had spoken too much and that the queen might be displeased with him. He quickly dropped his head. Your Majesty, don't you want us to stay here to protect you? Another attendant asked, concerned. No need, he can handle it. You all can leave, the queen said. He can handle it? Zagu and the others were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. They naturally knew who the queen was referring to, but they were astonished by the queen's confidence in that particular outsider. Chapter 1974 What physique is this? 3. It looked like the queen was very familiar with the extraterrestrial human. Did the two of them know each other? Wait, was this the extraterrestrial human that Little Chinger mentioned just now? The one that was able to defeat 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors alone? Gasp! They exchanged glances with one another and gasped. Then, they looked at Little Chinger. Little Chinger's expression confirmed their suspicions even more. B0XO. Could it be that powerful individual? Someone who single-handedly defeated 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors alone? What kind of being was that? They wanted to ask. But, looking at the Queen and Little Chinger's expressions, it seemed they didn't want to discuss it further. They naturally didn't dare to inquire further and took their leave. In the sky, Wang Ting and Landon stood facing each other. "Are you determined to stop me?" Landon asked with a cold expression. "You won't get away today." Wang Ting looked at him with a smile on his face. He immediately made his move, focusing spear lights on his long spear and thrusting them out. Since his ice talent had reached the immortal level, he had become more and more comfortable using the power of ice, and his ice element combat techniques flowed effortlessly without any awkwardness. Boom! In an instant, a universe stage battle technique was activated, carrying immense domain power as it struck. Ice Devil Spear. The power of ice condensed at a point, forming a terrifying spear light. At the tip of the spear light, there seemed to be a dazzling, ever-shifting cold brilliance, with a subtle release of domain power. Landon's pupils constricted. Force surged out of his body, and the gray-white flames appeared to have been fueled, rapidly surging and swirling on the long spear in his hand. Gray Flame Dragon Spear. A cold shout rang out from him. Boom! In the next moment, the long spear thrust forward, and the gray-white flames instantly coalesced into a fearsome dragon of flame, roaring as it met the attack, bringing forth a wave of scorching intent. The dragon-shaped attack of condensed flames also possessed domain power. Roar! The fire dragon roared, sweeping over and fiercely colliding with the ice spear lights ahead. Boom! Force explosions resounded and echoed in the sky. At this point, the two were completely unrelenting, both determined to defeat the other. They didn't have to worry about damaging the surroundings anymore. Hence, their attacks were naturally more ferocious and terrifying than when they were in the palace. The power of domain erupted from the mouth of the gray-white flame dragon, rushing toward the ice spear lights. Endless flames engulfed them, completely submerging them. But, in an instant, an extreme chill surged from within the ice spear lights, and domain power erupted instantly. The ice froze the gray-white flames. The fearsome fire dragon roared as it tried to struggle, but the flames on its body continued to freeze inch by inch. Crackling sounds continued to echo, the sounds of freezing. This scene was astonishing. Even the flames were frozen, making it hard to fathom the strength of the ice's chill. All the Snake Men fighting warriors, including Zagu, watched the battle in amazement, and when they witnessed this, their eyes widened in shock. Too powerful. These extraterrestrial humans were really powerful. The Queen was quickly restoring her force. When she was taken captive earlier, she appeared calm and composed on the surface, but her heart was filled with anger. She was the queen of the snake race, but she was held hostage by an extraterrestrial human. This was a humiliation. Thus, she didn't watch their battle. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the throne in the Great Hall and focused on restoring her force. Little Chinger gazed at the sky. Her eyes were filled with Wang Ting's figure. She kept expressing her amazement. He was so strong. Boom! A blast rang out as the flames of Landon's dragon exploded, and the powerful attack dissipated in the sky. Landon's face looked extremely ugly, and he was thrown tens of thousands of meters away by the residual force, barely stopping in a very disheveled state. Damn it! His ice force is only at the first level of the Cosmos stage. Why is it so strong? Landon's gaze flickered furiously. He was flabbergasted. He was at the third level of the Cosmos stage and was a fire element fighting warrior. However, he was completely suppressed by Wang Ting. What he couldn't accept was that Wang Ting's ice force was only at the first level of the Cosmos stage, defeating the stronger opponent. For a genius, this was undoubtedly a huge insult. But Wang Ting didn't care about what he was thinking. He didn't give him a chance to react. He stomped the void beneath his feet and turned into a streak of ice-blue brilliance, charging towards Landon. "You forced me into this!" Landon's pupils contracted, and he roared, "Dragon blood battle physique!" Boom! Before he completed speaking, endless gray-white fire erupted from his body, turning into a vast sea of gray-white fire that filled the sky. Then, at an astonishing speed, the gray-white fire retracted and wrapped around Landon's body. Patterns of gray-white fire appeared on Landon's flesh, and an incredibly powerful aura burst forth from within him. It was as if a terrifying beast had awakened inside him. His body began to expand, visibly growing taller. In an instant, he transformed into a small giant. The fire enveloped his body, making him look like a flame giant emerging from the fire. Roar! Faintly, there seemed to be a dragon's roar emanating from within him. As his body expanded and stretched, the vibrations of his blood and bones produced a sound that resembled a dragon's roar, giving it a strangely dragon-like quality. Chapter 1975. What physique is this? 4. Sigh. At this moment, Landon's eyes were crimson, but within his pupils, there seemed to be a mass of gray-white flames burning. The gray-white flame patterns at the center of his eyebrows also appeared to ignite, forming a true flame. When he opened his mouth, a burst of scorching heat emanated. Even the space before him twisted. Wang Ting's eyes flickered with surprise, but he didn't show any signs of backing down. In the next moment, he appeared instantly in front of Landon and thrust his spear at him. Roar! Landon roared angrily at Wang Ting, but instead of using his spear, he retracted it. He then launched a powerful punch. Boom! B0XO! Calm! The fist imprint exploded and slammed into Wang Ting's spear. The spear's icy force and freezing energy shattered instantly, sending countless shards of ice scattering in all directions. Interesting! Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't expected that Landon's transformation would bring about such a dramatic change in his strength. His physical power alone had become incredibly formidable. Swoosh! Suddenly, Landon transformed into a blur, moving at an incredible speed. He appeared above Wang Ting's head in an instant and unleashed another punch towards him. The gray-white flames coalesced into a fist imprint, pressing down. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. He was thinking too much if he wanted to suppress him. He retracted his ice-blue spear and then threw a punch towards the sky. 5-element fist. Boom! The fist imprints exploded as they collided with each other. Wang Ting was pushed back several hundred meters, showing a hint of surprise on his face. "You managed to push me back. Die!" Landon, seeing that his attack had an effect, became even more violent. He shouted at Wang Ting and punched him with murderous intent. Below, little Qinger clenched her fists nervously. "Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think transforming is impressive? I can do it too. Let me show you what a true dragon physique is." Wang Ting rolled his eyes angrily and shouted in his heart. "True dragon battle physique." Boom! A peculiar force spread throughout his body, and the emerald-glazed flame instantly engulfed him, manifesting the power of the battle form. Green flames filled the sky, completely enveloping Wang Ting, concealing what was happening inside from view. Landon's fist imprint fiercely struck the flames but was like a stone sinking into the sea, swallowed without a sound. Landon's pupils constricted. He looked at the green fire fearfully. After a while, the green flames slowly parted, revealing a figure that made Landon's pupils shrink to the size of pinpricks. Inside the flames, Wang Ting's figure slowly emerged. At some point, he had developed a layer of dragon scales composed of green flames. The lifelike jade-green dragon scales resembled true dragon scales. They covered his body, but Wang Ting hadn't undergone a massive transformation like Landon or emitted scorching heat. Wang Ting appeared to have contained everything within him. Yet, a subtle, indomitable dragon aura emanated from him. Landon's expression shifted slightly as he felt a suppression originating from Wang Ting's bloodline. His dragon blood battle physique started to grow restless under the aura emanating from Wang Ting's unique physique. What kind of physique is this? Landon was flabbergasted. His eyes continuously flickered with disbelief. Come on, let's have some fun now, Wang Ting beckoned to Landon, extending his hand and curling his finger. Roar! Landon's transformed state made him easily irritable. Upon seeing Wang Ting's gesture, he erupted in anger and roared. His anger overcame his sense of awe, and he continued charging toward Wang Ting. Boom! Wang Ting sneered and vanished from his original position. His speed was astonishing, and as he moved, he created sonic booms in the air. In the next moment, the two clashed in mid-air, without wielding weapons. Instead, they engaged in a physical brawl, throwing punches at each other. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting executed his five-element fist with the help of his powerful physical body. The forces of the five elements exploded and turned into fist imprints that slammed onto Landon's body. Landon initially managed to defend himself, but he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The fist imprints shattered his defenses, and the flames covering his body couldn't withstand the overwhelming power of Wang Ting's fists. Bang, bang, bang. A muffled sound echoed as Landon's body in mid-air seemed to turn into a punching bag, constantly deforming under Wang Ting's relentless blows. Little Qinger, observing from below, was left in awe, her wide eyes staring in astonishment. So violent! She was shocked as this was her first time witnessing such a brutally straightforward mode of attack. When Wang Ting fought with the other Heaven Stage martial warriors, he was like a real formidable warrior. He defeated all his opponents with his unparalleled power of domain. However, at this moment, he seemed like a different person entirely, displaying overwhelming violence in a way that left his opponent helpless. For a young girl, such a scene would typically not attract her attention, but as she watched Wang Ting relentlessly pounding his adversary, she inexplicably felt her adrenaline surging. She clenched her fists unconsciously, swinging them a couple of times. Then, she suddenly realized she had gotten carried away, and stuck her tongue out in embarrassment. Glancing around, she was relieved that no one had seen her. She certainly didn't want to be labeled as a violent enthusiast. Meanwhile, Zagu and the other snake men were drenched in cold sweat as they watched, their foreheads pounding with anxiety. They knew they were lucky they hadn't provoked these extraterrestrial humans, or else they might not withstand a single punch from them. Roar! In the sky, Landon roared in anger, resembling a wounded beast, continuously howling but ultimately impotent. He couldn't withstand Wang Ting's relentless assault. Every attempt to counterattack was suppressed by Wang Ting's offensive onslaught, leaving him powerless. Then, more punches would land on him. Gradually, Landon lost his ability to resist. The fiery patterns on his body, formed from the flames, gradually dissipated, no longer able to sustain his use of the dragon blood battle physique. Boom! Wang Ting, deeming it enough, delivered a punch to Landon's face, sending his physique hurtling through the air. Immediately after, Wang Ting dashed forward and appeared above Landon, delivering a powerful stomp. Bang! Landon's body contorted, and he spat blood, crashing down towards the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! Almost instantly, his physique hit the ground in Rue Snake City, creating a massive crater that shattered the stone-paved surface, leaving a spider web of cracks surrounding the impact. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Wang Ting gradually descended to the ground and approached the deep pit that had formed. Landon struggled to his feet, coughing up blood continuously. His physique was covered in injuries, and he stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing, particularly the blue serpent scales covering Wang Ting's body. What kind of physique is this? Why are you so strong? Landon's voice came out hoarse, filled with an incredulous sense of bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why this guy had always had such inexplicable means at his disposal. If Wang Ting had been superior in some other aspect, he could have accepted it. But to lose in the very domain that he took the most pride in, the dragon blood battle physique, was something he couldn't accept. The dragon blood battle physique was the most powerful physique in the Parker's family. His dragon blood battle physique had also reached the 4th rank, far surpassing most of the talents in the family. Even Strachey, who participated in the League of Talents with him, couldn't be compared to him. It could be stated that, at this moment, Wang Ting had completely crushed his proudest accomplishment and even trampled on it without mercy. Chapter 1976. They type that he should never offend. 1. A massive crater was left in the ground as Landon climbed out of it, looking disheveled, his gaze locked onto Wang Ting approaching from a distance. He couldn't accept this outcome. His 4th-rank dragon blood battle physique lost to an unknown physique. What a joke. So he was eager to understand what kind of physique Wang Ting was currently using. The draconic aura and the blue dragon scales on Wang Ting's body all indicated a strong connection to dragons, similar to their Parker's family's dragon blood battle physique. Did Wang Ting indeed possess a physique related to dragons, similar to their family's dragon blood battle physique? During the League of Talents, he had sensed that Wang Ting had a physique strikingly similar to their own. B0XO. Calm from the looks of it, his physique was stronger than their family's one. Little did Landon know that at the time, Wang Ting's physique hadn't yet undergone its transformation and still consisted of the dragon blood battle physique. It wasn't just similar, it was the same. But now, the dragon blood battle physique had transformed into the true dragon battle physique, fake. It had already transcended and was many times stronger than the dragon blood battle physique. Will you believe me if I say that this is your Parker's family's dragon blood battle physique? Wang Ting said with a smirk. Landon was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "Impossible. Our dragon blood battle physique could never be like this." "Who said it's impossible? You've only bathed in dragon blood and had the luck of the draw to obtain this physique. How much do you truly understand about it?" Wang Ting shot back, his voice filled with disdain. Landon felt dumbfounded and was on the verge of cursing. What did Wang Ting mean by luck of the draw? What did he mean by, how much do you understand about it? Their family had spent countless ages researching and understanding the dragon blood battle physique. How could they not understand it? Also, even if they missed something in their research of the dragon blood battle physique, could an outsider like Wang Ting possibly know more about it than they did? This was ridiculous. This bastard was definitely trying to deceive him. He was tricking him. Landon was convinced that Wang Ting couldn't possibly know more than he did. Don't look at me as if you don't believe me. Let me tell you secretly, my physique is the advanced version of the dragon blood battle physique. It's really impressive and powerful, Wang Ting said mysteriously. Landon. To hell with being powerful. To hell with being impressive. He didn't know what to say anymore. He couldn't believe a word Wang Ting was saying. He knew their family's physique inside out, and there was no way this transformation could be part of it. Really, believe me. Anything is possible. You just haven't executed the dragon blood battle physique to its maximum potential. Wang Ting assured, continuing to spout nonsense. Lan Deng retorted, Then tell me, how can we bring the dragon blood battle physique to its full potential? That won't work. I can't just tell you such crucial information for free. You'll have to exchange it with something of equal value, Wang Ting replied. Landon was taken aback. Initially, he didn't trust Wang Ting at all. But when he heard this response, he started to consider it. No one would trust in unconditional benefit. However, when there were certain conditions, it could be easier to gain someone's trust, especially if they considered themselves clever. What information do you want to know? Landon asked, his eyes flickering. Tell me the function of the Azure Sea Pearl and I will reveal the secret of the Dragon Blood Battle Physique's transformation, Wang Ting said. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Landon retorted. It depends on whether you're lying to me, Wang Ting chuckled. All right, I'll tell you, Landon said, giving Wang Ting a deep look. He nodded and added, but we have to say it simultaneously. Agreed. Wang Ting nodded. The Azure Sea Pearl can control serpent-type star beasts. It's very useful to me, Landon said. Absorb various dragon bloodline powers, causing your constitution to transform, and naturally, the dragon blood battle physique will become more powerful, Wang Ting explained. Both of them spoke almost simultaneously. However, Landon's expression changed suddenly. You're playing me. We've tried this method before, and dragon bloodline power can't make the dragon blood battle physique transform, he exclaimed. Ah, you've tried it before? That's too bad. Wang Ting replied with a hint of regret. He still wanted to fool the other party. He didn't expect to be exposed the moment he opened his mouth. As for the effects of absorbing dragon bloodline powers, it was unclear what might happen. Transforming a constitution was not an easy feat, but you haven't told the verity either. The Azure Sea Pearl can control the serpent-type star beasts? If it's such a simple function, why would you go to great lengths to come here? Wang Ting stated as his expression turned cold, staring intently at Lan Deng. Lan Deng sneered in response, saying, Tit for tat. Wang Ting sighed. Well, I didn't want to resort to unconventional methods. Okay, let's make it simple. Now, are you going to admit defeat on your own, or should I help you admit it? Landon felt the muscles on his face twitching when he saw the lightning slap in Wang Ting's hand. He was very familiar with this thing. Many talents suffered from it during the League of Talent. Even the female martial warriors who were called goddesses weren't spared. Such humiliation was intolerable for any genius, especially when it occurred in front of a crowd. Chapter 1977, They Type That He Should Never Offend. 2. Back then, he made a timely concession to avoid suffering such humiliation in public, but now, he found himself facing the same situation. Landon's gaze flickered. Should he give it a try? He couldn't bear the thought of admitting defeat so easily. He had always believed that he was not inferior to anyone. He had stood behind Strakey before, biding his time, and now that he had entered the Stellar Academy, he continued to bide his time, all for the sake of obtaining that unique divine flame. He believed that as long as he obtained that divine flame, he could surpass the person in front of him. However, things weren't going as planned. He hadn't even acquired the divine flame yet, and he was already dealing with a setback just to meet the prerequisites for obtaining it. If he couldn't obtain the Azure Sea Pearl, capturing that divine flame would remain a pipe dream. He refused. He refused to give in. He had invested so much and endured for so long to obtain that divine flame. How could he just give up now? Landon's head lowered slightly, and then he suddenly raised it. His eyes underwent a peculiar transformation, resembling the eyes of a dragon, exuding an icy and majestic aura. Wang Ting's gaze immediately sharpened. Boom. In the next moment, the gray-white flames seemed to be ignited by some unknown power, erupting once again from his body. Wang Ting stood within these flames, surrounded by his blue flames, displaying no fear. He didn't try to stop Landon's transformation. This change reminded him of Strakey's semi-dragon state. Landon, being a talented member of the Parax family, probably possessed the same ability. The semi-dragon state allowed him to drop more useful attribute bubbles, so if his opponent was willing to transform, Wang Ting would eventually reap more rewards. Sometimes you have to take advantage of any opportunity that comes your way. He was confident that he could defeat his opponent, even if he was in his semi-dragon state, so he wasn't afraid. Suddenly, the gray-white flames rapidly retreated, disappearing entirely back into Landon's body. Ah! Landon roared towards the sky, veins popping out on his forehead. Waves of scorching hot energy radiated from his head. Boom! A terrifying wave of power burst forth from his body. Simultaneously, Landon's body began to undergo a strange transformation. His body rapidly expanded, muscles bulging, and his tattered clothing burst apart, revealing a series of scale-like armor on his body, glowing like flames. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages resembling dragon's claws. He even sprouted two peculiar dragon horns from his forehead. His teeth became razor-sharp, like a row of serrated blades. When he opened his mouth, a searing hot breath escaped. The transformation he was undergoing at this moment was undoubtedly much more terrifying than when he activated the dragon blood battle physique. Even his aura had become quite formidable, resembling that of a genuine it seemed to be transforming him into a half-dragon. To Wang Ting, this appearance seemed to be somewhat lacking compared to the Solar Dragon race's transformation. The Solar Dragon race's members would turn into full-fledged Solar Dragons, foregoing their human appearance. Under such circumstances, their unleashed power was not to be underestimated. However, the Solar Dragon race wasn't a real dragon. There was a difference between them. Thus, between the Parker's family's Dragon Blood Battle physique and the Solar Dragon physique, it was hard to tell which was stronger and weaker. What was clear, though, was that Wang Ting's true Dragon Battle physique, pseudo, was undoubtedly more potent than both of their physiques. Despite the pseudo label, roar! Landon's transformation was complete, and he let out a furious roar, sending scorching waves of air sweeping towards Wang Ting. Well, that's ugly. Wang Ting wrinkled his nose and waved his hand in disgust. This half-dragon transformation was far more grotesque compared to his true dragon battle physique, pseudo. He found it quite unsightly. To think Landon treated it as his trump card, using it only when he had no other choice. Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to use such a form, even in dire situations. Wang Ting! Lan Deng roared, glaring fiercely at Wang Ting, then stomped his foot. Boom! The ground shattered asunder, creating a deeper pit than before. The surrounding rubble was sent flying into the sky by the unseen force. Landon's transformed form resembled a streak of gray and white, rising from the pit and arching through the air. His body radiated scorching heat. The air around them started distorting due to the high temperature. And the next moment, Landon descended from above, plummeting towards Wang Ting. He extended his clawed hand, aiming to slash at Wang Ting as if he wanted to tear him apart. Humph! Wang Ting coldly snorted and extended a finger, directing the gathering of his fire force. Fire Silk Finger! A burst of flames shot out from his fingertip. Bang! The pillar of fire struck fiercely against Landon's claw, producing a heavy thud. Get lost! Landon coldly roared and, with the power of fire on his claw, shattered the pillar of fire in an instant. However, just as the pillar of fire crumbled, a fire silkworm shot out from within, darting towards Landon's claw. What? Landon was slightly startled, but he quickly sneered, reaching out his hand and gathering flames that formed into a gigantic flame hand. Boom! The moment the flame hand took shape, the fire silkworm reached it and collided violently, producing an intense explosion. Chapter 1978. They type that he should never offend. 3. The flames billowed out in all directions. The fire silkworm, despite its small size, caused the flames to explode upon impact, creating a large hole in the fiery hand. It continued its relentless charge towards Landon. Landon's pupils suddenly contracted as he had no time to react. He could only watch as the fire silkworm pierced through the gaping hole in his palm. Splat! In an instant, the fire silkworm passed through the palm of his hand, causing blood to flow freely. Roar! Landon howled in pain. He retreated furiously with an ugly expression. His injured arm kept trembling, and a large amount of blood flowed down. However, the flesh on his wound was squirming. It was recovering quickly. "Come again!" Wang Ting shouted. He charged forward and punched his fist out. Landon roared in anger. He didn't back down and charged forward. His physique had gotten stronger after his semi-dragon state. He wasn't willing to admit defeat just now and wanted to fight with Wang Ting again. Boom! 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 The two of them continued to exchange blows, moving from the ground back into the sky, their fist imprints colliding violently and producing terrifying explosions. They appeared as if they had transformed into two gigantic fireballs. One was wrapped in gray-white flames, while the other was surrounded by green flames. They kept clashing, separating, and then clashing again. Is that extraterrestrial human not dead yet? He's back on his feet. So powerful. He's so powerful. Why does he look like a dragon? Is this the power of an extraterrestrial human? It's truly incredible. The Snake Men martial warriors were filled with amazement as they watched the battle in the sky, their faces showing a mix of astonishment. Zagu felt parched. He had always considered himself a genius among the Snake Men, confident in his cosmos stage strength that allowed him to battle with universe stage martial warriors. But now, witnessing the battle between Wang Ting and Landon, he couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. There was just no comparison. The difference was truly immense. How do they cultivate to become so strong? Why was the difference so huge? Little Chinger looked at the battle in the sky and was deeply moved. Her eyes trembled slightly. At this moment, the queen opened her eyes and gently moved her serpentine tail to stand beside little Chinger. She placed her hand on her head. "Master!" Little Chinger exclaimed in surprise. "Are you all right?" "I've recovered a bit," the queen replied. She then asked, "Do you have any insights after watching their battle?" "Master, they are both incredibly strong," Little Chinger exclaimed. "This is the strength of the extraterrestrial humans. All the extraterrestrial humans I have encountered possess remarkable abilities," the Snake Men queen said. She looked up at the sky and continued, "However, that person's ability seems to have exceeded the other extraterrestrial humans." "Surpassing the other extraterrestrial humans? Are you referring to him?" Little Chinger was astonished. "He's that powerful?" Little Chinger was shocked, finding it hard to believe the extent of Wang Ting's strength. She knew that Wang Ting was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful in her master's eyes. "You'll find out soon. The other extraterrestrial human is absolutely no match for him. Although I don't know why he hasn't used his full power yet, winning is only a matter of time," the queen said calmly. "Yes." Little Chinger nodded. If he could defeat Heaven Stage martial warriors, the Cosmos Stage extraterrestrial humans wouldn't be his match either. But, for some reason, for the first time, felt a desire to explore the outside world. She wanted to see what was beyond. The queen cast a glance at Little Chinger's eyes and felt a slight stir in her heart, but she chose not to say more and continued to watch the battle in the sky with her disciple. Boom! In the sky, after exchanging punches, both of them retreated. Landon was panting, his gaze locked on Wang Ting with bloodshot eyes. Why, even after using the dragon's blood, undergoing a semi-dragon transformation, and greatly enhancing his physical strength, was he still unable to defeat this person? Was Wang Ting's physique really this strong? "Your fists are pretty tough, and your transformation has some use, but it's still not enough," Wang Ting said, grinning at Landon. "Ancient God's body. Activate." In an instant, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from Wang Ting's body. His blood flowed like mercury, and his heart beat violently. An occult golden pattern appeared on his forehead. Boom! A more powerful aura erupted from his body. Wang Ting had already activated the true dragon battle physique, pseudo. With the addition of the ancient god's body, Wang Ting became extremely terrifying. Even if he stood there calmly, he seemed like an awakened universe behemoth. The aura he emitted was suffocating. Landon, initially consumed by anger upon hearing Wang Ting's words, was now taken aback. He saw the overwhelming aura erupting from Wang Ting's body, and his pupils constricted as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Could Wang Ting's physique still become stronger? What monster was this? The instant Wang Ting activated his ancient god's body, he explosively surged forward, leaving a trail in the sky. Without giving Landon time to react, he unleashed a powerful punch. At this point, Landon had no choice but to face it. Roar! A roar erupted from his mouth, and his body turned into a blur as he met Wang Ting's attack head-on. Chapter 1979, They Type That He Should Never Offend. 4 Boom! 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 The two of them struck once again. Landon released all the power of his domain. The fourth-rank fire domain was condensed within his fist. With a terrifying impact, he smashed the space as he attacked. Every punch was a domain. However, Wang Ting's flaming domain had just reached the 6th rank, 2 levels higher than Landon's. This was a complete domination. Every punch Wang Ting threw contained the power of the domain, and it was enough to crush Landon. B0XO. Calm-faced with Wang Ting's attacks, Landon quickly found himself unable to defend. His fist imprint shattered, and Wang Ting's attacks struck him forcefully. Boom! Landon was sent flying, his dragon scales exploding into a spray of blood and leaving him in agonizing pain. Impossible! His eyes were bloodshot, unable to accept the fact that, even after activating his semi-dragon transformation, he was still crushed by Wang Ting. How was that possible? How is it impossible? You're just too weak, Wang Ting's calm voice echoed, and he suddenly appeared at Landon's side, delivering a sweeping kick. Boom! Landon's expression changed dramatically, and hastily, he raised his fists, crossing them in front of his chest. However, the immense force caused the dragon scales on his hands to explode, and there was even a faint sound of bones cracking. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably. Blood spurted out of his mouth. You're too weak. Wang Ting's voice was heard again. This time, it was behind him. Landon quickly turned around and threw a punch without thinking, but the fist hit only a lingering shadow. Your speed is too slow. Wang Ting's voice still came from behind him. Landon only felt a gust of wind hitting him. The back of his head hurt badly, accompanied by numbness and bursts of lightning, causing his vision to go black. So, after all this time, you haven't made any progress? Wang Ting's voice remained calm as if he were chatting with a friend, but the words he spoke infuriated Landon to the point of wanting to spit blood. Despite his significant speed increase in his semi-dragon form, he still couldn't keep up with Wang Ting's movement. He frantically attacked in all directions, wanting to force Wang Ting out of hiding. But it was useless. The more flustered he was, the less chance he had of keeping up with Wang Ting's movements. Bang! Landon's head took another heavy hit to the back, followed by a series of thunderous bangs, making his already confused mind even more chaotic. Weak, so weak. Why are you so weak? You're not my match. Wang Ting's voice kept coming, driving Lan Deng into madness. Wang Ting. Landon looked up to the sky and howled madly. He was on the brink of insanity, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Degree winky face, little Chinger gave a frightened expression when she saw this scene. What she had thought was just an act of violence from Wang Ting now seemed incredibly brutal. Is this guy that fierce? Even the queen of the snake men race felt the corners of her lips twitching. She couldn't bear to look at them. As for Zagu and the other snake men martial warriors, their understanding of Wang Ting's brutality had deepened significantly. In their hearts, Wang Ting had been categorized as never to be messed with. This extraterrestrial human was much more terrifying than the other extraterrestrial humans. In the sky, the battle had reached its final moment. No matter how Landon struggled, he couldn't escape from Wang Ting's grasp. His dragon scales had been completely shattered, even breaking one of the horns on his forehead, leaving him looking quite miserable. However, his head had several new prominent bumps, making up for the lost horn. Boom! Landon's body fell limply to the ground, completely devoid of resistance. His body slowly reverted to its original appearance, but he continued to be twitching involuntarily. However, he hadn't lost consciousness. He stared up at the sky, his face expressing one thought, doubting his life. Little Chinger and the Queen of the Snake Men stared with wide eyes at Landon, who had suddenly dropped in front of them. Both their faces displayed a sense of bewilderment, with slightly open, rosy lips. What was going on? Was it just a coincidence? He came back the same way he went out. Most importantly, he looked pretty miserable. The way his eyes appeared vacant, he seemed to have experienced some kind of mental breakdown. Martial warriors weren't afraid of failure. But, if his mentality was shattered, it would be hard for him to continue on the martial arts path in the future. Thud! At this moment, Wang Ting dropped from the sky, landing gently in the hall. He surveyed the situation inside and wore a somewhat awkward expression. Sorry, it was purely accidental." Little Chinger and the Queen of the Snake Men race stared at his face without blinking. It was hard to tell that he didn't do it on purpose. "I'll handle this for now." Seeing that the two were ignoring him, Wang Ting smiled awkwardly and walked over to Landon. He looked down at him, shook his head, and sighed. "You know, you didn't have to struggle like this. Whether you endeavored or not, it would have been the same. You're just too weak. Look at yourself now, it breaks my heart. I honestly didn't want this to happen. We're friends, and if I hadn't lost control, I wouldn't have beaten you like this." Landon. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and for the first time, there was a hint of change in his lifeless gaze as he stared at Wang Ting. Little Chinger. The Queen. Chapter 1980. They type that he should never offend. 5. This guy is just shameless. He beat someone like this and he's still talking like that. Can't you have some dignity? Even if we're not friends, there's no need for it to get this far. If you had told me about the Azure Sea Pearl information earlier, I definitely wouldn't have beaten you. Wang Ting kept rambling on. Little Chinger and the Queen of the Snake Men race couldn't stand it anymore. Cough B0XO. Calm. The Queen cleared her throat. "Is your throat bothering you, Your Majesty?" Wang Ting turned and asked upon hearing the sound. Little Chinger's expression turned strange. The Queen remained silent for a moment and then said coldly, "No. Do you have any other concerns?" Wang Ting inquired. "The array is on the verge of collapsing." The Queen looked towards the sky and calmly stated. Her tone was as if she was discussing a matter of little importance. The sky was falling, but it didn't matter. The corners of Wang Ting's eyes twitched. He looked up at the sky. Then, boom! An explosion was heard. In an instant, the entire Rue Snake City seemed to be trembling, even the palace they were in began to shake. The array was broken. The Azure Poison Serpent array, which had held on for so long, finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Wang Ting turned his head towards the Queen, his face filled with bitterness. She said it was on the verge of collapsing. It had already collapsed. At a time like this, the Queen still had the heart to tease him. Her character was rather evil. Wang Ting was frustrated. But he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, a massive gap appeared in the array in the northern part of Rue Snake City. Instantly, countless poisonous creatures poured out of the gap. A dark green mist filled the air, like torrents of dark green rushing in, terrifying beyond belief. "Oh no! The array is broken. The martial warriors in the Rue Snake City were in a state of shock. Their faces turned pale, and they began to panic, shouting in terror. Many ordinary snake men who had not yet reached the shelters were immediately overwhelmed by the surging poisonous creatures, emitting screams of agony. The snake men martial warriors fought desperately, launching various energy attacks, but faced with the overwhelming number of poisonous creatures, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. "Your Majesty!" A figure sped from a distance and appeared above the palace. It was Marong, the Heaven Stage martial warrior. "How many people haven't entered the Thousand Serpent Cave yet?" the queen inquired in a serious tone. "About 1/3 of the people are still outside," Marong replied with a pained expression. The Snake Men Queen's expression changed. She said to Zagu and the other guards, "Go and block the poison tide to allow the others to enter the Thousand Serpent Cave as soon as possible." But Zagu and the others wanted to say something. Their duty was to protect the queen, and there was still an extremely dangerous individual here. Even though they were not a match for Wang Ting, leaving like this seemed inappropriate. "Go!" the Snake Men Queen said coldly. "Yes." Zagu and the others replied hurriedly. Figures sped out of the palace, heading towards the poisonous star beasts outside. At the same time, more snake men martial warriors from within the city charged out to engage and eliminate various poisonous star beasts. Fortunately, the snake men were accustomed to living on the Scorpion King star, a planet filled with poison, making them well versed in dealing with various poisons. Moreover, the breach in the city was not too large, and most of the invading creatures were below the Emperor level in strength. With their combined efforts, they could barely manage to handle the situation. Wang Ting furrowed his brow, his expression turning increasingly grave as he walked towards the throne within the palace. Little Qinger and the queen were standing beside the throne. "Little Qinger, I need to borrow the power of your bloodline," the Snake Men Queen suddenly said. "Master, what should I do?" Little Qinger nodded sternly and asked. "Place your hand on the throne and activate your bloodline power," the queen instructed. Little Qinger nodded. She promptly extended her hand, placing it on the armrest of the throne. Boom! A terrifying phantom of the primordial oceanic serpent emerged, instantly surging to thousands of feet in height, exuding a dreadful aura. Among the invading creatures, many were of the serpent variety. In response to this phantom's appearance, all the snake-like star beasts cowered in fear, no longer assailing the people. Even other types of poisonous creatures momentarily halted, their eyes filled with dread. That is, many snake men were astounded. They gazed at the colossal serpent phantom that had abruptly risen from the palace. "That's our ancestral serpent. It's our ancestor." Soon, someone recognized the primordial oceanic serpent, and they shouted in astonishment. "Her Majesty must have taken action. Everyone, give it your all, and we can certainly hold off the poison tide." Marong's eyes gleamed, and he shouted. The snake men were instantly filled with a strong fighting spirit and sped towards the surrounding poisonous star beasts. The shattered formation had left them feeling despair, but the appearance of the primordial oceanic serpent gave them a glimmer of hope. Inside the palace, as Little Qinger released her bloodline power, the runes on the throne and the symbols on the stone wall behind it once again lit up, sending a beam of light shooting into the sky, merging with the array. The broken array gradually showed signs of healing and resealing. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Chapter 1981 Don't Be Afraid. 1. Wang Ting initially considered taking action, as he possessed the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline and even had poison force, making it quite effortless for him to operate the azure poison serpent array. He might even be able to last longer than the queen. After all, just like Little Qinger, his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was fully awakened. Granted, His level of awakening seemed to be not as profound as little Qing'er's since he inherited the bloodline from her. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much. With little Qing'er unleashing her bloodline power and the attribute bubbles descending at this moment, Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately started collecting them. Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline * 150B0XO. Com Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline * 200 Primordial Consciousness * 1000. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed as he realized that he had only obtained a total of 350 points of the Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline this time, which was far less than last time, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline 2150/10,000, first rank. However, Wang Ting also knew that the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, little Qing'er's bloodline had just awakened and burst out in an instant, naturally causing more attributes to drop. But this time, it was just being stimulated, and the bloodline had already stabilized, so it was naturally impossible to drop as many properties as last time. Wang Ting was content. At least there was an improvement. Even a small gain is still a gain. What surprised him, though, was that he once again acquired the primordial consciousness attribute. This primordial consciousness was quite useful. He used this attribute when facing those 6 heaven stage martial warriors. When combined with bloodlust, it became even more useful. Even the auras released by the 6 heaven stage martial warriors couldn't do anything to him. Primordial Consciousness 3700/10,000, first rank. This time, he received 1000 points of Primordial Consciousness. The Primordial Consciousness attribute reached 3700 points. Wang Ting felt that his understanding of the Primordial Conscious had deepened, and the profound sense of vastness in his mind had become even more mysterious. A strange radiance flickered in his eyes as if containing boundless vastness, like a true ancient being. Soon, he returned to his normal state, and that peculiar feeling seemed to have never existed. Wang Ting was a bit disappointed that this time he didn't acquire the 3 immortal level talents attribute. Then, he looked in little Qing'er's direction. He had initially been prepared to take action, but since little Qing'er and the others had already acted, he had some idle time and decided to take stock of his recent gains. During the previous battle, Wang Ting had already gathered all the attribute bubbles that had dropped from Landon. Constellation Force, Fire, * 8500 Divine Level Fire Talent * 1000 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 3600 Universe Realm Enlightenment * 3200 Ash Flame * 1300 Dragon Blood Battle Physique, 4th rank, * 11500 Dragon's Blood * 1 This is quite a good haul. Wang Ting's eyes brightened. He had not paid much attention earlier, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the attribute bubbles dropped by the other party this time were unexpectedly good. Constellation Fire Force 41500/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th Level, 8,500 points of Constellation Fire Force. This wasn't a small amount. It allowed Wang Ting's properties to rise to 41,500 points. Very soon, he would break through the 5th level of the Cosmos Stage. Divine Level Fire Talent 12400/50,000 His Divine Level Fire Talent increased by 1,000 points. Landon's Fire Talent wasn't weak. He had the 4th rank Dragon Blood Battle Physique, as well as the Divine Level Fire Talent. Spirit 46200/200000, Cosmos Realm, Enlightenment 194200/300000, Universe Realm. Next were the Cosmos Realm Spirit and Universe Realm Enlightenment attribute. They couldn't be compared to the 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors, but it was still a sizable gain. There were also 1,300 points of Ash Flame. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, the gray-white flame in Wang Ting's inner cosmos grew bigger. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to it. To him, the ash flame was just a bonus. It wouldn't get much attention. Then, there were 11,500 points of the 4th rank Dragon Blood battle physique. Landon's outbreak this time was quite fierce, and the attributes he dropped were quite substantial. There was a total of 11,500 points, far exceeding the attribute bubbles he had dropped before. Dragon Blood battle physique 13800/40,000 4th rank. This was not bad. When Wang Ting's Dragon Blood battle physique increased, the True Dragon battle physique, fake, would increase too. True Dragon battle physique, pseudo 5600/40,000 4th rank. The True Dragon battle physique, pseudo, didn't increase as much as the Dragon Blood battle physique, but it was still an improvement. For Wang Ting, this was all good news. One type of attribute could enhance 2 different attributes, making it a cost-effective gain. What truly left Wang Ting amazed was the last attribute sphere, Dragon's Blood. Landon dropped a drop of Dragon's Blood. At this moment, the drop of Dragon's Blood was floating in Wang Ting's inner cosmos. Is this a real Dragon's Blood? Or? Wang Ting's eyes exhibited a peculiar expression as he glanced within his inner cosmos to examine the drop of Dragon's Blood. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Ting's consciousness was pulled into the blood, and a scene unfolded before him. A massive beast was killed, and then a powerful individual extracted a drop of blood from the beast's body. That's right. The blood of that massive beast, after refining, yielded only a single drop. And that drop of blood was the one currently inside Wang Ting. Originally, this drop of blood had been consumed by Landon, but the system had found a unique way to reclaim it and then bestowed it to Wang Ting. A star beast harboring the bloodline of a true dragon. Wang Ting had a moment of realization. So, this drop of blood was not the true blood of a real dragon, but the result of refining all the blood within a star beast carrying the bloodline of a true dragon into a single drop. In essence, this drop of blood was incredibly close to being the true blood of a real dragon. Chapter 1982 Don't Be Afraid. 2. If I'm guessing correctly, the Parker's family is probably using this dragon blood to activate the dragon blood battle form, achieving that semi-dragon transformation. Wang Ting speculated. This method seemed powerful, but it carried certain risks. A slight misstep could lead to being overtaken by the wild beast consciousness within, making it impossible to return to human form. The reason Landon became irritable and aggressive after using the semi-dragon transformation was because of the influence of this dragon's blood. What use does this dragon's blood have for me? Wang Ting absent-mindedly stroked his chin, unable to think of its immediate utility. He certainly didn't want to end up looking like Landon did earlier, as that appearance was quite unattractive. He didn't like it. Without dwelling on it any further, Wang Ting simply stored the dragon's blood, and the drop of the dragon's blood instantly flew into the center of his inner cosmos, into the black hole. In reality, this process took only a brief moment. B0XO. Calm Wang Ting looked at little Qinger at this moment. Beads of sweat covered her smooth forehead, her soft hair clinging to her cheeks, and her fair complexion slightly pale. It was evident that in just a short time, she had depleted a significant portion of her bloodline power. While little Qinger's bloodline power was strong, her overall strength was still relatively weak. Even the queen had weakened after using her bloodline power, and little Qinger was in no better shape, especially considering she was much less experienced. However, the gap in the formation in the sky was gradually closing, and the number of poisonous creatures entering the city decreased. The snake men, martial warriors in the city, felt less pressured. It seems I won't need to intervene. Wang Ting breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, with the combined efforts of little Qinger and the queen, they barely managed to maintain the array. However, Wang Ting's thoughts had hardly taken shape before reality delivered a heavy blow to him. Boom! A loud and violent rumble echoed out, and at the gap, a massive star beast suddenly thrust its way out from the green mist and crashed down. Splat! The poisoned star beasts that were frantically diving into the holes were smashed into pieces. Their flesh splattered everywhere and their bodies exploded. They smashed onto the defense screen like a pile of rotten meat. Colorful blood splattered everywhere. Boom! The entire array began to tremble, and the gap that was previously healing rapidly developed a series of cracks resembling spider webs. In an instant, the sound of the array struggling under the heavy burden echoed throughout the city. The Snakemen martial warriors looked up. Their expressions changed entirely. A terrifying giant python slowly emerged from the green mist, its massive body looming in the sky, even larger than the whole city. The smaller poisonous star beasts in the vicinity hurriedly fled, not daring to approach in the slightest. The giant python had an entirely jet-black body, with a triangular-shaped head, and on top of its head were protrusions that resembled metal, like two horns or extended scales. Its body was covered in sturdy scales, resembling some form of golden iron, exuding a cold metallic luster. What was most striking was the pair of wings on either side of its body, which seemed like fleshy wings. They stretched out gradually and flapped gently. With each of its movements, the green mist in the surroundings dissipated, allowing people to see clearly. Gasp! Zagu and the others, upon seeing this giant python, involuntarily took a sharp intake of breath. They felt their scalps tingle, a chill running up their spines and into their heads. It's the black-maned python. Marong immediately recognized the giant python and exclaimed, "In the Great Hall." When the giant python collided with the array, the queen immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning deathly pale, and her body nearly collapsing to the ground. "Master," little Chinger said with anxiety. But she was not faring well either. While the queen had shielded her, little Chinger's face grew even paler, and her petite figure wavered as if on the verge of collapsing. The projection of the primordial oceanic serpent on her body trembled slightly, as if it was about to break apart. After all, the projection of the primordial oceanic serpent was summoned by little Chinger. With her taking a heavy blow, the projection could not be maintained. At this moment, the cold, unwavering gaze with vertical pupils in the giant black mamba's eyes was fixed on the projection of the primordial oceanic serpent in the direction of the Grand Hall. There seemed to be a hint of highly human-like greed in those vertical pupils. "It's the black-maned python." The queen looked up at the sky, her eyes showing a trace of astonishment. "Black-maned python?" Wang Ting's expression turned serious, but he couldn't help but stroke his chin. "Why does it sound familiar?" "Come on, one of the tasks you accepted had a requirement to obtain venom from the black-maned python. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" Round Ball's exasperated voice sounded in his mind. "Ha ha ha, I recall now. I took on too many tasks and forgot." Wang Ting chuckled awkwardly. "You really something." Round Ball rolled its eyes and said, "This black-maned python happens to be a high-tier Imperial-level creature, meeting the requirements, but its strength appears quite formidable and, it appears to be eyeing you while you're plotting against it." Wang Ting paused for a moment, then gazed at the black-maned python, realizing the situation. He said, "I didn't expect that the bloodline power of the primordial oceanic serpent would attract this black-maned python." The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline has a deterrent effect on serpent-type star beasts, but it also has great allure. Most importantly, this little girl is too weak. Otherwise, the black-maned python wouldn't dare to appear, Round Ball analyzed. "That makes sense." Wang Ting shook his head. The bloodline power of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was indeed powerful, but if the possessor was too weak, it was akin to having an innocent bystander carrying a priceless gem, which would inevitably attract unwelcome attention. Chapter 1983. Don't be afraid. 3. Master. Little Chinger felt the black-maned python's greedy gaze from the ceiling and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. She bit her lip and looked towards the queen. At this point, the queen had finally realized that something was amiss. Her face turned pale and her gaze shifted several times. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and urgently said, "Quickly, disperse your bloodline power. Don't continue." She had underestimated the allure of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline to serpent-type star beasts. Originally, she thought that with the array in place, it wouldn't attract powerful serpent star beasts from outside the array. But unexpectedly, a powerful high-tier imperial-level star beast had been lured here. She couldn't let little Chinger continue to use her bloodline power. Now it was an imperial-level star beast. The next time it could be an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast or something even more powerful. The more bloodline power little Chinger used, the stronger the fluctuations it produced, which would attract increasingly powerful serpent-type star beasts. So she couldn't let little Chinger continue any further. B0XO. It was too dangerous. In the queen's eyes, little Chinger was more important than all the snake men in the entire city. She was even more important than herself. Moreover, with the appearance of the black-maned python, there was no point in having little Chinger persist any further. The black-maned python was ruthlessly attacking the gap, and its destructive speed was undoubtedly faster than little Chinger's efforts to heal the formation. Allowing little Chinger to continue would be futile. In this situation, it was better to have little Chinger hide and evade the black-maned python's scrutiny. There might be a glimmer of hope. Little Chinger immediately raised her hand from the armrest of the throne and prepared to disperse her bloodline power. She could no longer hold on. The black-maned python seemed to have noticed little Chinger shaking her head, and a cold gleam flashed in its massive serpent pupils. It suddenly swung its body, and its tail struck the formation with a resounding impact. Boom! A violent rumble echoed out as the array once again trembled, and the sound of cracking became distinct. The snake men inside the city watched this scene in horror, their faces turning extremely pale. Marong and several Heaven Stage martial warriors looked extremely solemn. They had already expended a significant amount of their forces in operating the array. Now, if the high-tier imperial-level black-maned python entered the city, they might not be able to resist it. It would be a disaster. "Marong, what should we do?" a Heaven Stage Snakemen martial warrior asked in a low voice. Marong held considerable prestige among the Snakemen. These people were currently in a state of panic, and they all looked to him. "How many people haven't entered the Thousand Serpent Cave yet?" Marong asked in a low voice. "There are still some people in the west and south of the city who haven't come over. Now that poisonous star beasts have invaded the city, they want to come here, but with the hindrance of poison-type star beasts, it's difficult." The Heaven Stage martial warriors didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. With the poison-type star beasts obstructing them, it would be challenging for those snake men to enter the Thousand Serpent Cave. "Shall we let the martial warriors enter the Thousand Serpent Cave first?" another Heaven Stage martial warrior suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. Then, there was a short moment of silence. They weren't the only city on the Scorpion King's star. They weren't the only serpent men either. If their warriors suffered too many casualties in this outbreak of poison tide, they might face difficulties when dealing with other serpent men races in the future. Boom! In the sky, the black-maned python struck again, and it did so leisurely as if it were toying with its prey. A hint of mockery flashed in its cold vertical pupils. The array could withstand the poison tide, but it was also like a prison, trapping those inside. Crack! A clearer sound of cracking came from the array, and the previously healing gap once again widened, spreading outwards. "Don't hesitate any longer. Let the warriors enter the Thousand Serpent Cave. We can't afford to take the risk." The Heaven Stage martial warrior's face turned pale, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Marang gritted his teeth. He had no time to inform the queen, so he had to make his own decision. Bloodshot veins spread in his eyes, laden with heaviness and guilt. He shouted sternly, "All martial warriors, retreat to the Thousand Serpent Cave at the fastest speed possible." All the serpent men, martial warriors, were stunned by his order. There was disbelief on their faces. Were they supposed to abandon the ordinary snake men? "What are you waiting for? Retreat to the Thousand Serpent Cave, this is an order." Marang bellowed at them from above. Since the decision had been made, there was no room for hesitation. A second of hesitation could mean the loss of several lives. This was all he could do. Marang's voice woke the snake men, martial warriors, from their daze. They understood the situation, gazed guiltily at the ordinary snake men around them, and were ultimately forced to leave them behind. "No! Don't leave us! Take my child away! Help me, save me!" The ordinary serpent men who were abandoned instantly panicked, crying and screaming, their expressions filled with fear and despair. In the sky above, the terrifying black-maned python's eyes sparkled with mockery, as if it found the struggles of those below to be very entertaining. However, its main focus remained on the illusion of the primordial oceanic serpent. That was its primary target. Inside the great hall, during the earlier impact, little Chinger's body trembled violently, and she nearly fell to the ground. Her body was already extremely weakened, and she had been preparing to withdraw her hand when she was hit by the array's shock. Blood was now trickling from the corners of her mouth, making her look tragically fragile. Chapter 1984. Don't be afraid. 4. Retract your bloodline power. The snake men queen struggled to get up and urged her anxiously. Little Chinger's face was filled with panic. What should have been a simple action now felt like it required all the strength in her body. Retracting her hand would involve breaking the connection to her bloodline power first. Otherwise, she would suffer a backlash. As she had only recently awakened her bloodline, she couldn't easily control her bloodline power. To retract it smoothly, she needed to concentrate. "Don't panic." The queen noticed her struggle and, despite her anxiety, adopted a calming tone to reassure her. "All right." Little Chinger took a deep breath and nodded. She was about to close her eyes, making an effort to control her bloodline power. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her slightly tender shoulder. The hand was large and exuded a comforting warmth. "Don't be afraid." At the same time, a calm and gentle voice slowly echoed in her ears. Little Chinger was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the person who spoke. A familiar face entered her vision. The face, the hand, and the gentle voice all worked to miraculously calm her frantic heart. It was as if she had found a glimmer of safety. The next instant, a force that seemed to come from the same origin surged into her body through the large hand. Little Chinger felt as though she had been embraced by her father's warmth, safe and comfortable. As the power flowed through her, it revitalized her body, replenishing the immense expenditure of her bloodline power. Her pale face gradually regained a rosy hue. The queen wanted to say something, but at that moment she was left speechless as she saw little Chinger's complexion. "Get ready." Wang Ting's calm and gentle voice echoed once again. "Get ready? Ready for what?" Little Chinger had questions in her mind, yet before she could voice them, her body instinctively relaxed beneath the influence of that voice. Boom! Suddenly, the bloodline power that came from the same source as her erupted. A powerful aura rose from their bodies. The bloodline powers merged into one, and the ethereal image of the primordial oceanic serpent, which had initially been 1,000 feet long, suddenly expanded and solidified, now taking on the form of a colossal creature that spanned 10,000 feet. Most significantly, this image became incredibly tangible. The scales covering its body, its intricate patterns, and even the ice-cold, majestic presence in its eyes all underwent a radical transformation. It appeared lifelike. It resembled a genuine primordial oceanic serpent that had traversed the boundless river of time to arrive in the present world. An endless sense of primordial grandeur emanated from the ethereal image of the primordial oceanic serpent, enveloping the entire world. What is this? The queen's eyes widened, her heart thrown into chaos, completely losing her composure. Little Chinger also widened her eyes in disbelief. Her small head was covered in question marks. Even Marong and the other Heaven Stage Snakemen martial warriors were dumbfounded at the sight, completely forgetting to think. Why had the ancestral python's image suddenly become so large? Beyond the barrier, the terrifying black-maned python's pupils contracted abruptly. Within its vertical pupils, a hint of fear surfaced. The aura emanating from within the barrier made it shudder. Terrifying. If the previous image had been seen by it as a mere infant, the image had now transformed into a terrifying adult behemoth. Could there be an even more dreadful adult beast hidden in the structures below? Its current feeling was like that of bullying someone else's child and then, suddenly, the parent emerging to settle the score with it. And this parent was a super invincible muscle man. One punch could make a monster like it cry. Chapter 1985 How Did You Do It? 1. The sudden eruption of the image of the primordial oceanic serpent left everyone in awe. The image of the primordial oceanic serpent, which had already reached a size of 1,000 feet, was shocking in itself. Now, this image had once again expanded and solidified, which was truly unbelievable. The profound aura permeating the heavens and earth was simply overwhelming, and many people even forgot to breathe. Inside the hall, little Chinger, filled with confusion, stared at Wang Ting. Why did he possess the same bloodline power as her? Even the queen of the Snakemen race was puzzled. However, her question wasn't why Wang Ting had the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, but rather how he managed to make little Chinger's bloodline power erupt to this extent. The queen hadn't expected that Wang Ting would have the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, as it was simply impossible in her eyes. Wang Ting was an extraterrestrial human. How could an extraterrestrial human who wasn't a snakeman possess the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline? This didn't make sense. So she was just puzzled about how Wang Ting managed to trigger little Chinger's bloodline. Relax, leave everything to me. Wang Ting smiled faintly at little Chinger and said in a calm voice, "Oh, okay." At this moment, little Chinger had completely forgotten how to think, and she could only nod blankly. Wang Ting raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes showing a trace of coldness. How dare a mere high-tier, imperial-level star beast act so arrogantly? Blank attribute added. The primordial conscious attribute increased exponentially. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline attribute started rising too. In response, the blank attribute rapidly decreased. The enhancement of these two attributes required 10 times the blank attributes to be spent. Without the sufficient accumulation of blank attributes by Wang Ting, it would have been impossible to use them at this moment. Nevertheless, watching the rapidly depleting blank attributes, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. In a blink of an eye, the primordial conscious reached the second rank. Wang Ting stopped it immediately. Primordial consciousness, 1/20,000 second rank. From the first rank to the second rank, there was a qualitative leap. The primordial consciousness that Wang Ting comprehended underwent a tremendous transformation. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was different. After Wang Ting raised it to the second rank, it didn't stop. It continued rising. Then, it went to the third rank, the fourth rank primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, 1/40,000 fourth rank. In a flash, Wang Ting raised his primordial oceanic serpent bloodline to the fourth rank. The fourth rank was enough to deter a high-tier Imperial-level star beast. This was how frightening the primordial oceanic bloodline was. However, the consumption of blank attributes was also enormous. After a careful calculation, Wang Ting had spent over 630,000 blank attribute. He glanced at his attributes board. Blank attribute, 3550000 inch. Not bad, not bad. I have 3.55 million left. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief, and his heartache lessened slightly. Then his eyes sharpened, and the bloodline power within him erupted completely. Roar! The primordial oceanic serpent's shadow enveloping him, and little Qing'er opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar towards the black-maned python. An endless, ancient, and vast power swept across the heavens and earth. Boom! The black-maned python immediately felt its bloodline being suppressed, and the compelling force made it want to submit. However, it was still a high-tier Imperial-level star beast and was extremely powerful. Its eyes showed resistance, trying to break free from the compelling force. You still want to resist? Wang Ting sneered, and the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline surged within him. His pupils turned into vertical slits, and a strange force flowed out of his eyes. At the same time, within the giant snake pupils of the primordial oceanic serpent shadow, a peculiar force also emerged. It resembled a purple lightning bolt, rushing towards the black-maned python's eyes. Roar! The black-maned python, already in a state of struggle, couldn't react in time and was quickly overwhelmed by the strange power. It became dazed. The power, resembling purple lightning, quickly gathered within the black-maned python's eyes. Roar! The black-maned python alternated between confusion and terror, thrashing madly as its colossal body tumbled through the sky. The layers of dark green mist inside it kept churning, like boiling water. The star beasts inside it fled. On the Scorpion King star, high-tier Imperial star beasts were already considered dominant figures. While there might be more powerful beings out there, they rarely ventured from their territories and wouldn't usually appear in a poison tide like this. So, this black-maned python was already considered a top-tier presence within this poison tide. In its frenzied state, other poison-element star beasts dared not approach it. However, the black-maned python's massive body still collided with the array, causing the already strained formation to shatter once again. Seeing this, Wang Ting channeled his bloodline power into the formation to maintain its operation. At the same time, a strange power surged from his eyes, emanating from the eyes of the primordial oceanic serpent's phantom. This force seemed to be the final straw that broke the camel's back, as the black-maned python's struggles gradually weakened. The snake-like imprint of that purple electric force was imprinted deep into its soul. Eyes were the windows to the soul. Though it appeared to congregate in the black-maned python's eyes, it was actually seared into the depths of its soul. The desperation in its eyes eventually faded, as if it had given up completely. When it gazed at the primordial oceanic serpent's phantom in front of it, it displayed a hint of reverence and slowly lowered its massive head. Chapter 1986. How did you do it? 2. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. All the snakemen martial warriors below halted their escape and stared at the scene in astonishment. The black-maned python has submitted? Morong's mouth was dry, his face filled with disbelief, and his voice was hoarse as he murmured to himself. Other snakemen martial warriors exchanged puzzled glances, doubting their own eyes. How could such a powerful black-maned python submit so easily? This was a high-tier Imperial-level star beast. It was extremely powerful. How could it surrender so easily? They didn't even know what had just happened. In the great hall, little Qing'er's head was spinning. She had awakened her bloodline power, but she hadn't fully grasped its abilities. She didn't know that the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline possessed such a strange ability. The way Wang Ting had manipulated it had completely exceeded her understanding. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline could tame other serpent-type star beasts. Little Qinger felt like she had gained new knowledge. On the other side, the Queen also discovered a new possibility. She looked at the primordial oceanic serpent in the sky and then at Wang Ting and Little Qinger, her eyes filled with astonishment. "You tamed the black-maned python?" She couldn't help but ask. I don't know," Little Qinger replied, shaking her head in a bewildered manner. The black-maned python seemed to have submitted, but she couldn't be certain. "Yes," Wang Ting affirmed. Seeing the two of them looking puzzled, he simply nodded and said, "Let's repair the array first." With the black-maned python no longer attacking, and the continuous infusion of bloodline power, the array was quickly restored and even reinforced. The fourth-rank primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was indeed useful. A little while ago, Wang Ting had elevated his bloodline power far beyond that of Little Qinger. At this moment, his fourth-rank primordial oceanic serpent bloodline far exceeded hers. Among the high-tier imperial level and below serpent-type star beasts, the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was unquestionably dominant. As the formation was restored, no more poisonous star beasts could enter the city. Even the looming presence of the black-maned python above the Rue Snake City discouraged many weaker poisonous star beasts from approaching. Marong and the others regained their senses and were elated. "Save the people!" A shout came out of Marong's mouth. He didn't have a choice just now and could only maintain his martial warrior's ability. Now that the array was healed, the star beasts in the city weren't a threat anymore. "Kill!" The other snakemen martial warriors shouted and charged toward the star beasts in the city. The snakemen queen looked at Wang Ting and asked, "How did you do it?" Little Qinger couldn't help but gaze at Wang Ting, her large eyes filled with a strange light. Only she knew that he possessed the same bloodline power as her. "This is a secret." Wang Ting smiled mysteriously at Little Qinger after he finished speaking to the snakemen queen. Little Qinger's heart skipped a beat. It was so difficult. On one side was her master, on the other was the man who had saved her multiple times. She didn't know which side she should help. The snakemen queen felt frustrated when she saw their expressions. She raised this disciple for nothing. "Let's go out and take a look." Wang Ting looked up and flew out. Little Qing and the queen immediately followed, flying out through the dome of the Grand Hall, suspending themselves in midair, and observing the situation all around. "Finally, we are temporarily safe." The queen heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Wang Ting with complex feelings in her eyes. "Thank you. No need to worry, I'm doing this for my own reasons as well," Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. "The star beasts inside the city haven't been completely dealt with. Once I handle them, it'll lead my people to express our gratitude to you." The queen shook her head and said solemnly. Wang Ting glanced around, furrowing his brow, and said, "I'll help you one more time." As he spoke, several massive figures appeared in the sky. They were his spiritual pets. "Kill the star beast," Wang Ting ordered. "What in the world is happening here?" The metal armor flaming scorpion exclaimed, looking up at the sky in shock. Little White and Elizabeth were equally startled, not expecting to see such a terrifying scene when they arrived. Their skin prickled with unease. However, they quickly realized that a protective barrier covered the area above, keeping the swarm of poisonous creatures at bay. This brought them a sense of relief. "Let's go, we can talk later," Wang Ting urged, giving the metal armor flaming scorpion a dismissive kick. "All right." The metal armor flaming scorpion took it in stride and grinned before heading down to engage the star beast. Little White and Elizabeth acted at the same time, using their formidable power to crush the star beasts en masse. Seeing the three formidable star beasts appear, the snake men were initially startled but quickly realized that these star beasts were not their enemies. Don't just stand there, come and help. The metal armor flaming scorpion noticed a few snake men martial warriors standing idle and couldn't help but chastise them. All right. The snake men nodded blankly and joined the battle. Put some effort into it. Have you had lunch? Kill, kill, kill. The metal armor flaming scorpion shouted while hunting down star beasts, creating an enthusiastic and motivating atmosphere. The snake men around them were fired up by the scorpion's words and fought even harder. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This guy knows how to get things going. Chapter 1987 How? Did you do it? 3. The queen had a strange look on her face, and her thoughts were unclear. Brother, is there something wrong with this scorpion's brain? Little Qinger plucked up her courage and asked Wang Ting. Wang Ting almost burst into laughter. Hey, 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 little girl, I heard that. Talking behind my back will make your nose grow longer, the metal armor flaming scorpion shouted. Little Qinger quickly covered her mouth, her eyes showing a hint of guilt. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, saying, Don't mind it. It's just an idiot. The metal armor flaming scorpion. Unable to argue with Wang Ting's words, metal armor flaming scorpion could only tuck its head and keep quiet. With the addition of Little White, metal armor flaming scorpion, and Elizabeth, the city's star beasts were quickly dealt with, and the efficiency astonished the snake men martial warriors. Master, it's all taken care of. Metal armor flaming scorpion flew over, seeking praise. Not bad, Wang Ting nodded. But Little White killed more. If only your true ability is as powerful as your mouth. Ha ha! Little White glanced at the metal armor flaming scorpion proudly. That's because Little White can split itself into multiple forms, metal armor flaming scorpion protested. Elizabeth killed more than you two, Wang Ting pointed out. She's an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. I'm just at the mid-tier Imperial level. The difference is huge. The metal armor flaming scorpion lamented, almost on the verge of tears. You can't bully a scorpion like this. Wang Ting couldn't help but tease. You truly are the most useless one. The metal armor flaming scorpion. Little Qinger couldn't help but giggle when she saw its aggrieved expression even though it was huge. Little girl, even you're laughing at me. Metal armor flaming scorpion glared at her, grumbling. Startled by its reaction, Little Qinger quickly hid behind Wang Ting. Wang Ting allowed them to play around and didn't intervene. He surveyed the entire city and noticed several attribute bubbles. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he collected them. Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 500 blank attribute asterisk 1200 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 300 blank attribute asterisk 800 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 601 by 1, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. As expected, most of them contained Constellation Poison Force and blank attribute. Although most of these star beasts were below the low-tier Imperial level and not exceptionally powerful, their numbers more than made up for it. The attributes they provided to Wang Ting were definitely not little. Wang Ting didn't calculate the exact number of attribute points he gained, but he knew that his poison force had a breakthrough after absorbing these attribute bubbles. The force in his body surged and broke through the bottleneck. Wang Ting's Constellation Poison Force rose from the 5th level to the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. It didn't stop. It continued rising. Poison Constellation Force 18500/60,000 Cosmos stage 6th level. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes board and felt quite satisfied with the results. His Constellation Poison Force was once again in the lead, surpassing the other constellation forces by a significant margin. On this planet, it was undoubtedly the easiest to enhance his Constellation Poison Force, as opportunities for growth were abundant and almost ever-present. However, significant improvements often required unique opportunities. such as the ghost venom abyss and the poison tide. These opportunities came with substantial risks, and individuals lacking strength or unique capabilities might struggle to harness their full potential. Besides the constellation poison force, his blank attribute had increased too. Blank attribute 3626000. Seeing the changes in his blank attributes, Wang Ting's heartache lessened by another degree. Realizing how much these poisonous star beasts could benefit him, he gazed ahead with a burning determination. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't notice earlier that, although the poison tide was incredibly dangerous, it was also an excellent opportunity to grow stronger. I wonder how long it will take for the poison tide to pass? The Queen looked up and suddenly said, "I hope this poison tide will last a bit longer," he said. The Queen, did she hear correctly? This guy wanted the poison tide to last a bit longer. Ahem, I meant to say, this poison tide is a bit slow, that's what I meant. Wang Ting quickly corrected himself, coughing awkwardly. This time the poison tide lasted a long time. In the past, it would typically be over in 2 or 3 hours at most, but this time, it's been more than half a day, the Queen said, furrowing her brow. Have you ever experienced such a terrifying poison tide like this before? Wang Ting felt that something was amiss and asked. I've never met one before. The Queen shook her head. What about longer durations? Are there any specific records, like it occurring once every 1,000 years? Wang Ting inquired. Well, the Queen furrowed her brow. She was still quite young and had only recently become the Queen. She hadn't ruled for even 500 years, so she wasn't particularly familiar with this poison tide. This friend is correct. It seems like there is a large-scale poison tide every 1,200 years. Marong flew over from a distance and bowed to the Queen before speaking. Marong, do you know about this? The Snakeman Queen asked. Yes, I've heard my father mention it before. If your Majesty checks our clan's records, you should find relevant documentation, Marong nodded. In that case, it seems this poison tide follows a pattern. Wang Ting pondered for a moment, then urged, quickly fetch that documentation and let's see how long it will last. Chapter 1988. How did you do it? 4. I'll order someone to investigate immediately. The Snakeman Queen nodded. Wang Ting could only wait. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! At this moment, the Snakemen martial warriors from afar gathered around and respectfully bowed to the Queen. They appeared excited, and when they looked at her, their eyes held admiration. Especially after the Queen saved the entire Snake clan, this admiration had reached an indescribable level. Even the ordinary Snakemen were beyond grateful. Originally, they had no hope of survival, but the Queen's last outburst had miraculously subdued the terrifying black-maned python, which had chosen to submit. Furthermore, the power of the ancestral python that followed helped restore the array, saving them all. In their eyes, it was all thanks to the Queen. Because the previous illusion was of their ancestral giant python, apart from Her Majesty, they couldn't imagine anyone else capable of manifesting it. Your Majesty, you saved the entire Snakemen race. We are all deeply grateful, Marong smiled and said. The Queen was slightly taken aback, not expecting everyone to have misunderstood the situation. She glanced at both Little Chinger and Wang Ting, then shook her head, saying, You've misunderstood. I wasn't the one who summoned the ancestral python spirit. It's not you. Marong was also surprised and looked at the Queen as if he thought she was joking. The ancestral python spirit can only be invoked by someone who has awakened the bloodline of the ancestral python, the Queen explained. Isn't it you who awakened the bloodline of the ancestral python? Marong asked. It's not me. It's Little Chinger. The Snakeman Queen pulled Little Chinger over and patted her little head. She hesitated over this decision. Exposing Little Chinger's bloodline might bring trouble, but she didn't want to take credit for her achievements. Also, the queen glanced at Wang Ting and had other thoughts. That was the real reason she had decided to expose little Qing'er's talent. Little Qing'er! Marong was stunned once again. He looked at the little girl beside the queen in bewilderment. How could it be her? He knew that little Qing'er was the queen's most recent disciple, but he had never imagined that this young girl could be a genius who awakened the bloodline of the ancestral python. It's precisely because little Qing'er awakened the bloodline of the ancient python that I took her as my disciple, the queen explained. And she was able to awaken it smoothly because of him. As she said this, her gaze fell on Wang Ting. Marong followed the queen's gaze and was stunned. This extraterrestrial human. That was impossible. How could this extraterrestrial human help their race awaken their ancestral bloodlines? This didn't make sense. If these words hadn't come from the queen herself, he would have probably scoffed in disbelief. But he had to believe the queen. Moreover, it was him who truly saved everyone just now, the queen said, looking at Wang Ting. What? This time, Marong was utterly shocked. The surrounding snake men martial warriors also stared at Wang Ting in amazement. Did this extraterrestrial human save them? For a moment, all the snake men found their worldviews shaken. An extraterrestrial human saved them? This was unbelievable. And wasn't it the ancestral python's manifestation that appeared earlier? How could an extraterrestrial human manifest it? Everyone was filled with doubt. Wang Ting didn't expect the queen to reveal his role, and he felt a bit surprised. Seeing the gazes of the people around him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It was an awkward situation. You don't need to doubt it. Little Qing'er is only a planetary stage martial warrior, and no matter how strong her bloodline power is, she wouldn't be able to make a high-tier imperial-level black mana python submit, the queen said, looking at the terrifying python above them. Marong and the others quickly grasped the situation. They had to admit that the queen's explanation made sense. A planetary stage martial warrior, no matter how powerful their bloodline might be, couldn't possibly make a high-tier imperial-level black-maned python submit. Their ancestral python bloodline, no matter how strong, couldn't achieve such a feat, so it could only be attributed to this extraterrestrial human. The gaze of Marong and his companions toward Wang Ting became more complex, a mix of incredulity, gratitude, and respect. Zagu stood among the crowd and looked at Wang Ting. This extraterrestrial human appeared to be of a similar age to him, but his strength was so formidable that it left Zagu feeling somewhat powerless. He had initially believed he could compare to the talented individuals from the outside, but now it was clear that he had been overly optimistic. So, from this moment on, he is not only the benefactor of our Rue Snake City, but also an eternal guest of our Rue Snake City. The queen looked at Wang Ting and suddenly spoke to the other snake men. Noble benefactor, please accept our deepest gratitude. Marong took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at Wang Ting, and then pounded his own chest, producing a deep and resonant sound. Bang! The other snake men followed suit, pounding their chests and offering their respects to Wang Ting. Chapter 1989 How? Did you do it? 5. Wang Ting was taken aback by this grand display of gratitude. He didn't expect the queen to do this. Weren't they supposed to be highly hostile to outsiders, especially to him, an extraterrestrial human? Why did they accept him so quickly? Was it possible that his charisma was just too irresistible, even to the snake men? Indeed. It seemed like his handsome looks made him popular wherever he went. He chuckled to himself secretly. Then, with a dry cough, he said, "You don't have to be so formal. We're all friends here. No need to be so polite." "That's right, we're all friends." Marong laughed heartily. Little Qing'er, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Seeing that Wang Ting was being accepted by her people, little Qing'er felt very happy. "Brother, I don't know your name yet," she asked. Wang Ting teasingly responded, "You didn't call me that before." Little Qing'er blushed slightly and said, "Well, that was because you pretended to be my father. You don't look much older than me." Wang Ting laughed heartily and introduced himself. "I'm Wang Ting." "Brother Wang Ting," little Qing'er called out. Marong and the others were surprised when they heard their conversation. It looked like they had known each other for a long time. What's more, they had some stories that outsiders didn't know. Zagu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In his heart, little Qing'er was the second goddess after the queen, and now she was chatting and laughing with this extraterrestrial human. How enviable! Amid the conversation, an elderly snakeman approached with an ancient scroll made of animal hide. "Your Majesty, I found it. This is all the recorded information left by our ancestors about the poison tide," the elderly snakeman said as he presented the scroll to the queen. "Let me take a look," Wang Ting said, his eyes shining with curiosity. The elder glanced at the queen hesitantly. When she nodded, he handed the animal hide scroll to Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't mind the details. He accepted the scroll and began examining it. He quickly found the relevant records, and it was evident that large-scale poison tides had occurred approximately every 1,156 years. The previous one had been 2,389 years ago, and there were even earlier records. These records were quite detailed, and it was not difficult to discern a pattern from them. The interval of approximately 1,200 years was a rough estimate, and in reality, the timing could vary. The poison tide might come earlier or later than expected. Wang Ting handed the animal hide scroll to the queen, indicating for her to take a look. She accepted the scroll and examined it carefully. As she read, her expression gradually became more serious, and cold sweat formed on her back. Large-scale poison tides were truly terrifying. According to the descriptions in the records, each occurrence resulted in significant casualties. Many snakemen branches were wiped out because of it. However, the recent ones had appeared in different regions, so the snakemen of Rue Snake City hadn't paid much attention to the issue. Moreover, several thousand years had passed, and even the snakemen's leadership had changed multiple times. Some snakemen who had witnessed the horrors of the poison tide may have left records to warn future generations. However, those who had never seen it firsthand wouldn't have a deep understanding or feel the need to be vigilant all the time. This time, the large-scale poison tide happened to occur in the region where Rue Snake City was located, and the snakemen of this branch were finally experiencing the terrifying nature of such an event. If the protective array were to completely collapse and allow the poison tide to invade the city, most of the snakemen within Rue Snake City would likely perish. Even if they entered the Thousand Serpent Cave, there was no guarantee of survival. At this moment, the queen's expression became even more complex, and she looked at Wang Ting with gratitude once again. Without him, their entire Rue Snake City might have been annihilated. Even little Qing'er, the snakewoman prodigy who had just awakened her ancient ancestor's bloodline, might not have survived. "Master," little Qing'er said worriedly. The queen patted her head and said nothing more. After reviewing the scroll's content, she took a deep breath and passed it to Marong, who was curious about the situation. Marong, after reading it, couldn't help but gasp. This large-scale poison tide is truly terrifying. Based on the records, this large-scale poison tide can last for 3 to 5 days. Yet, we have only endured half a day, the snakeman queen said in a low voice. Marong's expression changed, and he fell into silence. A heavy atmosphere descended upon the surroundings. The snakemen, who had previously been in good spirits, now had their faces turned pale. The large-scale poison tide was much more terrifying than they had imagined. If they could barely hold on for half a day, what would happen if it lasted for 3 to 5 days? Could they survive this ordeal? At this moment, all the snake men turned their attention to the Queen and Wang Ting. "Do you have a way?" The Queen's voice carried a tinge of bitterness. She bit her lip and said, "If you can help us through this life and death crisis, I can give you the Azure Sea Pearl." Azure Sea Pearl. Morong's expression changed. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The Azure Sea Pearl was their most important treasure. How could they give it to an outsider? However, considering their current predicament, he fell silent. If all their people are doomed, what's the use of keeping the Azure Sea Pearl? Really? Wang Ting raised an eyebrow and asked, seriously? Of course. The Queen nodded. I will also tell you the true purpose of the Azure Sea Pearl. I believe you must be very curious. I definitely know more than that extraterrestrial human. All right. Wang Ting nodded. I will help you survive this poison tide. He had already planned to take advantage of this poison tide, even before the Queen made her offer. Now, he gained another Azure Sea Pearl for free. He had every reason to accept. The Queen felt relieved when he agreed. With his help, their chances of surviving this poison tide should be above 80%. With his strength and an array of endless techniques at his disposal, he might not necessarily have trouble dealing with this large-scale poison tide. This man was different from other extraterrestrial humans. His eyes held absolute confidence. She believed that her judgment was right. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. We are friends, and helping friends is the right thing to do, Wang Ting added with a smile. The Queen. If she hadn't seen Wang Ting's shameless side, she would have believed him. This is a pill that can restore your force. Take it. Wang Ting didn't mind her gaze. He took out a jade bottle and threw it to the Queen. A medicinal pill. The Queen was slightly stunned as she examined the contents. She was astonished and exclaimed, "Is this the highly precious medicinal pill crafted by the extraterrestrial humans?" Eagerly, she poured out the contents of the vial, releasing a rich aroma of the pill. "It smells so good." Chapter 1990 Entering the Poison Tide. Discovery. 1. It smells so good. The rich fragrance of the pill permeated the air, leaving everyone's spirits shaken. Even those further away, like Morong and others, could smell the delightful scent of the pill. They looked at the pill in the Queen's hand in amazement. People nearby, even if they only smelled this scent, couldn't help but feel their mouths water and involuntarily swallow their saliva. They had seen pills before, but rarely, and most of them came from extraterrestrial humans. Even so, the pills they received couldn't compare to the one Wang Ting presented. This was a Grandmaster-level pill. A single Grandmaster-level pill was a treasure that would attract numerous strong individuals, not just within the poison erosion world but beyond. After all, sometimes, a single pill could mean the difference between life and death. Pills of this caliber, especially healing Grandmaster-level pills, were crucial for survival. If Wang Ting wasn't a Grandmaster alchemist, he wouldn't have been so extravagant. When little Qinger saw the pill, she couldn't help but remember when Wang Ting disguised as her father. She had felt that the pills he crafted were much better than before, and she had thought it was due to her father's improved skills. However, come to think of it, was brother Wang Ting an esteemed alchemist? She curiously examined the pill, her nose twitching slightly as she smelled the pill's fragrance, which further surprised her. So, this is a pill? It's indeed more potent than ordinary medicinal pills. The herbs inside are so complex. I can't distinguish the individual scents, little Qinger thought. She had learned a lot about herbs by staying with Zeal and, despite her young age, knew more than most people. However, at the moment, she couldn't discern the individual scents of the herbs within the pill. Their aromas seemed to have blended together, making it difficult for an ordinary person to identify. Nonetheless, she could sense the pill's incredible quality, which was undoubtedly far superior to the pills her father had crafted. This pill is too valuable. The queen looked at Wang Ting and hesitated. With her keen eyes, she naturally recognized that this pill was not ordinary. Don't worry. I have plenty of pills like this, Wang Ting said casually. The queen blinked her beautiful eyes, staring at him intently. She wanted to know if he was just showing off. He had plenty of these precious pills? Was he giving them away like cabbage? Marong and the others were also stunned by Wang Ting's statement. In their minds, Wang Ting's image suddenly transformed into that of a wealthy individual. Wang Ting, stop boasting. Roundball quipped. Isn't it the truth? Wang Ting replied with a hint of amusement. Roundball didn't know what to say. Fine, you're the Grandmaster Alchemist. Eat it. The situation is critical, so there's no need to be reserved, Wang Ting said. If he didn't know that the poison tide would last for 3 to 5 days, he might not have been willing to give away a Grandmaster-level pill so easily. If you still feel uneasy once the poison tide has passed, you can help me collect some herbs as compensation, Wang Ting added. The queen fell silent for a moment. Hearing Wang Ting's words, she felt relieved and nodded, saying, Very well, after the poison tide passes, I will have people collect herbs for you. Wang Ting was mildly pleased. There were many valuable or special spiritual herbs on the Scorpion King's star, some of which were required for his missions. Collecting them alone would be time-consuming. But, with the entire snake race assisting, it would be much more convenient. Exchanging one pill for so much free labor was an excellent deal for him. The queen, no longer hesitant, immediately swallowed the potent pill. A fierce surge of force erupted within her, causing her expression to change. She had not expected the pill to be so effective. Without wasting any time, she sat cross-legged in midair, closing her eyes to absorb and recover. Marong and the others remained nearby, silently guarding her. Wang Ting paid no attention to them. He knew that it might take some time for the queen to absorb the full power of the pill. Waiting around would be a waste of time. He gazed up at the protective shield. In an instant, he dashed towards it. He quickly arrived at the edge of the shield, and observed the swarm of poison-tide creatures outside, his eyes flickering. He had initially intended to venture outside and hunt down the poison-type star beasts within the poison tide. However, seeing the situation up close made his scalp tingle with apprehension. Sir Wang Ting, what are you doing? Marong caught up with him and asked anxiously. I intend to go outside and take a look, Wang Ting replied calmly. Outside? Marong's face showed disbelief, thinking he had misheard. He asked again, You really want to go outside? Why not? Wang Ting asked in return. Marong was stumped. This wasn't a matter of can or cannot. The poison tide outside was terrifying, and while everyone else avoided it, this extraterrestrial human seemed determined to venture out. It looked incredibly suspicious from any angle. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting knew what he was thinking and smiled. Marong gazed intently at Wang Ting. If it weren't for the knowledge that this extraterrestrial human possessed extraordinary strength and abilities far beyond the norm, he would have considered him quite reckless. However, it was different for powerful individuals. Marong, at most, considered him a madman. If you're going out, you'll need to take the array token with you. I have some extras here. Please take one, Marong said as he handed a dark green jade token to Wang Ting. Chapter 1991 Entering the Poison Tide. Discovery. 2. Wang Ting took it and examined it. He saw numerous runes engraved on it. With his knowledge of the Azure Poison Serpent array, he quickly recognized the connection between the runes on the card and the array. Thank you. Wang Ting cupped his fists at Marong and dashed out of the protective shield. Boom. As soon as he appeared outside the array, a violent rumbling sound reached Wang Ting's ears. It seemed as if countless air currents were rapidly surging, carrying a poisonous mist that viciously swept in with the strong gusts of wind. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, this powerful wind could easily break through the skin, and the toxic mist within would enter the bloodstream, leading to unimaginable consequences. Wang Ting activated his ancient god body, and with a resounding boom, his blood flowed vigorously as a mysterious and arcane golden pattern appeared on his forehead. The immense power of his physical body surged forth, rendering him completely immune to the surrounding mist and winds. "Little ones, it's time to work." Wang Ting waved his hand and summoned Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and Elizabeth. In the end, as soon as it appeared, the metal armor flaming scorpion was buffeted by the fierce winds in every direction, almost toppling over. "Wah, wah, wah!" The metal armor flaming scorpion cried out loudly. If it weren't for its extremely tough exoskeleton, it might have fared much worse against this onslaught. Of course, this was a testament to Wang Ting's trust in them. Both Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had exceptionally durable outer shells, and these winds couldn't harm them. As for Elizabeth, there was no need to mention her. Being an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, she was impervious to the winds. "Master, why have you come out here?" The metal armor flaming scorpion, with the assistance of Little White, managed to right itself and brandished its pincers, driving away the star beasts in the vicinity, while shouting, "Enough with the chatter. Hunt down the star beasts," Wang Ting commanded sternly. "Caw!" Little White raised its head and emitted a loud cry, charging directly at the poisonous star beasts surrounding them, beginning the hunt. If there was one who obeyed Wang Ting's orders unquestioningly, it was probably Little White. It acted without a trace of hesitation. Kill, kill, kill. The metal armor flaming scorpion wasted no time either, charging out and attacking the star beasts in the vicinity. Elizabeth smiled faintly, nodded at Wang Ting, and also began her hunt. Wang Ting gazed at the black-maned python. This high-tier Imperial-level star beast had already been imprinted with a spiritual mark by Wang Ting, and it had submitted itself to the primordial oceanic serpent. Now, as it saw Wang Ting, it slowly lowered its head, appearing quite docile. Wang Ting touched out and placed his hand on its head. He sensed a chilling sensation and said, "Go!" Hiss! The black-maned python raised its head abruptly and hissed. Its massive body swayed as it charged into the mist. The star beasts within the mist were dumbfounded. "Brother, whose side are you on?" The star beasts above the Emperor level possessed considerable intelligence. They had originally believed that, even if the black-maned python was ferocious, it would not senselessly attack its own kind. Little did they expect it to suddenly turn on them and charge in their direction. Something felt amiss. In an instant, the mist roiled violently, and one after another, the star beasts released pitiful screams, their bodies bursting open, turning into clusters of bloody mist. Inside the already intensely foul mist, the scent of blood filled the air. "Well done!" Wang Ting's eyes gleamed, and he didn't remain idle. Beams of golden light burst forth from his body. Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was the first time Wang Ting used this special spiritual weapon after he received it. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to test its power amid this poisonous tide. According to the records of the Phoenix Golden Feather secret scripture, when one's mental power touched the cosmos stage, one could control 3,333 pieces of Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. Wang Ting was curious to see how many pieces of Phoenix Golden Feather Blade he could utilize at his cosmos stage. The Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master made a total of 9,999 Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was the limit of the Heaven Realm's spiritual power. However, at the time, he only used 4,999 of them because his strength had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Heaven Realm, and he couldn't utilize the full 9,999 pieces of Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. For now, Wang Ting didn't need to use so many of them. Before his spiritual power touched the heaven realm, he wouldn't need it. At this moment, Wang Ting used 666 pieces of the Phoenix golden feather blade, and streaks of golden light drew mysterious trajectories around his body. The metal domain was instilled in these mystical paths. Wang Ting was performing the Phoenix golden feather blade exactly as described in the Phoenix golden feather secret scripture. Each of his attacks was unpredictable. Subtly, those golden trajectories seemed to connect, forming a golden mystical bird that flew within the mist. Wherever it went, it crazily harvested the lives of the poison element star beast. Marong didn't leave when Wang Ting exited the array. Instead, he observed Wang Ting's every move from within the array. After all, Wang Ting was the savior and esteemed guest of their Snakemen tribe, and he didn't want to witness any mishaps befalling him. Especially under his eyes. The queen would definitely blame him. However, the subsequent scenes left him utterly stunned. Summoning those 3 spiritual pets was one thing, as he had seen them before. But seeing them unloose a massacre outside the array was a different story, and he felt that he had been naive. Among the 3 spiritual pets, the crow and the scorpion were much stronger than ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors. Even he, Marong, might not be able to defeat them easily. As for the 3rd unusual spiritual pet, it was extraordinarily powerful, reaching the peak imperial level. Marong admitted that he was not a match for it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.